Welcome one and all to the final day of our Week 4 Super Weekend. We're here with Super Money Sunday, and I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Beatdown Boulevard, and I couldn't be more excited for these 3 games we have in front of us and for all the money that our players are playing for today in an ACL.
Yeah, that's right, Lennon. Now, today, every single match is going to be a money match, so our teams are going to be playing for that sweet, sweet $1,250 USD, by the way. So for us in Canada who have the monopoly money, that's no small thing, you know?
I guess so. Hey, it makes the difference. But in either case, it has been a rough and tumble weekend of an ACL, it feels like. We had a very long day yesterday and a lot of fun, too. So let's go ahead and take a look at the standings here and see exactly what we're panning out to before we get into this Super Money Sunday.
Yeah, and I think a couple things that really stand out to me is, like, one, Dragonsteel, they beat Supernova, who honestly are sitting at 7th place, but I really believe are a good bit better than their current standings. Regardless, Dragonsteel, they still lock themselves as the sole owners of first place. They're 4-0, and they're playing like the best team in the league at the moment there. So, honestly, we got to see if that's going to keep up at their match later on against Winthrop. And I'm trying to think of what else is shocking to me. It's honestly just those two. What about you, Lennon?
I think Supernova being at 7th is a little bit of an underlying shark in the pool because they definitely are not a 7th place team at this point. They've had some really, really close ones.
And their schedule has been really hard, too. And, it's funny we mentioned the schedule. Let's look at today's schedule because Supernova's match, Supernova's run doesn't really get that much easier. Now they're facing Fear X Starforge, but that's at the end of the day, Lennon. We're starting off with CCG, Blue Otter, 2 teams on the lower ends of the standings. CCG, I mean, considering the players on this roster not playing as well as maybe some of us have hoped, and Blue Otter exceeding expectations.
God, it's been so close for both those 2 teams. That's why, this one is like a make or break moment, right? CCG have been so close, but just have fumbled a couple things here or there. Blue Otter have taken it to some of the best teams we have in the league. But I'm really excited for that collegiate matchup. The first time we're getting this one, and the only time we're going to be getting it in the regular season. And then rounding it out, obviously, with that very important matchup between FXS and Supernova. But anyways, that first matchup that we're talking about, that we're alluding to a little bit, let's hyper-focus on CCG esports just a little bit. It has been a rough early spot of this split. I think they've had such good early looks in a lot of their games, but mid to late game failings have been a bit of a demon for them.
And I think part of the problem they run into at times is also the early game, because there are moments where they kind of fumble things early on and then the game collapses from there. I think their first game against TLC the other day, which was honestly a brutal one. That game kind of ended at level 1. And when you think about the experience of these players, for most of them, 4 out of the 5 players we saw all last year in Challengers League, you'd kind of think they'd be a little higher on the standings, but they're still trying to figure out how to work together, how to play together.
And on the conversation of that, it really has been a molding of styles, right? You know, Chad coming over, but also just an entrance for CCG as a whole to the league. Now, on the other side, Blue Otter themselves entrancing into the league have had a little bit better of a split so far than CCG. But again, they have had some troubles closing out games. But for their conversation, it's been against some of the top teams.
Yeah, that's right. And this is a roster that, again, exceeded some people's expectations. Currently on the lower ends of the standing, but again, just being able to punch above their weight class, which is so exciting. I mean, we have players we've seen before, but Sammykin being that new mid laner that a lot of people were excited about. We saw him in Combines. He impressed during the promotion tournament a couple months back, and he seems like he hasn't let off the gas yet.
Yeah, and I think he's going to have a interesting matchup into Shochi today as well. And Shochi, who had established himself, it felt like, in Tier 2 with Fear, but continuing to make that protagonist moment try to happen for himself. But Sammykin kind of up to start. I think it's going to be really, really cool to see what they bring to the table today as well. But I really want to see consistency as a whole from these two teams. Yes, those level 1s, maybe you just flip and have some fun or try to get those early games. But for me, it's about mid to late game, right? I want to see clean macro decisions, and I want to see them moving around the map together and not finding those big catch-outs that has been a bit of an issue for both these teams.
And that's what's going to make today most interesting here with these two matches in particular. And it's important, too, because this is the 4th match for both of these teams. CCG at the moment are 0-3. I mean, we were just lamenting the other night about how tough it is for AoE, who are currently 0-5 at the bottom of the standings. Ending your week 4 at 0-4 is tough too. You are at 9, or there are 9 matches, and that's all you really have to get yourself a spot into the playoffs and avoid the promotion relegation tournament. So CCG going down 0-4, I think that would be pretty brutal for them.
Yeah, and it's going to make our standings very lopsided, especially with AoE's rough start as well. But we are into draft number 1 of our Super Money Sunday, so let's get hyped because Blue Otter are taking residence on the blue side this time around. CCG going to be on the red side. We get the Ziggs ban immediately and foremost by Blue Otter.
Yeah, I think against players like Shochi and Manui, especially when they're on the same team, that's just kind of a no-brainer. And it's too bad, Lennon, that Blue Otter weren't able to win one of their blue side games the other day, because they were almost undefeated on blue side. I love that you brought that up. I thought it was really neat, but they had to go and fumble the bag.
Yeah, unfortunately. We'll see what the rest of the season has to offer for them. What I want to highlight here,
all right,
we saw Cupid pull out the Seraphine yesterday. I don't know. We have 2 premier Seraphine players in this draft, and we haven't seen them highlight that pick just yet. So I want to see if that makes it through, if that's going to be a choice today for CCG, but we'll keep an eye on that one. The Tristana, a very likely ban by Blue Otter on the blue side. It is also the Udi and the Ivern that are going to be focused, targeted by CCG.
I do like that Ivern respect. I think he is in a really good place, and Music has had some pretty good performances on this. He's definitely happy to lock that one in. So at this point, I'm just thinking about what priority picks are going to go through for Blue Otter. I mean, Ash and Leona, worth noting, are up and available. Rumble is up. Corky is up. I think they have a lot of different options to play for here, and I'm interested to see what they want to prioritize.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to stick to some of these jungle bans. Okay, it is technically essentially jungle ban.
You're kind of right.
Rumble
I'll
ban is going to slink on through there.
Yeah, so that one's going to go through. Quacker, he's having a little fun with us guys with the Darius hover. B1 Darius is probably the worst thing I can think of right now. So instead, it is going to be that way for Samikin. That high priority I find very interesting considering how strong AP junglers are, how strong AD mids have been. But I still think this champion is actually very strong on the patch, especially when you don't have to worry about things like Tristana, like Ziggs, where you can get all in, where you can get poked out.
I do also just really like Samikin's performances on the way so far as well. It is the Ashe locked in on the other side, so some of that poke, some of that CC coming through already for CCG.
Right, and now they could pick a jungler for Chad here. They could go for that Leona. I think those are two, it's a good pairing and two really high-value champions, I think, on this patch, especially because when you see Hui, I'm immediately thinking of Varus being paired with this in the bot lane there for Levitate. And a great way to deal with poke comps is long-range engage. Well, it's kind of another way to do it.
Yeah. Hey, just go all in. Why not? Get a couple swords. Why don't you? I do like this double pick, though, by CCG because it gives them a lot of options moving forward for kind of the engage and the support they want to give to these two carries, but it gives them a lot of weaponry to start off the draft here. We'll see what the answer is going to be to kind of calm that a little bit for Blue Water.
Yeah, and I'm curious what music's going to be rocking in the jungle. It's usually with the magic damaged junglers that we've been seeing a lot of. They really love being solo AP so that it's not really economical to build MR, and they're very happy champions. But this could open up just having the Hui in mid could open up something like Sejuani, another tank jungler that we've definitely seen music play in the past and that people are kind of coming back to on the patch we're on now.
Which I appreciate. I just love the versatility that we're getting in the jungle right now. It's so nice. The Ezreal is the lock-in. Not going to be versatile this time around, but it is going to go into the bot side to levitate.
Yeah, and I mean, that one's fine. It kind of serves that similar function. You know, there is the arguments of Poke Varus being weaker on this patch since he got adjusted. So with that in mind, I mean, Ezreal kind of serves that same function. You have range, you're a little hard to get on top of, and the Leona is really good at making space for you here. So CCG, I mean, I really do like the Rel look. I think Alistar is probably fine too. You can soak up a lot of damage, and you can follow up on that Ashe arrow really nicely.
I also just like the tankiness and kind of body it provides within all this. And it just gives you that easy way forward, I guess, to kind of follow up the Yone with. The question now is what kind of focuses we get in the second phase, because we are still looking for junglers here, which I feel like is an oddity to some extent. We've seen a lot of junglers picked in the first phase this season so far, but it is going to be the Vi as the first shot across the board at the jungle picks.
Yeah, and Leona looking for the dive buddies, so the usual suspects getting taken out of the picture there by CCG. And on the other side, I'm imagining we're going to see some jungle bans too. Yone mid tells me that. Chad is very much looking for, you know, your Karthus, your Zyras, which is actually, now that I think about it, making it this late in the draft is kind of insane. And the champions like that. So I'm imagining we just see a double AP jungle ban.
Yeah, a little bit of that farming style being taken away. But Chad has been willing to go with some a little bit more niche picks like the Viegos. Not as much niche, but a little bit more forward-centric, but as well as his Rengar. We'll see if they want to go with any comfort picks like that, because we are in full Fearless, as you all probably know, hopefully know. So anything that's picked in this game... But if you're new, now you know. Yeah, now you know. If you didn't know, well, anything that gets picked in this first game is no longer available in the rest of the series. Now it is that Viego that gets banned away against Music, though.
Yeah, another AD option there in the jungle being out of the picture. I do like that look, especially because Blue Water definitely have the damage to be able to take someone down. And now, what's the verdict here? Wow, it's actually no AP jungle. They want to get rid of Crimson's Olaf. They were watching him the other day. He did have a pretty nasty performance, even though CCG didn't end up winning. So yeah, let's pay their respects. And, you know, he's good into poke-ups.
I've actually really liked Quacker's Olaf as well. Just not wanting to go with that matchup whatsoever here. I like it. Now, we do expect the counter pick to go up towards this top side of the map, so junglers are going to be the priority here at least. It is the Zyra, so the hard farming, clearing jungle for Chad. Yeah,
and it really just unsurprising, especially because now you do have a bot lane. You can fight for push, you can fight for pressure on top of a mid lane where you might be able to get that kind of pressure. I think the Yone mid matchup into the Hui is a little dangerous because he can Q through the wave. It's really hard to use Hui's EQ, his favorite disengage tool. So that mid matchup is going to be most interesting, especially because Chad, he's going to be looking for early advantages. He's going to look for invades, you know, sometimes even maybe when he shouldn't.
And that's why I actually really like the Sejuani pickup here. And we've seen it be rising a little bit just because it's literally like clockwork. You can just find so many hard engages that are so difficult to fall away from. And you have a lot of follow-up here for Blue Otter as well. It finally is going to be it. We get the Darius after it's been hovered all split long. Quacker's going to bring out the classic.
And if you don't know, like this was Quacker's one trick. This is the champion he is most known for, and he feels like this is that good angle. It's paired nicely too, because melee top with Sedge, really good. We love that. So now Crimson, you know, without the Olaf there available, he's gonna have a tough time. If he picks a tank top lane, he's just gonna get demolished. So it's the Vayne. Mobile, able to make space.
Gotta get hyped for the money match, baby. Oh my god, I love it because he literally just blinded. It was like, Crimson, show me what you got, baby. And it's gonna be a hype matchup at the top side. I really wanted to kind of keep a side eye on this matchup against Quacker and Crimson in case it was gonna be interesting, and boy did it just get interesting.
Yeah, I think so. If Quacker runs away with this game, he is going to be quite a problem. The thing is, though, CCG, they do have a lot of CC. They do have some ways to just chain him up and kill him if Quacker is out of position. But if he gets monstrously fed, if everything is going well for Blue Otter this game, Quacker's going to run the Rift.
It's going to be something I have to deal with for sure, but that's where you have to look at Music and Chad, who are going to have a lot of say on facilitating these leads, but as well as kind of more so seeing proactivity from Music and where he wants to put a lot of this focus early on here, because they also have a ton of CC on their side, and it's very elongated, the range that they can find that at. We're looking at top lane level 1 for this money match opener on our Super Money Sunday. Make sure you're spamming who you got in chat, blue for Blue Otter or CCG for CCG Esports.
And I like this. You're stacking as 5 on this top side to maybe get a Bush player at the very least. Make sure CCG can help him get an early ward down. So this top lane matchup is definitely going to be an interesting one. Neither top laner has teleport. Both love to run the Ghost. So with that in mind, I imagine Music will actually spend a good bit of time on the top side trying to have that impact, because if you put Crimson behind in this early game, I think of the range Blue Otter are working with here overall. They have Poke, they have Hui Ezreal, so they have really good range. And then you also have the Sejuani and the Leona who can engage on you from pretty far away. If you're behind to top it all off, Crimson will have pretty low impact this game. So I think that's what they're going to aim for.
And honestly, I think priority in mid lane is going to have a lot to say here as well. And we'll see. I think Shochi's going to have a little bit of trouble until he gets a couple levels under him. But I want to see what this priority gives, because we've seen both teams have good early starts. Blue Otter specifically have taken good early games against some of the best teams we have in our league. But it's really about trying to connect the pieces together, and that mid-jungle duo is super important today.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the connection, Music, Rovex. I mean, we talked about it in our cast just on Friday, Lennon. They are the big leaders of this team. They are the ones making the calls. And, you know, they don't always work, but they are a big reason why this Blue Otter team is very coordinated. And a reason why, you know, with the draft that they had against FearX Starforge the other day, handed them a very nasty loss.
If they can continue a little bit of that momentum, at least, that they got in these sporadic moments. But again, this holistic story here between these two teams is trying to find consistency between the two. And there's been a lot of tough losses for CCG, some tough losses for Blue Otter for sure as well. And we'll see if they can actually show up on this money match. $1,250 on the line. If you didn't know about that and you want to kind of keep in touch with NACL, go follow any of those socials you see there, YouTube, X, and Twitch. You'll be able to find all that information you could ever ask for.
And maybe more. Things you didn't ask for.
And there's more.
We should add that to the next more video.
You just need to make more videos.
Is that just not on theme? It's perfect.
True. Just keep going until it's not funny anymore, and then we'll just keep
going. And then we keep going a little more. Yeah, exactly. You get it. And already Music.
We're on the same page.
Dude, I love it, man. And Music, he knows what's up, too. Pathing towards that top side, trying to make sure Crimson, he's paying his respects.
Yeah.
Crimson, he's paying extra respects. He's even going to walk down, knows the timer, hits that Scryer's Bloom to make sure that no one gets the drop on him.
Little thing here, there hasn't been a back yet for Music as he wanted to get out on the scuttle as he finished. He's not going to back now. There was a back completed for Chad. He was looking to just kind of go back to farming here, but is actually pathing up towards this top side now. The back will be completed by Music, and Shochi taking heavy trades in mid lane.
Yeah, you do see the pings. They are aware that there's a good chance Chad is on the top side. Problem is this wave is pushing away. So Quacker, he's just playing this one out nice and slowly. Chad, he's not playing one of those tank heavy ganking junglers like the J4s, like the Sejuani. He's playing Zyra, so there's only so much time you can spend trying to set up a gank. You want to be cycling your camps. You want to be farming and getting ahead. So the opportunity isn't really there.
But let's be honest, isn't that exactly what Chad would want? If he had a perfect world for himself, it would be that he could just farm. But no, he's going to be active early as he revisits onto Quacker. Not going to hit anything there. Now Chad's going to start bleeding. This is a 1v2 opportunity for Quacker. He's looking for the kills. He's looking for first blood. Chad's going down. And now it might actually follow. Crimson gets the kill back. He's bleeding, but he will make it out alive.
Wow. I mean, nicely done, all things considered, from Quacker. That's about the best that you can hope for. And again, because of that, you are wasting a little bit of time there for the Zyra who wants to be farming. Music actually gets a little bit ahead in experience because now he has a chance to just continue going through his camps. And now means that he is going to get a little closer to that level 6. Big spike for the Sedge.
Mid lane.
Nice.
Almost getting a solo. Severing Bolt maybe coming up here soon for the length there. I will say, if we could maybe get a replay of that one, if not, no problem. But I could see the angle, right? Like, Chad was trying to predict a flash out, and unfortunately, Quacker just takes the smoke, right? He wants to fight. And now, when we look at the map state after that one, it provides a little bit of chaos, but it also is Chad who took advantage of that, getting some of these objectives off of it.
Yeah, and actually, we are going to get a replay. Very cool. Thank you, Observer Kai. And you can see it, Chad. I think the problem here really is that he's just too close. Because you shouldn't be, you have a good amount of range as Zyra. There's no reason you should be in range for Darius to pull you like that without flashing. So I think that's just a mistake.
Really, really good heads-up play from Quacker on his signature here. We did see in the end, it took a while. The dragon is going to end up going down to Chad. And we saw a little bit of top lane presence from Music, who will be on the grubs on spawn.
Yeah, worth noting, Crimson just blew his flash. So Music and him traded for it, which is nice. There is an option when Music hits level 6, he can try for another gank. But also, the grubs, something Zyra can do very quickly and something that he usually wants, is actually going to be taken over here by Music. I think CCG farming early Drakes and prioritizing that, I actually think that is a good thing because CCG's comp is one that I think is a little hard to walk into Fog into because of things like the Alistar, like the Ash Arrow, and walking into Zyra is exactly what she wants. So creating a situation where, CCG might get Dragon Soul, we have to go check them, is exactly what they want.
And they're just playing the waiting game. We saw Chad after that early issue on top side. He just immediately went to farming. Isn't going to try to be too aggressive, and maybe looking now to try to get a little bit of support over towards Crimson. But he is in a state where it's Music who has the spotlight on him on the Sejuani to continue being very proactive, finding now that you have the Glacial Prison, the big long distance engages for Blue, and keep that tempo going for themselves in this small lead they develop.
That's right. Now, see that little bit of deep vision being consistently placed there into Chad's jungle by Blue Otter. So they have an idea of when he'll be on that side of the map.
Shochi. Spiraling Despair hits, Severing Bolt over top, and Samikin just looks too cool, calm, and collected for that one.
Nice solo Bolo from the upstart mid laner here at NACL, taking last year's mid laner upstart to school with that solo.
And that's huge. We were setting up this mid lane as such an interesting laning phase setup here because of priority and what can lead to the junglers. But really, the 1v1 is just lighting up there, and Samikin's trying to show up against Shochi. Love to see those moments. Obviously, Shochi of Fear fame, it felt like, but has been trudging his way ever forward since, now reunited with Manui from Fear as well. And Trevor.
Yeah, I was going to say. And Trevor. So now he still has an opportunity to have a lot of impact. When you think about Alistar, when you think about Ashe, the kind of CC that they can set up, it is the perfect angle for Shochi to continue that dive here on this champion. So, as long as he doesn't die too many more times, he'll still have enough gold. He'll still be able to have the impact, because if you get on top of champions like Ezreal and Hui especially, you can take them down pretty easily.
Yeah. And for me, Yone, even if some of the nerfs have affected him to some extent, 25 minutes is a win condition for you. Music gonna go topside. They've been waiting for him to try to get out of this one, and he will have no escape. Music cleans that one up.
And that's just great there for Quacker. Even though he didn't get the kill and just got an assist, he's going to be able to crash that wave. You denied Crimson. If he stays, it's a plate as well. Again, this Darius, if a significant lead continues to grow here for him, Quacker will be a problem unto himself that CCG have to think about.
There's always the side eye here, because you pick it boldly, blind, to Darius. The answer was the Vayne. I know, talking to Jenkins, the big thing he was watching out for Crimson was his counter pick viability and some of the flexibility he has in his champ pool. So this is really a time for Crimson to show that that's here for what he's to represent. Now Shochi actually is going to get Spiraling Despaired in the end. Chad and Trevor right there to back him up. Nothing else from Samikin's going to connect.
Rovex is here as well as Music, so the play has pretty much ended there, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. You get up, you get that angle where you can get on top of the wave. He's got a flash. Now Samikin is positioning so important going forward.
Oh, solar flare right on him. Nice headbutt away from Trevor. That might just save Chad's life. Stranglethorn coming in. They might get one back too. Shochi wants to clean it up. The burn, it's not going to be enough, but Shochi can't end up getting it with the cleave. They will try to lock down. Headbutt back from Music. Music trying to go on to Chad now. Look at Samikin. He's able to get the maul down. True Shot Barrage going to go wide. Chad is already gone. Rovex still fighting.
And
how are Blue getting away with this one? Shochi, he's not going to let him. And now Trevor's locked down too. Shochi! Are you serious? Way! Absolute tragedy. Kids, shield your eyes.
I don't even know if we could show this on broadcast. It was a slaughter. Lennon, it looked so close. But in the end, it is a 3-0. And oh, kids, shield your eyes, like Lennon said. It was a great pickup here. And despite Trevor's best efforts to continue making space, I think this was just overall really nicely played by Music and Samikin in particular. The shield there saving Rovex's life was that big difference maker. And the fact that not a lot of damage was here for CCG made it so that they couldn't secure any kill.
Imagine giving Samikin a champion with so many abilities and he just uses them so expertly.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. The shield timings, the damage down, the fact that so many health bars are blinking red. And Blue Otter, they're going to come away with that with the 2,000 lead. They're going to grub again here too.
Grubageddon, as Sedge into Zyra. I'm sure Music's chuckling to himself at that irony right now, but it's what Blue Otter have earned themselves. Partially with CCG prioritizing Drakes, and also the play we just saw twice in that mid lane.
They're making the play here on to unfortunate bot Blue Otter. Quacker is going to be by himself fighting his way out of it. Shochi down low. This is a 1v4 and Quacker is still standing. They're going to try to put him down. They do indeed. Manui claims that one.
You know, Quacker, I respect the vision. It's tough because you don't really have the flash to play with, but look in the picture-in-picture. I mean, again, the Grubageddon is doing so much work here. They're collecting so many turret plates, and Samikin was able to get a lot of damage in the mid lane. In fact, Blue Water are going to gain more than they lost because of that over-index onto the bottom lane. That's first brick. This gold lead has shot up to 4K.
Yeah, I mean, they've almost gotten 10 plates between top and mid. We'll also have a big CS differential for Samikin. Items are already being completed. You're getting boots completed, and now first item for Manui there on the other side for CCG. So there's just an economical difference right now as the Trinity Force has already been completed for Levitate, and you got the Luden's Companion for Samikin.
Yeah, and I mean, just to talk about the plate gold, I look at this. Most of these plates were earned because of that four-man play on the bot side from CCG. And the disparity is very telling. It got those first item spikes like you're talking about, and now Blue Water are in a really powerful position So much so that even though CCG are halfway to a Dragon Soul, but guess what, Lennon? Blue Water, now that they've warmed up, now that they've bought their fancy little items, they can walk up to this Dragon fight and say, hey, CCG, it's not yours anymore. Sorry, man. I don't make the rules.
The item tax, I guess, at this point. I'm still holding on hope, Beast Down. I'm still seeing.
Are you?
I'm seeing
That's
a
what I love
timer
about
at the
you,
top
Lennon.
of my screen. There's numbers, and I know that eventually those numbers will reach 25 minutes. And I don't know if that's going to be the number that makes it work, but that's what I'm holding on to right now. And I think CCG as a whole need to look at that scaling as the main win condition for them.
I don't want to be that guy, Lennon, but the number 25 will not save CCG this time, especially
30?
when you're in a deficit.
40?
No, the thing is, it gets
50?
worse and worse. That's the concern. So it's going to take a YOLO Baron post 20 minutes. It's going to take more plays like we saw in the side lane, but set up in a way that you don't lose as much as you did.
Like this.
Like this.
Just find them out in transition. Samikin going to try to fight back. Here comes the whole ire of CCG to get the shutdown. Almost kills Manui outright.
A lot of damage that the Sway is putting out right now. Again, they weren't able to answer back on the side of Blue Water, or at least Samikin specifically, but because of the damage he did to multiple members, another turret goes down. Again, Blue Water just maximizing the value of the 6 scrubs that they were able to get, and look what's happening topside.
And they're going to get the charge right into the turret there as well. Firefighters need to be putting on their suits here for CCG because the building is burning. Let's try to get another charge here, but maybe just try to delay it.
Yeah, we're just walking it out at this point. It is so much faster when you take the Herald. And he's going to spam the thumbs up. And you know what, Lennon? If you want me to rate this early game from Blue Water, I'd give it a thumbs up.
Okay. But that's the thing. I do feel like I've liked a lot of their early games.
That's true.
That's how they've set behind some of our best teams. But it's always been about mid to late game, cleaning it up and having clean finishes. Now, they've set themselves up very nicely for success here. But it's all about trying to close it out against the team that is not just going to go quietly. CCG have fought tooth and nail in all of their games.
They have, and I think they're going to fight with a little extra tooth and nails because, of course, it is that money match where,
Well, might not get to fight if you're CC'd from 100 to 0. They are going to get the engage there on the Levitate who got caught in the middle of it, and now he's going down. Manui, out of nowhere, is on a killing spree now, but Quacker is hunting him down with the help of Rovex and Music. He's going to have to get the fat flash over the wall to safety.
It's the 1-for-1. It's unfortunate for Blue Water that Levitate goes down, but again, you're keeping Chad off the map. It really feels bad, especially as that farming jungler where you want to continue stacking gold. You want to get to these big item breakpoints. So slowing Chad down, definitely a worthwhile pursuit. And Blue Water get another turret for their troubles, by the way, Lennon. So they just keep on stacking gold. That's 4 turrets to none for CCG.
So far, the hunt for the money is all the Otters. They have a 4,000 gold lead so far in this first game of this best of 3. Shochi was looking up towards top side against Cracker. That is dicey, my friend. I do not like your chances, but they're going to try to go for it anyways. They are bringing Manui and Trevor over. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is available. They're going to try to maybe chain it with a lockdown. Quacker trying to take Crimson down. Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide, but Shochi is able to clean him up.
Crimson, not enough stacks on the hemorrhage to get the bleed, but you see the recalls. They need to start happening because another turret going down would be brutal.
They got the flank.
To cancel the backs?
No.
Oh, too slow. I like the thought. Good on CCG to back off. Let Shochi take this turret by themselves and defend that tier 2. Because, you know, Lennon, if that tier 2 went down for the trade, I'm really going to have to start questioning the calculators that CCG are using. Look, man, getting the Darius kill, that's great. But it's only 300 gold, you know? So trading it for a tier 2, I wouldn't have liked that.
There's such a weird angle going on right now. Blue are like in the jungle, but they're trying to go for Samikin for CCG. Solar Flare is going to be used on the other side. Samikin is completely caught out now by the rest of CCG, and Blue weren't able to get any big picks on the other side of the fight. So, my friend, we find ourselves 18 minutes in, and this gold lead is getting carved down 1 kill at a time.
Yeah, that is a much-needed kill. Between that and the turret topside, they've cut down this lead a sizable bit, and this is pretty much the only option CCG have. You overload a side lane. Quacker, you have enough CC to make it pretty easy to kill Darius with 3 or 4 people, and Samikin is playing quick. Side laning in general for this champion, it is kind of hard. You don't have mobility spells. So with that in mind, that's pretty much the only way Blue Otter are going to lose this lead that they've gotten for themselves. And you mentioned it, Lennon. You know, sometimes the mid to late game isn't the cleanest from this team. That's why they haven't been able to finish what they started against our top teams in the league, like FearX Starforge, who they took the 3 games and, you know, could have won, could have defeated.
That's why the main wordplay here for both these two teams was trying to be consistent, because CCG have also had some really tough games. They've also had some very long ones, and just a couple minute decisions going wrong for them and games being completely turned on their heads. So I want to see if CCG can stick this one out. Blue Otter wanting to stay at least a little bit prominent on the map. Music having the go button along with Rovex, the 2 leadership poles of Blue Otter.
Now you see both teams hovering around this top side of the map. I think Blue Otter, the play right now, they want to focus their efforts mid and top to get set up for this Baron. They don't have a very fast Baron take. In fact, it's kind of bad. So that's at least something CCG don't have to worry about as much, where that YOLO Baron I talked about, being the way CCG get back in the game, well, with Zyra, 2 marksmen, Yone, they have pretty decent Baron take. It is possible.
Trevor, give him thumbs up. Solar Flare going to kick us off for Rovex. Music going to follow here. Trevor needs to run his way out, but it's looking like Blue Otter are pretty hungry for some beef. Not going to overextend now that they see Chad over on the other side. Music maybe overextending a little bit. Crimson is here now. Stranglethorn is going to be used on the choke point. There's the Antenna Crystal Arrow. CCG, they're trying to fight their way out of this one. Chad is getting a little bit low, and he's locked down as he tries to escape. Now Crimson versus Quacker in the 1v1, but now it's going to turn into a 3v1. And Crimson, all by his lonesome, gets taken out by a Levitate. The fight looks so good to start, but Blue Otter finish it.
Yeah, blinking health bars, though. They should be able to defend this mid-tier 1 turret, especially with Rovex taking this flank angle. There's a good fight coming through from Blue Otter. It looked dicey. At the end of the day, they came out on top. I really like Music's choice of ult there to set up for Rovex. Again, these 2 shot callers for the team syncing up very nicely. That priority to taking down Chad any chance they have this game has been a big part on why Chad is as behind as he is and how they've been able to win these fights, because there's no Zyra damage.
Yeah, I mean, not being able... You saw just how much damage that single Stranglethorn combo did in the choke point there. So
but there was nothing else after that.
Yeah, now we are on second items for majority members now, as well as for CCG. So we have some item parodies, as we have about a minute and 10-15 seconds till the Dragon.
Yeah, and it's worth noting too, earlier, Blue Otter did halt the Drake stacking of CCG, and it is a Mountain Soul, which, I mean, as Blue Otter, every individual Mountain Drake you get is just going to make your team so much tankier, and it will make this game almost impossible for CCG to win if you get the Soul. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and say it, Lennon. If I see 4 Mountain Drakes for Blue Otter, they win the game. I don't care.
Okay. All right, you heard it here first. Does have the Edge of Night, so he has a little bit of safety on those first initial pokes. Music, go with the drifting there. Gets the cleanse out of Manui immediately.
Yeah, I mean, that's worthwhile. You do get some summoner spells out. You force Chad to flash, someone you've been pressuring very often so far this game. And now the setup is just getting a little vision here, so CCG can't sneak the Baron in trade for the Drake, but Blue Otter really want that Drake Mazel. That's where the focus has got to be.
Continue denying or getting the stacking of the dragons either way. They are putting presence around this top side of the map. Again, that Baron is always in the eye of Zyra. Music not going to have Joyful Prison just yet, so they don't have that long distance engage for Blue Otter, and that makes it a little bit difficult for their team comp to move forward. They don't have the Solar Flare either. Okay, you just run at them, I guess.
Just send it, man.
Pig versus cow, who wins?
Oh, that's not good. No Ash Arrow, you feel really good about taking this fight now as Blue Otter. As soon as Music's ult is up, he is sending it, I promise.
Yeah, they're just buying time here. Honestly, if Rovex his is coming up first, they might just send it with that. Dragon has still been up. Samykin is trying to push this bot lane first. Blue Otter going to seed positioning around mid. No, they're going to move back over here. CCG, we're trying to threaten over onto the Baron, but now they're just caught in the middle of it. There's double TPs coming in. They're going to try to get something down. Strangle Thorns was used, but canceled now as well. The damage is done. Quacker comes in onto Crimson, and the Severing Bolt not going to be enough to get Shochi in the end. They're trying to fight over music here, but Manui getting chunked time and time again by the combo of Levitate and Samykin.
Again, Music and Rovex too, they're just so in sync this game, Lennon, and they just got another great fight, which is going to earn them another Drake. And again, with every Drake that Blue Otter get, CCG's ability to win these fights just continues to decrease. They already don't do enough damage, Lennon. It's only getting more difficult for them here.
Yeah, that timer I set, go ahead and hit the snooze button for a while.
I think so.
I'm going to need to hit snooze a couple times. It's starting to be a little bit dicey with each one of those Mountain Dragons, like you had said earlier, making it so much more difficult for the damage to stick for CCG. We did just get Rallies completed for Chad on the Zyra. That is pretty big for a 9 spike for Zyra, but it still feels like Blue Otter have controlled a lot of the map pace this entire time, and that's what we expected for this composition, especially with Music and Rovex on the picks they have.
Yeah, 100%. And I think I just want to, since we have a second, just appreciate what we've been seeing from Blue Otter so far this split. They come in here again with not very high expectations. They swap out their top laner, get Quacker in, as well as bringing in Levitate after they made the promotion into the NACL. And they have just been honestly playing pretty nicely. Again, beating expectations, punching above their weight class, and then seeing a pretty solid game from them here so far. Even if it is against CCG, who are 0-3, it is still something that we really like to see. And this could be Blue Otter, the start of them starting to climb up the standings just a little bit if they close the series out.
Yeah, we're trying to get a temperature check on exactly where we should be placing Blue Otter, because they were able to clean up against AoE. Oh my god, Shochi's doing some serious damage now. They were able to clean up against AoE, but then had those falters against some of our top teams, like obviously FXS and Dragonsteel. Now, though, in a advantageous position, a lot of poke and a lot of initiation for them. I have to see if CCG have any fight left to give.
Well, it's going to start here with taking that Baron. It's the YOLO that I talked about there, Vizel, but everyone from Blue Otter is close by. This is really dangerous.
Around front, Samykin getting in place. There's place of present. Shochi wants a big flank. They're going in. The music is already on the inside of it. Chad is down now. Shochi has not gone in just yet. He's trying to do the Baron now, but the focus from CCG goes for the extra kills on the music and Quacker. Now Shochi's just caught out. Does use the Fate Seal to make it out alive for a second, but the lockdown is there, and Levitate cleans it up. And CCG falter in the face of Baron, and Blue Otter trying to clean up the remaining kills here. Manui and Crimson, ooh, they actually dodged out of Rovex. True Shot Barrage is up again, and here comes Samykin. Not going to hit the Severing Bolt there, but Levitate wants to continue facing this one off. Rovex goes forward here. They're going to lock it down, and killing spree for Levitate into more, and another shutdown goes over, and Blue Otter just aced CCG.
Blue Otter taking no prisoners after the Baron attempt that CCG had went for. And this is feeling like the beginning of the end here. Lennon, CCG, they just don't seem very sure or confident about how they want to be taking these team fights. And conversely, Blue Otter, so decisive, so quick, and so good with their target selection, have gotten themselves this Baron. Chad could go for the steal, but it's just so easy for Blue Otter to jump on him.
Round 2, fight. See if Chad Action wants to go for this one. They're going to position. Yeah, this was always going to happen.
Hello.
He's not even going to get a chance there as the Spiraling Despair comes down and hits the entirety of CCG. The Rally Cry Baron buff secured by Blue Otter.
Ooh. And a 6,500 gold lead to top it all off. I'm really glad actually we're seeing another look at this. Again, look at Chad. Music and Rovex always using their ultimates on this jungler. Again, just really taking advantage of Zyra's biggest weakness, that she's not very mobile. Jumping on top of her, blowing her up, basically guaranteeing you'd win any smite fight. And the rest of this just becomes using your damage, using your dive to clean it up.
And the fact that Levitate just picked up so much money. My man is on 3 items now. And he's going to be pumping a lot of damage. His True Shot Barrage is going to be doing work as we see the damage dealt from last fight.
Yeah, unfortunately for Crimson, I think his damage was a little fake. A lot of those autos into Sejuani, so unless you secure the kill, it really just feels bad. We're getting to the point, too, now where the objective bounties are available. The pity prizes, as Rafa would call them last year.
I love me some pity prizes.
Dude,
Chad, like, that's not even fair. There's nobody on his screen. How is he supposed to play?
I mean, anyone who's ever played in Desira at that statement is thinking, yeah, how's it feel, huh? How you like it now, huh?
Hey, you're a plant hater? Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm just saying, no plant that I've ever
like
had.
That,
wait, can I? Oh, no. I love plants, guys. Any plants I've owned, I've always watered them, I promise. Trust.
We're going to have to see CCG's watering plan here for their plants as now the engage comes through. They might actually find. There's the combo we've been waiting for. But is it going to be enough? Shutdown goes to Trevor, unfortunately. Crimson is dodging his way out of this one, but now Quacker is representing, and now Trevor is just gone off the face of this Summoner's Rift. Levitate with the True Shot Barrage, and all those Mystic Shots able to poke down so heavily on the CCG. Now Blue Otter taking a mid-inhib turret as well. Not going to be able to sneak it away in time, but now Quacker, he's just dead because of it. And you can't run away from an Ashe. Yep. Rovex knows that, and he'll go down too.
Ooh. I mean, Lennon, that was a good look there from CCG. They finally showed us the combo we were waiting for, but I fear it might be too little too late. This gold lead is still astronomical, and even if CCG get this dragon, it really doesn't change anything in these next 4 or 5 minutes of gameplay. It's not going to get you a soul. It's not going to get you any reasonable stats to help you win the game. Oh my god.
50-50. Who's going to get it? Music is still alive. It's going to be Chad that secures it and gets the little piggy too.
You're definitely happy about that one. And, you know, I am being very doom and gloom about CCG this game, you know, for good reason. But at least the bright side, you do secure the Drake. Music's not able to steal it away from you, and you do have that Mountain Soul to play for. That can be your ticket to a turnaround, you know, as well as a Baron and a lot of other gold. But that's part of it. That's part of it.
Consistency, consistency, consistency. That's what I wanted to see in this one. And I'm just going to say, I don't know if anything's been super consistent. We've had a consistent lead for Blue Water so far, but now we've seen CCG able to fight back in a lot of regards. And now they also have 3 items on Shochi. That is a massive break point for the Yone. We'll just see as this lead is getting carved down a little bit. Trevor's been waiting over here for somebody to come get this juicy wave the entire time.
I mean, that's the only option, really. Between objectives, how you're going to get gold is CCG. It's plays inside.
He's grazing,
Trevor.
Guys. He's grazing.
Yeah, exactly. He's just all by his lonesome, waiting for his opportunity to, you know, maybe graze some champions. But you mentioned items, Lennon. I want to bring up, too, that Sammykin, on top of having the death cap and being very, very strong, he does have that Seeker's Arm Guard, so he has the stasis. I mean, CCG's way of winning 5v5s is getting on top of people like him and Levitate. So it's going to be that much harder when you have that 2.5 seconds of invulnerability to work with your Trevor.
What is he doing?
I'm sorry, man. Like, surely this isn't going to work.
Like, what? He has put himself in such a rough position. Maybe it works out. Maybe it's the best played plan of all time. But I think Music is going to spot him out here. Oh, he knows something is... No way!
Oh, he walked it out?
It's Super Agent Cow!
Oh, wait, no, I can't make the sound. We're going to get copyright struck. Anyways, this is just the flank of the century, and when you're this far behind, this is what it takes, Lennon. Trevor,
Secret Agent,
he's a hustler.
Trevor. It's
he's keeping his head
insanity.
down.
He's literally been standing in this alcove for like 3 minutes.
Yeah. The problem is his team might lose the game if he doesn't show up soon.
I don't understand what is happening right now. All right, he's moving.
He's walking.
The cow is on the move. Report. The cow is on the move. The cow is on the move. Let's see. On the move. Enchanted Chrysler comes out. He's still so far away. Let's see if best laid plans mean something here. The combo and the wombo is there. Levitates down to shut down to Crimson. Crimson is kiting his way to victory here at CCG. That best laid plan, it might have just popped Blue right in the mouth.
Wow, they just had no idea, and it was a really good Ash Arrow as well coming through from Manui. Levitate wasn't able to move. Even Chad flashed to throw him in the bouncy castle. So you do get yourself some more gold. You do give yourself a chance to contest this Baron because Levitate and Rovex, they're going to be down while it's up. Oh, wait, this is really bad, actually.
No, but dude, Trevor is Secret Agent Cow. I need somebody to make me a beautiful paint
That's really
of
bad.
that because this is a huge catch out. Now, Crimson actually taken down almost low. They're going to get the TP in from Shochi, and now Music overcommitted to this topside play and will just fall outright as well eventually. And the Baron is up, so CCG, they're going to carve this lead all the way down to nothing.
Yeah, like that is just such a huge blunder coming through from Blue Otter. You're in such a vulnerable position as the way, so Sammy can overextend and they punish him really nicely. I mean, yeah, you see the picture-in-picture that Quacker's trying to get in the base, but the Baron-empowered recalls are there. He's got to leave.
Dude, what is this game? This is insanity, and this is exactly what I want for a money match here to kick us off for Super Money Sunday. As a little bit of trades back and forth, but that consistency is starting to falter for Blue Otter. They have now lost their lead entirely, and CCG have scaled now. They're on 4 items for Manui, and I'm just going to say, both Blue and the coaching staff, they're going to be watching that one back and wondering how the hell Trevor got there, and Music going to be kicking himself as well.
Yeah. This has not been a great sequence of events these last 2 minutes here. You said it. Blue Otter's lead is down to nothing. CCG have Baron to play with. They've spent so much gold. We're seeing some big item breakpoints come through, particularly Chad, who's finally hit that 3-item mark after being the target of Blue Otter's ire all game. And CCG, they have this first look onto the Drake to top it all off. It's just that much better. Oh.
Present. CCG moving on to Music. Fate sealed. They got Samikin. He's going to go golden. He's buying a lot of time. Crimson is going to look for him, though. Look at Shochi buying all that, and then he brings the Spiraling Despair away from the team. Now they're chasing him down, and CCG! Doubters be damned! Beat down, they've made the comeback here, and Crimson is about to be the comeback king!
Lennon, they made it happen! These spawn timers are too long, and they have the Baron in their hands. CCG, just like that, after getting slapped around for the last half an hour, find their 2 big team fights and will take the first win.
Are you not entertained? Money on the line, and CCG make miracles out of nothing. Trevor with the most incredible flank I've ever seen, and CCG take a 1-0 lead in this best of 3.
I'm gonna be honest, Lennon, I'm really happy about that one.
I want to go back. I want to get the audio segment of you say it. Nah, there's no chance.
Oh, I'm sure CCG are going to tweet that out, and, you know, more power to them. They earned it after a win like that. We do have a replay from that last fight that I do actually want to take another look at. And, you know, it started off very sadly with Music missing the ultimate. And it's funny, too. Shochi doesn't know he's on a ward. So he's just kind of walking around and unknowingly dodged a very big ultimate. And this is kind of where the game started to end.
Yeah, and they're able to catch out Samikin here so heavily. And between this wall, it's really hard for them to see the engage from Trevor coming, too.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're able to kind of separate that fight. This was the fight that had been brewing for a long time because those item breakpoints had come online.
Right. And again, it's just this fight and the other 2 that ended up taking place, Lennon, are basically what made it happen here. Being able to run down Blue Otter's composition and... You know, we were giving Samikin a lot of hype, but getting caught like that in top lane, it's not good. It's not good.
We said it from the very beginning as well. It was all about making sure these teams can close games out, and it was literally on full display. 8,000 gold in the lead were Blue Otter at one point. Now, we do have our player of the game to give away, and it is none other than the super flank cow himself, Trevor. I'm
going to be honest. Waiting in that top alcove the way he did for 3 minutes is already enough for me to give him player of the game. But of course, overall, he was team fighting very nicely. I think his target selection was pretty good. And even when CCG were struggling, I don't really blame him for it. So to be able to just keep playing well and clutch out at the end, you can't see me, but I'm applauding for you, Trevor.
What do you think the comms were like? That guys, I promise it's a good play. Guys,
I
don't
wonder
worry
too
about
if
it.
people are telling him like, guys, like it's not gonna work. Just come
Guys,
back.
we're losing. We're losing.
We're about to lose the game, and he's like, no, trust me. Trust me.
Oh, please release a bike check. I need to see that. Oh,
Every
what a
team should do
game.
that.
What a game to kick us off. Oh my goodness. Again, you have to remember $1,250 are on the line for both these two organizations, both these two teams. And to take a 1-0 lead like that and a mental breaking of Blue Otter, I want to see what the bounce back's going to look like after a short little break. We'll see you there. Welcome back to NACL Summer 2024. We're here with our week four, day 3, Super Money Sunday. And what a hell of a way to kick us off. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Beatdown Boulevard. And CCG makes something out of nothing. They had the timer ticking. It had gone past 0 and then somehow added more seconds. And now they're 1-0 up in this best of 3.
Yeah, I making something from nothing, I think is perfectly put, Lennon, because everyone this whole post-game breakdown, most of this doesn't matter. Look at the bottom right corner. Look at the goal difference over time. That is the only thing you need to know to comprehend how right Mazel is, because this game, CCG had nothing. There was nothing. But Blue Water gave it to them and said, you know what? Here you go.
And again, you have to remember, going into the series, we wanted consistency out of these teams. We have seen this before. It's deja vu. And honestly, if it was flipped on the other end and this was CCG losing to Blue Water, I would also say the same thing.
It would be the same story.
Both these teams have had trouble closing out mid to late game decision makings. Now, we also have a lot of changes going into this game number 2. It is full Omega Drive Fearless, of course.
Of course.
We'll have 10 picks off the table. And I will see some big meta picks, but also some big comfort picks being off the board. So Blue Water back on the blue side and try to recoup after that game 1.
Yeah, I think you need to mentally recoup after that game. That's the first thing I'm thinking, because I'm like tilted on behalf of Blue Water for what I had just witnessed. So for them, you got to imagine it's a lot of a tougher thing to deal with. A lot of these players, they've been playing 5s for a good while. Some of these players we've seen in the NACL as recently as last year. But for a player like Samikin, these are those moments where it's like, all right, how are you going to be able to bounce back from a heartbreaking loss such as that, especially for Blue Water as a team who are trying to kind of cement themselves and prove that they can be better than bottom of the standings.
That's the toughest part, is both these teams, on paper, season's not looking good so far. But we know, if you've watched the games, it has been so ridiculously close to being a different story in a lot of regards. Now, we are seeing a lot of similar bans from that game number 1. The Ziggs Tristana priority already by Blue Water. The Ivor and Rumble again by CCG.
Yeah, and I imagine we're going to keep seeing most of the same stuff in this first rotation. I think even with full Fearless, it isn't until the game 5 when we get to best of 5 and there are no bans that some of those OP champs are really just going to get through. And there's nothing to worry about here. So now what's the answer from Blue Water? They chose to be back on blue side. They're just going to immediately lock in the core key for Samikin and just going back to kind of what's been stock standard on this patch.
I do like that CCG going to respect Blue Water's potential, because last time we got to see Samikin's Zoe for the first time in the split. Obviously, something he's very known
cool
for. It was very difficult to deal with. So I want to see maybe what this answer is going to be into the core key. We have seen the Lucian rise up in priority and can be a little flexible in that regard as well, but going into the core key potentially.
Yeah, I would bet that that's what we're probably looking at, just because that is a good response, and you do get Prio into the Corki. And if it is going to be that Karthus there for Chad, which has just been locked in, and that's exactly what you want. Mid Prio has been the name of the game lately when farming junglers are concerned. So it's a good 1-2 for CCG.
Yeah, and especially with the way that 1v1 in mid lane went last time around. Yeah. Shochi had a lot of late game impact for sure, but Samikin was getting a lot of influence from that. Yeah, Yone things. This is something that has slunk through the draft that I could see a little bit of flexibility in, but also just the potential with the Udyr locked in now for either Quacker or Music.
Yeah, and honestly, it has been pretty interesting to see Udyr pop up into those farming junglers, just because your ability to stay on top of them, your ability to 1v1 them, can't be understated. So I am liking the Udyr here in the jungle, but it's just another early Lilia, which... we gotta stop doing that. Lennon, Nautilus is up, and
true.
Don't pick that.
Don't do that.
Pick Nautilus. Come on.
It is gonna be a classic for this split, at least for Quacker, and the Udyr has already played it a couple times. Also, that split pushing pressure is just ridiculous. I think CCG are gonna need an answer to that in some regard. Either get more impact in team fights, or find something to answer into the Udyr directly. It's going to be the Renekton, which I've really liked the rising in priority on this pick.
Yeah, it definitely has been good. Again, priority being so important I think it's just an easy thing for Crimson to go for. You're strong in lane. If you get a lead, you're strong all game. And it is some CC, which is also, kind of tangentially really nice into the Lilia. There is that potential way to lock her down. I just want to see more of that lockdown potential from CCG. More, exactly. And on blue side, I just think it's a no-brainer. You got to ban this Nautilus. Makes your life really hard as the Lilia and even the Corki. And I just see no reason to let it through.
I'm really curious with the amount of focus on kind of supports we got in that first one, at least the big ones, if that Nautilus is going to slink on through at some point or if it's just going to be perma-banned. I do like the Jhin ban giving a little bit of the utility away from CCG, which I think really helps their composition from here.
100%. And I think we're pretty confident this Lucian is going mid, and they do have a fair amount of damage, so I think Jhin would have been a fine pick, and I like that shout. Now just come on. Come on. Finn, Uncle Phil, my friend. We're friends. We've never spoken, but come on, man. I don't know this guy, but please.
I don't know this guy.
I mean, I know who he is, but I don't know him like that.
No, I know what you meant.
Okay, great.
I do wonder, though, if that is going to lock through. The Zeri is the ban away from Minui. Another classic for him, which I really like, but we'll see what the answer is for CCG. They still have counterpick available, and there's the Nautilus.
It's just too free, man. Unless there's unless they're going to play Galio support or something as some response for some kind of anti-dive. Maybe they're looking to set up the Renata. I don't know why else you'd let that champion through. So, I'll let him cook. Let's
let
see.
him cook.
Let
him cook.
Let him cook. They have the 4-5, and I'm just gonna say nothing.
like a dad watching the son grill for the first time or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
Rel is locked in, which I actually really like. I do appreciate the Rel,
which is fine. Good champion, especially considering what's no longer available. You create space. You have dive. That's all well and good, but I'm still waiting.
So
no anti-Nautilus
just want to sit on this. I like the way your stance and everything.
I just want to
being very introspective on Blue Water.
Oh, cool. All right, man. Whatever.
So this is something that has been seen a lot in bans as well, because I think the flexibility in the Kai'Sa does have a little bit of say. It did get nerfed to some extent, but I'm very interested on which style we get from Levitate here.
Yeah, 100%. We've been seeing a couple different builds. I think this game... Oh, hold on. Are we playing Draven? That would be so fun. Minui?
Base.
I don't know Minui as a Draven player, honestly. So I wouldn't
knew
expect
it was coming.
This is fine too.
This team fight is scary.
It is, and you just have great setup there. From Trevor, Shochi should get Prio in this mid lane, which I think is probably the most important part as far as this jungle matchup goes. So I want to see what Chad's going to be able to do with this. I mean, we talk about your ability to team fight for CCG. It is nice, as you said, Lennon. I think Blue Water, the danger for CCG is more in Blue Water's late game. You wanted to talk about timers. Blue Water are probably working with one in that 20-25 minutes.
Yeah,
they're feeling really good about the team fight.
But the thing is, there's always the Wombo combo for CCG. There was always the scaling for CCG in that game number one. Maybe there's a trend going on here, but I also want to pinpoint a couple things here. Trevor had an incredible game number one, earned the player of the game itself, but he has a very enabling role in this one. Not only does he get the powerful Nautilus pick, but that bot lane is going to be safe. He can go help Chad, who's going to be an important factor to this game for CCG as a whole.
100%. And on top of that, too, the setup for the bullet time there that Minui is going to be working with is also really nice because you knock somebody up, if Levitate, Sammykin is in the wrong spot, I mean, it's really impossible to miss the majority of your bullet time. And I don't really see very many ways outside of Rovex to be able to interrupt that one. Because that's something I think about a lot with Misfortune popping up. Do you have ways to deal with it from range? Rel kinda, with Flash does that, but it's not as nice as Leona with Ash Arrow and things like that, which aren't available.
Yeah, I think the bar of execution is very high for Blue Water. Because when you look at their team composition, Kai'Sa typically likes to be with a lot of long range or dive. Dive is perfectly fine with that. I think this composition doesn't necessarily thrive in that. You don't have a lot of follow-up. So it's going to be maybe a little bit more repositioning ultimates for Levitate. But if they can find the right pieces, right, a right Swirl Seed or a big Magnet Storm for Rovex, it is that kind of same conversation on the other side for CCG that we had, where it's if the right pieces align, the combinations are pretty potent.
Yeah, they certainly are. So the early game from Music is what I'm most interested in, especially because we talk about him and Rovex as, the key shot callers for the team, the ones who make those big decisions, especially in that mid to late game. So what's that going to look like in a position where, for the most part, like your mid is getting pushed, your bot might be getting pushed, and Chad has this opportunity to play aggressive and take resources, as we know Chad loves to do.
Well, it's Super Money Sunday, so you know what time it is. We're on game number 2 of our first series. CCG took a 1-0 lead in this best of 3, but $1,250 are on the line. Can Blue Otter bounce back and give us a series here? Make sure you spam in chat who you got. Blue for Blue Otter, CCG for CCG Esports.
And remember, guys, we're off the back of what I can only describe as a heartbreaking loss for Blue Otter after that first game. This is CCG who are trying to get their first win on the board, not try to end our super weekend and the almost middle part of our... Oh, hold on.
And you can see half his health bar trade. Not going to use the flash, though, so he won't be able to back in time. It looks like maybe just a little bit late.
Or maybe. He won't have... I don't think he'll have to use the teleport. If he does, that would be huge. But, overall, yeah, CCG still in a great spot in this game, being able to have the chance to get their first win. Blue Otter trying to even out their record here. It would take 2 wins. They would have to mount a pretty big comeback so far.
And a re-highlighting of the story for both these teams, kind of like what you were foreshadowing to earlier, is that consistency word that we were talking about. Because CCG had some really close games, but late games have faltered a lot of times when they're in the lead. A couple key decisions going the wrong way, and they will lose those out. Now, on the other side, Blue Otter, they just came off a game like that, but in consistency's sake, they have been taking early games against some of the best teams in our league. So I want to see a continuation of that for Blue Otter and kind of that proactivity from them that we saw from last game.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see where that early game aggression is going to end up coming from. Again, Samikin, you're looking to scale a little bit more as the Corki, and same thing with the Kaisa, really. So a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of plays in this laning phase, it's going to be on Rovex and Music, seeing how they're going to be able to sync up and impact other lanes.
I also got to see how this bot lane is going to end up panning out. Really excited to see the misfortunes start cropping up a little bit across the world.
Yeah, do you like MF?
Yeah, I actually do. I think the wombo combos are super fun. Very easy to counter, but very fun to watch.
Fair.
But it also signals a lot of coordination for teams. And I think that's what, again, kind of being a little bit more looking at the grand picture, what I really want to see picked up of for both these two teams.
Yeah, wow, Shochi.
Oh my god! Samikin's gonna flash, but Shochi falls for the bait, and he's just gonna die! Samikin with a solo bolo!
Oh, that one is tough. Really not keeping track of experience here, the level up saving Samikin's life. Had that worked out, though, we'd be pogging Lennon. Unfortunately,
yeah,
it did not. Giving first blood to the Corki who wants to scale is not ideal.
Honestly, Fleetfoot were kind of coming in clutch there with a little bit of healing. Now Trevor locked out of his back. Slowed down, Shattering Strike, and a hit there too. Trevor gonna be burned. He's gonna be able to hit that one for Music. He will make it out alive, but the bot lane has been pressed.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal. Manui canceling his back, I think, was a little tough. I think Trevor could have gotten there without him, so now he's just going to have to stay an extra wave.
Chad has been consistently looking on top side this entire series long.
Ooh.
He's going to make another visit up there. Does tank the tower shot there. Nothing else going to be popped by Quacker, so he's not going to use his summoner spells just yet.
You know the rules, Lennon. If you think you're about to kill Udyr, no, you're not. So unfortunately, maybe another opportunity will arise later on. That's the nice thing, too, about the Udyr. You're very safe. You're going to be able to farm up, and you are a nuisance if you can get on top of carries, particularly the shorter range carries of CCG.
That's also something to think about with the range that Blue Water have. Now, it will be the press, the attack build for update, so not going to kind of opt into that long range both there too much, but we are seeing what I wanted to see in the movement from the supports out onto the map. Trevor will run into Rovex here. Some portal combat. Shochi going to try to come join. Both junglers still hard farming as they are wont to do. Shochi come over the wall into Rovex, but Rovex not going to be there for him to go over. So that mid lane move from both supports going to end up in a little bit of priority for CCG.
And I think the stalemate, though, in terms of no kills going down, is still pretty nice for Blue Otter. I think being able to fight for this early Drake was always going to be hard for you as Blue Otter. So just making sure Sammykin is safe. He's able to farm out, push out these waves, and just get safe bases off. I think that's everything you could want and what I was expecting.
Both junglers perfectly fine, quietly farming their jungles up. Now we did actually get a little bit of aggression in the case that we had the Scuttle Crab taken. I feel like that's the most forward advance we've gotten so far, besides that early kill going over. We are looking at Rovex, maybe trying to collapse on Manui, trying to take down that control ward. Music right around the corner.
We got a little spooky for a second, but everything's fine. Excuse me. I was looking at Music's level because Lilia wants to get to level 6 at Ultimate, especially if you're fishing with the Swirl Seed. There's a great way to get picks, start off some of these fights. I'm sure that's what he's going to be looking for very, very soon. We're not seeing any prio on really either by either side onto the Drake. Blue Otter don't really care, in my opinion. But I'm curious about CCG and what their focus is in the early game. If it's not going to be Drake, I say that Chad is pathing down.
Might actually look like a contest. They will have vision on him as he comes down. Shochi is level 6 here. Sammykin as well. Blue's bot lane is here. They're committing to this. They are fully locked in unless they engage on a Shochi. He's going to culling his way out of this one. Levitate's going to have to flash. Rovek's almost down. Shochi going forward. He moves forward a little bit too far, though. Shad, he wants to chase down Rovex. Nobody has died yet. The Skittles! The Skittles, they can't
Rovex!
hit. Come on! He's not able to get at the wall of pain. Somebody kill this man! Oh
wow.
My God! Chad finally kills him, and they're going to go back for the dragon. CCG giving us a thumbs up for that one.
Wow, I mean, props to Rovex. He made that look real nice for a second, but in the end, CCG do get a kill into their back pockets for Chad, no less.
Oh. Remember, that Gatling does a ton of damage with the armor shred there.
It does.
Can't hit the Dredge line on Sammykin. Sammykin going to get a decent amount of poke back. Those grubs did end up going over to Blue Otter. Sammykin moving up to try to take this 1v2, and I don't know what you expected there. That anchor's coming for your head every time. Requiem did end up getting popped. Rovex got a flash to get the revenge kill there.
And that is, that's brutal. Not a great look there for Sammykin. That just wasn't going to work on many levels. Even if he secured the kill, he was always going to die to Chad's ultimate. And that's tough there. You're giving away more gold to the side of CCG. And trading the kills onto Rovex on Rel, it just doesn't hit the same.
I love that we're getting so much action around this mid lane. 1v1 we really wanted to keep an eye on just because of the kind of storylines coming into it between Sammykin and Shochi, some of the established nature of Shochi here in Tier 2 and Sammykin's comeuppance, if you will. But Sammykin has had a really good series so far, and Shochi not too shabby in his own right.
Yeah, for sure. It is interesting to see the two play into each other. Just Shochi being that new kid on the block last year, now has a year under his belt, facing someone like Sammykin, who was in his spot just a year ago. Where, you know, Sammykin was getting the better of him in Game 1. To be honest, he kind of was in Game 2. We're talking about lane phase. And, you know, until the inexperience, you know, started to show a little bit for Sammykin. It happens.
Yeah,
First split.
But that's why we love the developmental stories of these two players.
Yeah.
And we'll see if they continue to get played around there. Make sure that you hit that little sub button, because by the way, all proceeds go to teams and players that you're watching right now, and you get all those really cool emotes you see at the bottom of your screen. Something very unique about our league, something that I absolutely love. Also, shout out to our production for making this little graphic here. But make sure you hit that sub button.
Yes. Shout out to Moofy, who we had commissioned to make all those emotes. I love each and every one of them.
They are all incredible.
What's your favorite emote, Lennon? I need to know.
Honestly, probably the heart or the cheer.
Well, the Ari cheer, yeah.
They're really good.
They are.
And they're just so topical.
Yeah. They're always usable. They work all the time.
Although,
Hopefully
you know, I did have
NACL
a favorite in my emote a little bit. You know?
Oh, I do like yours.
There anymore, so
I actually use it pretty often. The pog. Yeah.
Pretty sick. I do want to give a check into the map state though, because we have two junglers that love to just go off on their own, go on a little vacation, farm up all their jungle camps and stuff. but we are getting to a point where we're going to see a little bit more action. And speaking of, Crimson going to 1v1 into Quacker. He's collapsing over here because Shochi was on his way, but now Shochi's in trouble, and he's going to be locked down with the Lilting Lullaby. Going to flash early over, but Music going to flash to follow, and Sammy can just follow with the Valkyrie. So Shochi down for another kill.
Yeah, really nice catch out there from the mid jungle of Blue Otter. Looked, I mean, that roam up there from Shochi, maybe he would have been able to save Crimson, but he gets away all the same. And it's tough. Lane phase hasn't been great for Shochi so far. He's still been able to get that mid push that we kind of expected from this matchup. But Chad, for the most part, has just been happy to farm up, keep things nice and chill while they focus on Drake stacking.
And that stacking is all you're really going to need, because you need to get around those objectives and force the decision from Blue Otter, because when they are forced to come into you, or you can find the wombo combo into them, it's going to be the win condition for CCG as a whole. We do have first items coming up. Leandry's complete for both junglers.
What? That's great. No one's ever done that before. I know. It's kind of funny, real quick, that a Blackfire Torch, that new item that came out in the mid-season, was the reason the AP junglers started popping up out of nowhere. They nerfed that item into obscurity, and they're still here. Isn't that fascinating? It's almost
Crazy.
like they were good the whole time.
Ooh, Shochi. He's going to have to take the long way around. A little bit dicey in this mid lane. Hasn't been much presence from Chad there. Trevor now, who has been here multiple times. To show his face, Chad will be spotted out by the ward there in the end. Grubs are started. That would be Grubageddon for Blue Otter. I don't think CCG want to give that over. They're going to try to catch Rovex and Samikin as they walk over this one.
Oh, look at Crimson. Crimson's kind of split up. Quacker is here way sooner.
Quacker.
This would be a good fight.
Oh, Quacker's got the angle. That's all three Grubs. So we have officially reached Grubageddon. It might just be Blue Otter Armageddon against CCG here. They will find two, and Shochi will fall again. A double kill for Quacker. And they're going to chase this one. They're going to walk at them, and they're going to stride. As now the Lilting Lullaby down onto Trevor. He's going to get locked out here. The Phoenix Form is doing so much work right now. I can see why Quacker gets this pin away from him time and time again. And Blue Otter off to a triumphant start in game 2.
Grubageddon, 2,500 gold lead on the comp. That looks so good past 2 to 3 items. Blue Otter are starting this match off on a good foot. The problem is Lennon. I've seen this movie before, so I'm not going to get excited again like I did in game 1.
See what this movie has in store for us here, but I think a 3-0 Udyr in the side lane is going to be a difficult egg to crack for CCG. You do get that Trinity Force complete for Samikin, but they will trade all of these plates in topside for a dragon.
Okay, so it is funny to me just because of how similar game 1 and 2 are so far.
Right?
CCG, they give up all 6 Grubs. They're halfway to a soul point. Blue Otter find themselves 3K up once the soul has been revealed and get first brick top lane. This is a great start for Blue Otter, of course, but they need to be able to close it out. That consistency you keep highlighting, Lennon, being able to turn these good game states into wins is what's going to separate Blue Otter from the lower middle of the pack.
And that's why this series has so much on the line, not only for $1,250, which is a lot of money.
A lot of money.
It's also for a lot of pride, right? Like, again, we talked about it earlier. You don't want to go 0-4 in a season where you have 9 series. And I think for Blue Otter, where they've been so close so many times against so many top teams, they do not want to go to 1-3. I think it adds so much pressure and presence to this setup here.
And it's even worse for CCG because if Blue Otter win, they're 0-4. And you really have an uphill climb when it comes to trying to make it to that top 8 so that you can avoid the promotion relegation tournament.
He's trying to outfight Music. Going to flash out, though, so he can't get Killer Instinct on by Levitate. Really nice call there.
Yeah. Big deal, too, that this Misfortune doesn't have the flash. Levitate's fine. He still has Flash Berry. He's got so much to work with here. And he's already got that first item in the Kraken Slayer, where this Kai'Sa is already going to start feeling pretty fun to play.
But you do get the Bloodthirster complete from Nui, so a little bit of safety there. well as the sustainability. Samikin will take a tower in mid, so that'll be 2 turrets down already in favor of Blue Otter, and they're ballooning this lead a bit. Quacker trying to take the fight onto Crimson with Music taking the jungle of Chad.
Yeah, the denial of resources feels especially bad when you are playing something like the Karthus and Blue Otter. They have the setup for the Herald.
Be careful there. Okay. So CCG seem okay to fight this one. They're going to move over here. It's a 4v4. There is no way that Levitate and Manui could get over here. They finally end up backing away. The Rift Herald will be secured. So full top side objectives by Blue Otter so far in this game.
Yeah, I just really think that without Manui there, who stayed on the bottom side of the map, speaking of, oh, they got him. Oh, goodbye.
Yeah, there's no way he's getting out of this one. Unfortunately, that isn't Udyr. They're going to TP in. Bullet time was used to do a little bit of damage back. Chad still has Requiem. Manui gets taken out by Levitate in the end.
And really nice of Quacker to just ensure Levitate is the one who secures that kill. And that's just a great catch out there. Good use of the flank forward. This is Udyr things, you know.
This man does so much damage. Oh my god, they're going to TP for it. Okay, that's going to be Shochi coming to join the fight. They got to lock down Quacker here, but what did you say before? Do you think you caught him? Is it going to be enough? No, the lockdown. Apparently, the answer is an anchor beatdown as he's weighed down into the dirt.
Yeah, Quacker biting off more than he could chew. But again, CCG are learning the hard way that Quacker isn't worth a tier 2 turret. Herald plus Grubageddon. Yeah, that's right. So Blue Otter still maintain this gold lead. In fact, they've increased it before that play started. And again, Lennon, I gotta stress, we've seen this before. So Blue Otter, as last game proved, aren't necessarily out of the woods.
I do. We know what happened. All right.
That's the second time they've done that to me. I don't trust them anymore. I can't.
Oh, goodness. That's why I love this league, man. It's incredible. Now, we did get level 11 completely for both junglers, but more so for Chad. His Requiem's going to be hit a little bit harder there. We also are getting second items completed for both mid laners, as we also have that Essence Reaver completed for Shochi, which I think the consistent damage is definitely going to be there now.
Yeah, it really feels good. Really feel good item there for the Lucian. And this is that point where Lucian is particularly strong. You need to hold this thought because something's happening.
Trevor.
Oh.
You think you're flanking Rovex. I'm flanking you, says Trevor. They're also bringing up Manui now. Rovex going to have to crash down over the wall and flash to get away from the culling. Trevor wants to follow this one up. The Requiem's going to be just in time, and Chad singing sweet, sweet lullabies to Rovex.
Good night, Rel, as Chad picks up another kill there in the pocket for CCG, his second one. This time doesn't seem like much was traded for it, unless I think that bot tier 1 actually went down. So, you know, I take it back. I want to take a look at the gold and just see who has what right now, because, yeah, Samikin and Music, that mid-jungle we keep talking about with this team, being fed, it bodes very well, especially in a comp where, again, I do favor Blue Otter in that mid to late game. Hey, Shochi. Oh.
Quacker. You got to remember, Shochi does a lot of damage. He's going to move forward now. Trevor's tanking up the turret, and that's easy does it. CCG carving away this gold lead yet again. That dragon is going to be denied by CCG, though, as to CCG by Blue Otter. We're going to get the TP deep.
Trevor is really low, yeah.
Yeah, he has no health. He's just fully dead. Ooh, do they catch him? Did they catch him? Samikin? Oh, yeah. Okay, he's just gonna die. I like that it's Chad just stop move right there, but just in case Samikin doesn't step forward. We also, in the end, got the dragon taken there, even with the fight out from Music. He does make it out alive after burning his flash.
I mean, again, Lilia is a very slippery champion. So if the Nautilus isn't around, Music can, especially with this flash up, do a little bit of maneuvering, do a little bit of ankle breaking. So Blue Otter, they get that response. Another kill onto Samikin's Corki. And again, the Drake stacking, it has been halted. So CCG, we're getting close to that moment where this game gets really hard for them from a scaling standpoint. I think when Levitate gets that second item, which is probably the Rage Blade from what I'm seeing, that's when CCG need to start asking Trevor to do some crazy stuff again.
Yeah, I like the deep ward setup that we've seen in this game and in this series so far from both teams. We've seen a ton of TP flanks, which have been really cool. Chad trying to just play with Samikin a little bit there, but in the end, I think it's really good that Music was able to secure the Dragon, kind of deny that stacking goal from CCG as a whole.
Yeah. I mean, props to Shochi also, executing in the background, so he doesn't give any more gold. The Blue Otter are still a very, very powerful position. One thing we haven't seen yet this game, Lennon, is that wombo combo we were setting up in draft with CCG's comp, particularly with Manui's bullet time. You see him, he's building towards that Lord Dominic's regards, and once he has that, even people like Quacker are going to take a good bit of damage from the bullet time. So if CCG can set it up, that is their way into a team fight.
It is indeed. See if that lasting damage has been done by Blue Otter. Again, if anybody watched last game, be waiting on the edge of your seat.
Oh my god.
See what happens. And I think that also brings up that conversation we've said the entire time where like both these teams have had a lot of really key, cool, interesting, singular moments, but a lot of it hasn't culminated in the track record that maybe you'd want at this point in the split. And I think we can look at these two new organizations in NACL as they were promoted in the offseason as a start in the right direction, right? The fact that we are seeing them punching up a lot of the time is really nice.
Yeah, it certainly is. And again, like, that praise I want to give to Blue Otter in particular, who again have taken a game off Dragonsteel, a game off Fearx Starforge, two teams in our top 3. So being able to get a win here again will bring them up to 2-2. Will even up their record and give them a pretty solid chance of getting a top 8.
Cotton.
You think so? I think it's just to pull people, see if you can get a teleport, see if you can pull a resource. I don't think they ever intended to finish it. I will say Kaisa and Corky, it does give them a pretty good bear and take.
I'm a little worried that Shochi is not able to deal with Quack in the sideline. He's going to have probably the best shot right now, though, but CCG going to have to be a little careful where they concede pressures. Crimson going to end up redeploying out towards mid lane here. Music is looking. Chad and him. Ships in the night right now. Aren't going to find anything in the end to get a little setting set up. The Trevor engage is interesting. Oh, Shochi. Oh, Shochi. Gonna try to get the fight back. Oh, Coley. Can't outrun him. He's gonna get the flash. Quacker.
Turtle
Serpentine.
stance.
Serpentine. Serpentine.
Yeah, nice and easy. Again, think you're killing Udyr. No, you're not. And Soul Laner showing up from CCG. Again, Blue Water might not play to finish, but they are taking this very quickly.
Chad needs to get his ghost butt over there. Rovek's going to stop him in his tracks. Chad can't get there, so that means Blue Otter got that Rally Cry Baron buff. Crimson is setting up to go in on the Levitate now, though. Hit that CC chain. Meanwhile, the other side of the fight, Savigan is blowing people up. There's the Requiem. But from death, Chad is able to get 1, 2, and able to get 3 with a triple kill.
Bow, 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 bow. Almost an ace. Onto Blue Otter, so that Baron buff they got, it's basically worthless. Quacker is the only one who's going to be able to make use of that buff, and CCG, they're going to get an objective bounty for their troubles as well. It cost them both their TP, several flashes, and so many resources, but they hold on, Lennon, by their fingernails.
They do indeed. They will lose yet another turret, and Blue Otter have done a really good job of capitalizing on the map movement so far and taking all these turrets. The inhib will be open season in topside now, so really important to keep an eye on for Blue Otter.
Yeah, and I will say, him pushing out that top wave is really nice as well, not even including the turret, because look at the river and even deep into CCG's jungle. Because the waves are pushed out the way they are, CCG have to deal with them before they can actually clear out vision on their side, and then even think about clearing out vision in the river around the Dragon Pit. So it is going to be pretty hard for them. They have to tread very lightly into Blue Water, who are still 5k up.
The similarities, man. The similarities from
I
game number 1 to game 2. I'm not saying it's deja vu. It's going to be another game where 2 dragons in a row go to Blue Otter, denying that stacking win condition from CCG. Blue Otter moving on the bot side of the map now as well, while Shochi is taking a side lane turret and top side.
And I like this move. You have the bulk of your team go for the easier turret in that bot inner, and have Quacker just use the Baron buff to be able to try and push push and make this mid wave really obnoxious and hard to deal with. He's hard to kill unless you commit many members of CCG. So it's
that
good.
was a little bit bold. We're going to try to wait out the bullet time. The Lilting Lullaby is going to be used. And we got a little bit of a battle of the bands going on here with Music singing his sweet songs over. Shochi not able to get the calling onto him as Music's going to back away in the end.
Music needs to recall. Chad's about to get his ult. And, oh, hold on. Requiem, it's coming. I kind of want to see if Music is going to die.
If he's going to do it on time.
Oh, he's not actually going to do it.
Realizes Music's probably healed up in the jungle a decent amount there, too.
All right, fair enough.
They have no control over the map whatsoever.
They really don't. So much so their red buff is forfeit.
Where's
they
the
have
Trevor
no turrets
flank?
outside of their base. I'm sorry, man. The setup's not there. He's just coming out of spawn.
We need him to go wait in the bush for 3 minutes, and then they'll win the game.
I don't think they have 3 minutes let in.
I don't think they do either. Blue Water are looking to put the finishing touches on this top inhib here while Quacker pushes out this mid lane. It's very obvious to me that Quacker has been a sore spot. They're going to go in. This is the Wombo combo, but they stop the bullet
Instantly.
time. And it's looking like Matrix at this point because Blue Water are taking them to task. Oh, is it going to be enough? That battle of the bands is one-sided this time around, and Blue Water, they're going to clean house here. The health bar is not going to be super heavy. They don't have a minion wave, but they have dominated this game number 2.
They're just going to escort this mid wave as well, just to insult to injury and get them over that 10k gold lead. Blue Otter, they're taking us to the game 3, and they still have a chance to end week 4 at an even record.
Super Muddy Sunday delivers in our first series. $1,250 on the line, and both teams putting it all on the line for us here. And a bit of what we would have expected if you watched the first 25 minutes of that first game. So you could expect that Blue Water kicking themselves even more because this could have been a 2-0 for themselves. But CCG, they've got to go back to the drawing board a little bit here.
Yeah, they certainly do. Now we're going into game 3. Even less champs are available, and they showed us a big comeback in game 1, but that's not something they can rely on, especially if Blue Water clean up the mistakes like we saw in this game 2. So they need a game plan in the early game that's going to get them a lead so they can turn that into their first win.
We've seen consistent early games so far from Blue Water. See if they can do it for a 3rd time around as well. But I do wonder exactly who you think that player of the game for this game number 2 is going to be, because I have a lot of thoughts on Music's jungling. I think he had a very powerful game.
I think I'm fine with Music. I would vote for Samikin personally because I think he got a really good lead off of a misplay from Shochi, but I think he used his gold really well. The TP plays were nice, and even when he went down in some of those late game fights, he did just unbelievable damage. Surely worth more than his weight in gold that game.
Yeah, for sure. And I really like that, he's getting banned out a little bit as well. So Samikin earning our player of this game, at least. And it was a situation where the Corki was a first priority for them. He needed to show up on it. We talked about how important this mid lane matchup was between him and Shochi, and he comes out clutch.
Yeah, he sure does. Some pretty good stats, some nice damage, and he was part of just about every fight, every kill that Blue Water were able to get. And just as much as he may have made a mistake in game 1, he redeemed himself in my eyes.
He definitely did.
Good job.
I don't know. He's going to have a lot of fun with that one. But this mid lane matchup does not get any less tense between these two guys. They've had a lot of say and a lot of ideas of how priority affects their junglers so far in this one. But we're going to be getting to our culmination of our first best of 3 after a short little break, with $1,250 on the line for both CCG and Blue. We'll see you there.
Ready, Toasty? A little bot?
Yeah, get on these, little bot.
Say something a little louder.
Toasty, you're a bot. You're a bot.
You're
a bot.
so bad!
Cool. Welcome, everyone, to another episode of NACL's Bot. We have CCG's Esports' Shochi versus Supernova's Toasty. Who is going to be first in line? It's Toasty!
If you miss the first shot, that's a bot-like behavior. I've never seen Toasty and like the biggest bot in the world in the same room.
True.
Yeah, because me and you haven't been in the same room.
Tristana, huh?
Oh my god!
Oh
my god!
Gotta use Ernest Elf Tristana. This is the best one.
Worst. That's the worst Tristana skin.
This is
I'm
the
not
best
gonna lie,
one.
it's kind of the worst.
You're such a bot!
There's no way you are W. Okay, you actually.
He
Okay.
actually did.
I'm gonna make it hard, okay? It's time to bomba. You E flash ult. Go, go!
No.
A little bot-like, huh? How should I dismantle you? Let me do some like Pythagorean theorem. Wait. Okay, right here.
Oh.
Oh my gosh!
Oh
my
my
angles
God.
are off. My angles are off.
Let me do a zero, alright? You put the one to the right. Oh my god!
What
Oh
was
my God.
that?
I need the right skin for this one, Grave Lord, because I'm putting you in your grave. You're going down. Was that corny or was that good?
That was,
It was
no,
good.
that
It
was
was
actually good.
Okay, here I go.
You're so bad!
I'm not getting swept. I'm not
3-0.
getting swept. I'm not getting 3-0'd. I'm not getting 3-0'd.
I'm going back to the Gragas. I have to try.
I literally dare you. I literally dare you right now.
I locked it in. What are you daring me for?
For fun.
Are you ready?
E flash ult.
That's in.
Careful, bro. Don't get 3-0'd.
Back to you.
You had
Pass
to
it
get
back
one
to you.
eventually.
You are
I'm
not
just-
doing the Malphite one.
It's actually so inconsistent, but I'm just gonna run it. Flash like over here, okay?
Okay, fine.
No!
Embarrassing.
Oui.
Let's do some Xin Zhao action. E to this dummy. You're gonna R flash the ball into the net. I'll just demonstrate it for you.
Okay.
Make sure you R flash, not flash R.
Okay. ER flash.
Yep.
Oh,
my gosh, you actually-
made it.
Let's
You
go!
actually first time that? Okay. How should I give you a B?
Bro, you're not
Let
even
me-
gonna get this one. Like,
You made me mad. I wasn't gonna do it to you, but I'm buying the rocket belt. W to this ward, interrupt the W with the Q, proto belt over here, and R flash.
if you get this one, you actually deserve it.
Oh.
You're so bad. You're just gonna
Mhm.
Q W R flash, okay?
Oh, that's
Oh
it.
my
That was
God,
pretty.
careful,
that wasn't
bro.
bad.
Oh!
Oh!
I'm not getting swept. I'm not getting swept. I'm not getting 3-0'd. I'm not getting 3-0'd.
Yes! How do you get swept? You're such a bot!
That is a T, my friend, and that is bot.
This was pretty embarrassing for me. My stock's not looking so hot after this. I'm doing it again.
Do it again. You're so
Bro, it's the same exact spot. It's actually glitch. It's actually glitch. It's actually
Your flash
glitch.
is bad. The angle is bad on your kick.
That
Yeah,
one
that
made
one,
it.
The angle is bad on your kick.
Toasty, as our champion here of this episode of Pod, do you have any words?
I'd just like to shout out my enemy opponent for being a bot.
Thank you for the shout out. I'll see you in playoffs, Toasty.
You're not even gonna make playoffs. Like, calm down. Like,
We'll see.
All right, that's going to be our episode of Bot. Thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you next time. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer 2024. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Beatdown Boulevard, and we are in our Super Money Sunday here. And what a way to kick us off, going all the way the distance, all the way to 3, as expected, between CCG and Blue Otter here. It's been a roundabout way of getting there, though.
Yeah, especially with how good Game 1 was going for Blue Otter. This time around, as we look at the post-game breakdown, this is more of what we expected. If those who were watching Game 1, especially the post-game breakdown between games, remember the little bottom right corner, how there was a big drop-off and goal? This is what it was supposed to... Exactly. This is what I wanted to see. So props to Blue Otter for cleaning it up in Game 2.
Honestly, if somebody wants to put those two gold graphs on top of each other and add me, I'd be very happy because I want to see the difference.
That'd be pretty funny.
I want to see if it's like exactly at the same time. It'd be hilarious. But I think it's been a story about Blue Otter showing that consistency in the early game that we've known them for. They've come out to pretty big leads early on in both games so far, but it was also about closing out that later part of the game, which they did pretty handily this time around. So it's that level up that we were kind of wanting to see from a team that has been so close to being so good.
Yeah, and it is a nice thing to see. I mean, CCG, again, the thing I want to see from them in this third and final game, if they don't want to go 0-4, is them to have a solid early game plan and actually execute on it. You can't rely on the comebacks like we saw in Game 1 because those are very contingent on what, Lennon? Mistakes by your opponents. And you're not always going to be playing Blue Otter. You still have some tough games ahead of you throughout the rest of the split as CCG, so you're not going to get those kinds of opportunities. You need to make them yourself.
Yeah, consistency. Also, we got to think about the Omega Drive Fearless 5,000 plus one that we have going on right now, because we're going to have 20 champions taken off the table outright, plus the bans that'll be coming through in the picks and bans phase of game number 3. So here's a pick of the litter of all the champs that aren't available.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the usual suspects in terms of AP in the jungle are out of the picture. And I do got to give the shout-out to something like Brand that's still unavailable. And, of course, Nidalee, even though she's not my favorite AP jungler, I mean, Blue Otter and Music had a nasty game on it the other day. And, you know, you got to give credit where credit's due. He cooked.
I want to see like a Nidalee versus Rengar. I want to see both guys who have been literally just farming. I guess Music on the Sejuani a little bit different, but a lot of farming junglers so far. I want to see them go mano a mano as we crest over into our Game 3 draft for this money matchup. It's one more game. And on the other side, one of these teams walks away with a fatter purse than they walked in with. 1,250 smackaroos on the line. We already get that respect focus from CCG, who will be on the blue side for the first time this series. Take away the Samick and Zoe.
Yeah, you gotta, you know, he gets a lot of respect. Very few teams, especially when he was coming up in Tier 3, let that champion through. And if you didn't watch their game on Friday, I believe it was against TLC, and it was against Fear X Starforge, and they smoked him with the Nidalee Zoe, and they're one of the few teams who let it through. So, you know, they learned their lesson.
Another consistent ban so far is the Ivern ban by CCG.
Yeah.
Going to be followed up by what we've seen Blue Otter ban every game so far. They don't want to deal with some of these AD picks available, the Senna and the Tristana taken away.
Yeah, so now that CCG, they're on the blue side for the first time this series. I'm interested what priority pick is going to be for them. Maybe we don't see them early pick jungle, especially because maybe Blue Otter don't ban the Rumble, and that's something they want to go off. And if Chad is thinking about that Game 3 Rengar, you probably want to see a little bit more of what Blue Otter are cooking before you pull out an ingredient like that.
Yeah, I think I want to see what exactly ingredients are going to be available in this Hell's Kitchen that we have going on. The Rumble, a little bit of fire taken away.
Oh, yeah, it's still gone. Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Trying to think of like what's up and available. Brand, again, mentioned earlier. Yeah, probably. Especially because Brand doesn't have the range that the other AP junglers do have. And considering a lot of the good all-in champions, Rel, Nautilus, Leona, out of the picture, even Sejuani, and things like that, you are going to have a little bit of an easier time maneuvering, but it is going to be Ziggs.
I am interested now if Blue Otter might go ahead and go for the Brand, if they want to go for something a little bit different here. Obviously, Music has been willing to play a little bit more of like the facilitation junglers, if you will call them that right now, but the AD style junglers, the Rek'Sais, things like that. The Zeri is the lock-in right now, though, for Levitate.
Yeah, I think that's fine, especially considering the all-in champs I just mentioned. Again, out of the picture. Zeri is feeling really good about herself this game with how easy it's going to be to maneuver, especially even Rakan is taken out of the picture, which was a good shout there from CCG. So Levitate, he's gonna have the keys to succeed this game.
I do wonder if there will be any flexibility with that Zeri in any way, shape, or form. The Talia is the lock-in right now, though, for Blue Otter, and there's flexibility in that pick at least.
100%. We haven't seen very much Talia jungle since the changes. I do think it's noticeably weaker. Kenvy's the only one who's brought it out so far on this patch. And Sammykin is
Chad
very
also
good Talia.
did.
Oh, that's right. But Sammykin, very good Talia player. I'm going to bet it's him.
Yeah, I think so as well. Giving a lot of setup from that mid lane is super big with how the mid lane has worked out so far as well. The Aphelios is the one lock-in from Minui. It is another classic for him.
That is dangerous because I just remembered Vi hasn't been played. It was banned in previous games of the series. Talia Vi, it's nice into those pesky long-range players like Ziggs, but it's also great into not-so-mobile marksmen like Aphelios. So I would like the takeaway from Chad just to deny that combo, and it is nice into the Zeri.
Yeah, and Vi I actually think is very viable right now. And I think in terms of the shot calling presence it gives you, the kind of direction it gives you, it's really big, right? You're going to have really easy follow-ups to follow Chad, who has been a primary voice with Trevor as well, just kind of like the duo on the other side of the map. But I like this. You take it away, but you also give yourself something strong. The Cassante is locked in, though, for Blue Otter to finish out our first phase.
Okay, so you give Quacker something safe. I mean, you already kind of clearly want to play that front to back with Talia and Zeri. So I think getting a strong tank on the front for topside is fine. You pick it early and can just ban away the counters. I mean, Olaf, of course, is a big one. And it's fine. Now I'm wondering what CCG are going to prioritize. Maybe remove some junglers. Because my money's not on music playing this one either.
Lulu, I like it.
That's good too.
Are we actually going to get to the Enchanter bot lanes?
Zeri Lulu, and like with all the engaged champions out of the way, Zeri Lulu would be kind of crazy this game. So, respect. Good ban.
I don't know if I like it, because I don't know if I like Enchanters yet. But I'm
what about
still here
Enchanter's
with
top?
No.
Really? I mean, Jenkins would like to have a word with you.
I think he would. He would. The Thresh is the takeaway, though, just trying to continually dwindle down that CC combination that it can pull off, and it also gives you a lot of peelability there, too.
Yeah, 100%. Really nice with the Aphelios. That's out of the picture. I'm actually thinking about Tom Kench, since you point that out, Lennon. I think that's a pretty underrated pairing with Aphelios, and just an underutilized support, especially when you're facing teams who have a lot of dive. We haven't seen a lot of it lately, but that's something I kind of have my eye on.
See if that actually comes to bear here. It is the Maokai, which was hovered earlier by Blue Otter. Going to be banned away this time around, just in case they were thinking about actually locking that one in. But I do expect the top lane to have a lot of say here in terms of what kind of counter pick we're going to be getting between those two. And the Amumu gets locked in for Blue Otter for music and a classic.
Wow, that's a spicy one. He's just going to probably build full tank and dive in there and go for those big AoE ults. That Curse of the Sad Mummy is going to be really great.
Friends.
He does. Right now, it's his teammates. Does that count?
Yes, I think so. Especially with what we've heard from Blue Otter.
True.
Definitely like you play with each other there. The Jax is the lock-in, though, in the end from Crimson, so side lane pressure will be difficult to manage.
Yeah, later on, you do generally perform better than the Cassante. I am interested, since he was changed a little bit, where they gave him more Omnivamp on his ultimate when he is all out. So I'm wondering if that has shifted the matchup, but my money is going to be on no. Jax is still really good inside lane.
They're going to get the Braum lock-in to go alongside that Aphelios bot lane for the 2v2. Still some questions to be answered here for Blue Otter, what they want to take into that. We've already gotten the very tanky frontline setup all for CCG.
Yeah, and so far, too, I like the Braum pickup. It's actually really nice, in my opinion, because one, there's this all-in coming through, but there's also a lot of poke from Talia. You're able to absorb a lot of upfront damage, and when the Vi goes in, you can use that Glacial Fissure to just put someone in the bounty castle. Bounty castle, excuse me.
And cancel them.
And cancel them. And, you know, for Levitate, who I said is looking to have a really good game on the Zeri, because a lot of what usually counters Zeri's out of the picture, CCG still have tools to take him out of the fight.
Yeah, they're going to have very direct ways to take a lot of the pieces off the table for Blue Water.
Why
Blue Water have a lot of general pieces to take things off the table. Their spacing in team fights is going to be really interesting to watch for, but this Tom Kench is going to be really, really key.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, Lennon, because like I said, it's great anti-burst champion, great secondary engage to follow up the Amumu, and CCG, it will prevent them from putting Levitate in the bouncy castle. This whole game, I think Rovex, Devour, it just has to be for Levitate. Anything else, and I'm calling the cops, bro. I'm sorry.
Do you think that we're just going to get immediate jungle focus down to the bot side, or do you think that's going to rely on what this mid lane priority looks like?
100%, it's going to depend on mid lane. I'm pretty sure Ziggs is going to be the one getting the push into the Talia, but Talia's early wave clear is also really nice. So Amumu is not something we see a lot of, so it isn't likely going to be that same kind of invade pressure unless you have laners with you. And I'm interested to see if Music is going to try and take advantage of that. More than anything else, I want to know what he's building. Is he going to build just full tank boring Amumu, or is he going to build, haha, really funny, you die instantly AP Amumu? That's my favorite. You didn't guess.
And I, on top of all that, of the build conversations, I also just love the change of style, the approach that we're getting from these two junglers, because we've had just farming pretty much the entire time with a little bit of answer from Music in that game number 1. But this time around, I look to both of them to be very proactive, and especially once that level 6 hits, I want to see them on rotation going for those.
Yeah, you have a lot of space creation on Blue Water's side. So again, my eyes are on the carries because both are under quite a lot of threat from the jungle support of their opposing teams. So it's just going to be about who enables their carries more to be able to win these team fights.
Game 3, the culmination of this money match series between CCG and Blue Otter kicking off now. It's been very, very interesting of a best of 3 where CCG took game 1 heroically, and then Blue Otter continued the domination that was in that game 1 early game into game 2 and took that one holistically. Now we get into it, $1,250 on the line for these two teams. Make sure you spam who you got in this one, CCG or Blue.
You know the best part about that, Lennon?
What?
The fact that this is only our first money match of the day. One. Exactly. We still have 2 more after this one is decided. And there's so much more money to be won.
So much on the line. And also, not only that, not only do you get the $1,250, but you also get your season continuing, because CCG do not want to go 0-4. Continuing that conversation we've had every game so far. That is not what you want in a 9-game season.
No.
And Blue Water, on the other hand, been so close so many times. I want to improve that to 2-2.
Right, trying to climb your way up to that middle of the pack for Blue Water. I mean, you got to beat a team like CCG, who are sitting, I'm pretty sure, at 9th place at the moment, just ahead of AoE with 1 less loss. So this is where that one starts. The rest of your split, it is still a bit of an uphill battle because they don't have the easiest matches remaining. The top of our standings are, the top teams in the league are pretty strong, but it all starts here for Blue Water, exceeding those expectations.
Does indeed. And the early games that they have had a huge success with so far in both games, if it continues for this third one. Make sure you're staying updated by going to check out our YouTube at NACL or our x.com setup at Watch NACL, or if you're watching on Twitch, go to NACL. Now, also, on top of all that, since we have a little time, I'm going to shill. Hit that sub button there, by the way, because all the proceeds do end up going to our players and our teams, and you get all those cool emotes in the end. So I think it's all worth it.
They are. It is definitely worth it. They are wonderful emotes. Again, use them all the time. And of course, more important than emote usage, you support the players and teams here in Challengers League. If you care about Tier 2 development in North America, time to put your money where your mouth is. Or, you know, your prime
Ooh,
where your
I
mouth
like
is.
that, especially on our money match.
Yeah.
It all comes full circle. And talking about full circle, we're going to circle back to this mid lane matchup that we spoke about priority being super important in. Samikin will get the first at least pushed back onto Shochi.
And for the moment, junglers not doing anything too crazy. It's going to be the full clear. And actually handshake of Scuttle Crabs too. Samikin staying that one extra wave, probably looking to recall now, but there really isn't a play available here. Right? Right, music?
Well, well, I wanted to see any early moves from the junglers, any proactivity there. Looks like we won't get much of that with the back being completed there by Chad. He'll get a reset back out onto the map with the help of the pistol and the longsword. See if, yeah, music will be spotted out on the top side of his map, realizing he has not backed yet either.
Yeah, so worth pointing out, both these junglers, level 6, huge spike for them with all the CC they offer, but you do have a lot of gank potential here. I mean, Amumu has 2 bandage tosses he can hold on to. The Vi Vault Breaker is just really an easy one that we've seen over and over again. So I'm interested to see if either jungler is going to be able to take advantage of some of these timers and see if they can get their laners ahead.
Look at all this vision and safety that Blue Water are setting for themselves up on this bot side. They have a trifecta of wards just to see if Chad wants to come over this side of the map.
Or Trevor. Oh,
Custom blows are going to connect there. He can't really block any more damage. Levitate. He might burn his flash here. Ends up getting the dash away instead. Going to use the Ultra Shock laser right back. Trevor getting low himself. Rovek's going to pop the gray health in the end.
Nice heal as well coming out from Rovex, Minui, and Trevor to use that 2v2 to get themselves a bit of an advantage. So there is a chance, especially with Chad dodging all the wards that we saw, for him to get a start on the Drake. Problem is, Samikin, he's got some time, Lennon. He wants to take a little walk.
He's like, okay, let's go. let's leave.
Yeah,
you know,
you see Samikin just seeing that the dragon has lost some health. He's like, that's curious. I wonder who could have done that.
I did like the idea, Chad, trying to sneak over, knowing that they had the Scuttle Crab taken down there, but you won't get spotted out if you just go over the back of the wall. But as expected, both junglers hovering around this bot side because I feel like that's where a lot of the presence is going to be and trying to get these carries ahead in Aphelios in this area as they can be. Now we are getting level 6s for solo laners, which I expect to maybe see Samikin using that Weaver's Wall in activity with music.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the synergy between this mid-jungle in terms of champions is pretty nice too. Curse of the Sad Mummy shredding some magic resist. Going to make Samikin's damage that much more potent.
Have we seen this before? Bandit toss going to go a little bit wide there. Seismic shove dodged out of by all of CCG. Really nice moves there.
Everyone's doing a little bit of sidestepping. They got their dancing shoes on. And now, trying to see what they can set up for this first grub spawn. I'm leaning CCG's way just by virtue of the fact that Crimson has that continual pressure topside. Things only really get harder for Quacker, so Blue Water back off.
Yeah, they're going to see this one. They aren't going to get the opposite side trade with the Dragon here, though. So CCG, for the first time in the series, are going to find themselves with a little bit of a lead early on in the game. No music. Not going to make it easy for them. CCG collapsing onto the bot side of Blue Otter, and they will end up finding Rovex out. He's going to try to use the Abyssal Dive, but he gets canceled down. And first blood to Minui and CCG. Meanwhile, Music was not able to contest those grubby tubbies, so it's going to be 3 of them for CCG.
Yeah, and this is that early game playmaking we wanted to see from CCG so far this series. Creating their own leads, not have to worry about the mistakes of their opponents. It's a great start. Minui, on a champ he's very comfortable on in the Aphelios, picking up first blood is an advantage you're very happy about.
And that can be bounced off really easily if you can get bot lane focused. Now again, especially with Chad already pathing down towards that way. He will be spotted out on the top of his clear at least. Maybe they'll be able to work around with that information, but don't expect Blue Water to be able to put any kind of pressure around this dragon early anyways.
Yeah, so Music is just opting to continue farming. It's worth noting, instead of going tank, he actually is going AP because he's built the Faded Ashes. My man, that's what I like to see. So my guess is might lean towards the Leandres and then build a bunch of tank items. And that's a compromise I'm willing to allow.
Compromises are key to success. Sometimes. Trevor has it level 6 himself. He has that Glacial Fissure combo for when Chad comes knocking here with his big old gauntlets. He's setting up on bot side already.
Yeah, I kind of like this angle too from Chad. Because Rovex died, he didn't quite have level 6, so he's not able to... he won't be able to save Levitate if they go on him right now, but they aren't liking their chances just because Chad has been spotted out.
And I think Music being down here as well is going to give them a little bit more presence to maybe look to contest. You do have Samikin moving over, but I think Blue Water are fine waiting until the objectives are absolutely crucial because, again, they have a lot of really good spacing around team fights. Doesn't look like that might be the case, though. Music hovering over with a bandage sauce. He's just going in, but they actually pull the trigger on a Samikin instead. There's the big Moonlight Vigil as well. Music is low, but Chad's going to go down first. Ultra Shock Laser across and now Levitate. He's crashing that lightning all over CCG. The Weaver's Wall is not going to block them off. And in the end, it's a trade down, and Blue Otter will move over to the Dragon.
A nicely played fight there from Blue Otter. Music and Samikin. Music in particular really syncing up well with the rest of his team. It was a great setup there, and he held on to that Curse of the Sad Mummy. I think that was my favorite part. Knew people would try to flash, knew people would try to get away, so he used that pressure to wait and then set himself up for a great team fight.
That's the difference between the Vi and the Amumu. You have that single target lockdown for Chad, and that's all good and well, but when you can lock down the entire team, that's when Music truly shines through. Chochi gonna hit that Blackfire Torch first. Quacker in some trouble up here against CCG's combos. Gonna go unstoppable, hit that all out, but it's 50 Crimson dashing out with the Leap Strike, and CCG come away with it.
Yeah, certainly a valiant effort, but Quacker, too low health, is gonna go down, and it still cost him his flash, but Chad showing topside. Music's feeling good about a potential opportunity. Remember, Minui is flashless, so if they stack a big enough wave, they might like their chances.
Let's check in what he can get down on bot side time and time again, which is rightfully so. They're going to get the bandage toss down to Trevor. He followed up with another one. How those bandages taste there. The Abyssal Dive on top of it as well. And Trevor has been made into sweet, sweet music.
Yeah, there it is. A nice catch out. Music had the opportunity gifted to him, and we're going to see this one again. Again, you see that? Music holds on to the Curse of the Sad Mummy and then waits until he has the angle to hit 2 with it. And that MR thread definitely did work for Samikin as well. After that, and the fight was just easy.
I really appreciate CCG's angle there, just trying to get the pull back on a Samikin, but it is a Talia. It just becomes that much more difficult getting that spacing. So powerful for Blue Otter so far, and we're already seeing it play out there. A lot of advantages going there, where CCG still have a small gold lead, and we will have another episode of the Telegrubbies coming up soon.
That's right. First episode was all CCG. This time around, we're going to see if Blue Otter can give us a bit of a plot twist and prevent the Grubbageddon from coming through.
Imagine a plot twist in Teletubbies. Just imagine.
What would that even look like? I actually don't know.
Educational, probably.
Yeah. I think that show was about nothing, man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember anyways. Blue Otter did try to fight for a 3v3 in mid lane to try to get priority here for the Grubs. Neither team really confident in committing to this one just yet. CCG are gonna move over Crimson though, and might increase that confidence tenfold.
Oh yeah, they got him.
Music, bandage toss out. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb, and Travis the one that gets it. In the end, though, they'll take the pick all day, and that could set up for Grubbageddon for CCG.
Yeah, that's just another example of that pick potential CCG have in their comp. One person gets locked up. Shochi can help from many screens away. Chad and Trevor can put you in the bouncy castle. I keep saying cancel.
Oh, I'm here for it. Honestly, that might be the word I use from now on.
You're welcome. You can have that. Keep the change.
Thank you. Change is what we make of it.
Nice.
Grubs will not be finished because of the body stacking of Blue Otter. Immediate pings from Music because he's coming out refreshed from base to try to get out there with the Leandres completed. I also see Chad coming to match that to some extent with his 100 Sky. So maybe just a round 2 around these coming up soon.
Yeah, more than likely. Quacker did have an opportunity. He has the wave pushed, and Crimson canceled his back. So this one is going to be tough.
This is
There
tough.
might
They are
definitely be a skirmish.
slowly walking out of base. It's going to be a reinforcement style fight for CCG if they want to fight this one. There goes the two of them so far. See if they want to go in for the third. Not going to be secure. Trevor wants to go in for the fight, though, because of blows hitting onto Quacker. They will leave him out to dry, and Quacker will get quacked.
Well, they set it up again. Just a nice little alley-oop there to give Minui another kill, getting really close to what looks like a first item, i.e. he's going to be very strong from that point forward. Once he gets the second item, Blue Water definitely needs to be wary of him. So that kill is nice because even though the Blue Water get 3 grubs, you take music out and have him focus on this top side of the map. But Minui, oh no.
Block him out, and he is unfortunately just a little Aphelios. And it's a shutdown going over to none other than Sammykin, who's 2-0-1 on this Talia.
That's pretty brutal. I really believed after a play like that, there was an angle for CCG to go for the Drake, but instead, Manui's down for another 10 seconds. The Herald's going to be started off immediately. There's a chance that they can even get the Drake after that once Sammykin backs and joins the fray.
Back. Get a couple items there as well. Through the Archangels, but also that Haunted Bells. Now the Rift Herald taken by music. Probably used in this mid lane. Now that we've seen both bot lanes. Or at least Blue Otter come down that way. They're going to keep actually Minui and Trevor around potentially. Minui at least going to go try to answer to Quacker.
That's right, but you see Trevor. Looks like he finished his back. That is going to give space to Blue Otter to be able to get the Scuttle Crab. Maybe set up vision of their own if they want. They're the ones who got the first Drake. Dragon stacking. Definitely something they're thinking about. And it's just that question of whether or not they actually want to pull the trigger now.
They are moving down here with Chad. Music is already here as well. They realize that one of the entrances for CCG is continuing to harass this bottom side, at least. The top side, Crimson, trying to take that one under the gaze of Quacker. The 3v3 brewing on bot side with no real move from Levitate down here. Bandit toss goes a little bit wide.
Yeah, they really want this one. I mean, Sammykin is here. The problem is Shochi gets the first move, so CCG are actually in a much better position. Even if he didn't, he just got the Mega Inferno Bomb back up, so he can help from a much farther distance than Levitate.
They're going to go in. Seismic shove. Trevor locked down. He's going to hit that Unbreakable Mega Inferno Bomb on top of everybody, though. They're going to be able to get one, but here comes the Lightning Crash. Cease and desist down. Levitate getting locked down, but it's not going to be enough by Chad and co. Now Minui trying to dodge out of Sammykin's ire here. He will not be able to dodge a lot of those rocks. Sammykin wants it. He's locked down now by Shochi. Here comes the TP up in top side by Crimson to try to answer that one, but in bot side, Sammykin, he's down to Shochi, and Rovek's going to retreat with his tail between his legs.
Nice play coming through there from Shochi to secure the kill. And again, we just have even kills going back and forth. This game has been kind of tight. You see it's 6-6, but CCG are the ones who maintain that gold lead. And so far, no one's taken that second Drake. And Blue Otter still have a Herald to play with. Again, we're just seeing that power to blow someone up instantaneously by the side of CCG.
We're going to take a look back at that replay here as well. And Trevor just getting completely caught there. Is pretty tanky, but losing your front line is difficult.
Yeah, and Rovex, not the best use of the Devour. I honestly wonder if it was a misclick there. Had he got that one onto music, this could have been a very different fight. He would have preserved most of his health. He would have dodged the Mega Inferno Bomb, but either way, not the most amount of value from that. However, Shochi, a nice move there.
Really good to get some gold back for him, who now will match those 2 kills by Sammykin. CCG will take that dragon, so evening up those again. And recovering the mid lane. Crimson will be reassigned back towards this top side of the map. CCG just want to regain control of the defense on mid, but Rift Herald spawned and Trevor forcing Flash over the wall.
Yeah, Minui playing with fire.
Oh my god! That was dirty, man. I swear the end of that Bandit's toss, a little extra distance on it. You get that Rift Herald charge in the second tier.
Yeah, definitely a misstep punished. So Minui will be without summoner spells going into the next fight, which is something Blue Otter can definitely capitalize on. Music, certainly going to be looking for this backline to use that Curse of the Sad Mummy. And, oh, Sammy wants revenge.
He wants that smoke. Big Inferno Bomb used. Some spacing done nicely by Samikin. Shochi's going to try to get close with comfort. 1v1 going down. No! Stay away, Levitate! This isn't fair! Levitate gets the kill in the end, and good capitalization on the side lane play by Blue Otter.
It's a shutdown, no less, too. So you're taking Shochi off the map, preventing him from farming it up. Speaking of, by the way, Shochi, he's generated a lot of gold this game. He's actually past the 2-item mark. He's already halfway towards his third. So he is going to be the problem I think that Blue Otter are worried about dealing with, more so than Minui, who picked up those early kills. So it's something I want to see them kind of keep in mind with target selection when they're going all in.
I mean, he's up like 30 CS over Samkin, being able to farm pretty consistently there in mid lane. So it's going to be something to answer to later on, the scaling that team fight potential, but also the single target selection by CCG. Very important to keep tabs on. And Blue Otter are going to be fine with, I feel like, how this map state has gone, even though maybe if Samikin gets caught. Because, again, they want to take these big fights over the 5v5 objective fights, and Samikin does end up getting caught in the end. He's like, oh, God, I'm stuck between rocks and my own rocks. Zao Shochi will claim that one with the Mega Inferno Bomb.
Samikin caught out inside. Nice bit of gold to this to Shochi on the Ziggs, who's already really fed so far. And it just means that that long-range damage, that Mega Inferno Bomb, it's going to do a lot in these team fights, as well as offer a lot of wave clear, as we're seeing Shochi do with that ultimate.
I think third item is going to be very nice for him there. Crimson is getting the focus right now. Blue Otter in the side lane. There is the Baron spawning very soon. Neither team really in position to burn that one down with the leads they have, although slowly but surely. Levitate going to be a massive factor in this one. That's why I want to turn our attention back to the ADC conversation, because we can talk about Samikin, we can talk about Shochi, the advances of the junglers, but in all actuality, when these 5v5s kick off, it's going to be positioning from Minui and Levitate that need to be important.
100%. And Levitate, he has that bit of an advantage. Not only is he playing Zeri and has access to both his sums, he does have Robex, so as long as he uses the Devour on him in these fights, Levitate's going to be allowed to step that much further forward, to be able to do that much more. And at 2 items, which is what he is at, that is a lot.
Glory Flicker Blades has been rampant on these kinds of carries. Now, we did get the Lord Doms just completed for Minui. Second item wants to take down some of these tankier members, especially with all those AP health items coming through. We do have a pause, unfortunately. Too much money on the line. Got to make sure everything's right and ready to go.
Yeah. Yes. That's exactly it.
Thanks.
We definitely have tactical pauses. I had this like joke in mind about tac pauses, but then what if I lead a Twitch chatter to believe that there are tactical pauses in our league?
That's what I would call it.
I can't make mistakes around you, apparently. Okay, I'll remember that. I'll keep that energy too. Well, I'm watching you, Lennon. I'm listening.
I love you, Beatdown. We will have a little bit of time until we get back into the game, though. But that's where we can talk a little bit about this series as a whole. Again, if you don't know why we're saying all this money is on the line, this is a money match. This is our Super Money Sunday. All 3 best of 3s with $1,250 on the line for each organization. And I think it's really fun that we get these kinds of opportunities. Not something that's normal. Not only do we have like the subscriptions that go to benefit our teams and players, but we also get to have these kinds of money matches, which adds a little bit of fire to a regular season that can sometimes feel a little bit long.
And it gives us an excuse to make another super heavyweight SmackDown, which I think is like always what everyone wants. Us, the players, you guys at home in Twitch chat, like
it's
what
all
else could you want? It's all any of us need, truly. We just need to keep DesRX making music all the time forever.
True. And not the player. I want to go back because something that I've been casting for a little bit now, and something I don't know if I've ever gotten to see, but I've definitely seen it this split, and I've never made note of it. It's literally Battle of the Bands when Lilia and Karthus go against each other. The Lilting Lullaby, the Requiem,
the whole time when you kept saying that, and I'm thinking to myself, what is he talking about? But I'm just gonna play along. I'm just gonna yes and him. You,
thanks.
You, my friend, you're a genius. I'll give
I
you
don't know
that.
if I'm not gonna give myself that title.
That's
I'm
fine.
just
I
gonna
gave
walk
it
that
to
one
you,
back.
so now you have it.
Well, we're walking right back into the game. Some spilled water will not stop us today. Chad dodging out of everything Blue Water's throwing at them. Oh, no, somebody's not making it out. No, you left music. How did you leave the boombox behind, man?
Yeah, that's brutal. This could be an angle to start the Baron. They do have the Aphelios. Not great guns for taking it, but it's still a play. Without smite.
Without smite, there's the biggest
Without the
question
smite
there.
of Blue Water, yeah.
Samykin gonna lock Crimson in the pit. Crimson has no saving grace. They're gonna get all out to the back. They're gonna fight down Levitate now.
Wow.
As Quacker might have almost doomed his bot later. He's gonna jump right back in. Moonlight Vigil across, and now you got the Glacial Fisher. Levitate able to kite away. There's that rally cry. Baron buff though secured by CCG, and now the cease and desist waiting the entire time. And a massive lead for CCG, and really the first time they've had a consistent lead like this in the entire series.
And this is something they can turn into a win. The pick on music is what starts this one out, and I want to give that shout out to Crimson for how he was playing this one out. He was spacing Quacker, forcing him away, and then watch how he plays onto Levitate as well, just minimizing the damage he's going to do. Levitate already eased over the wall. Oh, it's Quacker who brought him in. Well.
Yeah, that's what
What you said. Yeah,
That's
you know,
rough.
Quacker. That's unfortunate because Levitate, he lost all his health here. That feels
Yeah,
bad.
and it just makes it that much more difficult, right? Like, he's already pushed out of the fight after that. Just little things going a little awry, but that has been the theme, hasn't it? That's literally what we talked about from the very beginning. A couple things going awry later mid-game for these teams ends up sealing their fates. Now CCG with a triumphant lead here.
You know what would be really poetic, Lennon? If now...
What happened in game one happens again.
Exactly,
on the
but to CCG. It
Ah,
would just
I
be
see.
symmetry, man.
preying on their downfall
I'm
here.
not praying on it. I'm just saying it would be really funny.
It would be really funny. You know, we do it for content here. Trevor,
Yes.
locked down though. Oh my God, Shochi does so much damage here as well. Luckily, Levitate's able to dash his way out of that one, but CCG's team fighting starting to come up in folds. They're actually going to push more here.
Yeah, you definitely can. And I like this pressure, unless...
You definitely can.
He's I was about to say
unfortunate.
he's alive.
Samykin will claim that one. Trevor overextending a little bit. Samykin now going for another play. The man's just trying to be all over the place and will deny Manui any extra damage onto the turret.
If you're Blue Water, Manui doesn't need any more gold. He already has, i.e. Lord Dums. He's in a very strong position, and the rest of his team have a very sizable lead. They have a Dragon Soul to play for, and they still have a Baron buff to work with as well. So now that they've backed, you can see they spent their gold. Shochi's on his third item. Manui is halfway to his third. They could get one more push off of this Baron buff, and if they're able to get some tier 2 turrets, this gold lead will just get that much higher.
Manui taking the entire farm up in this top side. Just try to get that extra gold here. Complete that third item before any fights come to bear. We still have about 30 seconds on that Rally Cry Baron buff. Looks like nothing else going to be used of it. Blue Water here, I want to take stock. They're reeling. They came back in that game number 2 after a heartbreaking game number 1. This game, they have not had a lead to speak of, but they have a lot of that team fight potential that we continuously focus on, and we're going to be getting to those soon.
Yeah, now Music, I want to shout, has also finished the Abyssal Mask, which does remove flat MR as well from people he is nearby. So when he is ulting, you combine those two, Samykin should be doing a lot of damage in these fights, Lennon. And that's kind of what Blue Water are looking to play for. They are down a good bit of gold, but if they're able to take down Shochi, who is more fed than Manui at this point, either one of them though, that's Blue Water's key to success in these team fights. Music setting his team up with a big engage.
Big differences here. Third item completed for Levitate, not third item for Manui. Our ADC conversation continues to lean over towards Levitate. He also has the safety that the shield bow provides to him in these tussles. Water getting pushed out of their jungle, though. A very confident Chad and Trevor. They did engage on with the bandage toss. Luckily, there's a couple uses of that, but tension is high up here, Beatdown.
It is. Oh, wow.
Anything engaged there, a little bit of poke back from Shochi from mid lane. Another bandage toss goes wide, but you can feel pretty confident just throwing those out with how quickly the cooldown comes down. Now it's CCG looking to move forward, maybe threatening. that vault breaker from chat.
I like this, making it kind of look like they're wanting to go in, taking advantage of the fact that Crimson is in fog. Blue Water didn't have any idea where he was, so they had to respect that he was on the way and they were going to be at a numbers disadvantage. Now he's returned bot lane. Quacker could end up being the play, but regardless, CCG, they maintain a lot of control over Blue Water's bot side.
Crimson's side lane gonna come to fruition here, but really it's about Chad finding that initial lockdown. They're gonna find music here. Mega Inferno Bomb on top of it all. He is just completely down.
Wow.
Nice little jump over the wall from Levitate. Now the seismic shove back. Quacker, this is the moment. The official dive into as well. Robex the front line, but it's not enough. They've locked him down one by one. Crimson finds the back line now. Manui, he's trying to get the snipes there. Ultra Shock laser back. Nice spacing from the rest of the members of Blue Otter, but CCG come out on top yet again.
And Blue Otter, they just keep falling to pieces here in these team fights. CCG, they just have too much damage in their favor. Their comp just allows them to blow up whoever they catch out so quickly and so thoroughly that Music, he doesn't have too many tank items yet. He just isn't able to survive those engage, so he uses that Curse of the Sad Mummy in really awkward circumstances. That fight, Samikin didn't even get to be able to make use of that MR shred. He just wasn't there right away.
And what a story for CCG in this series. Not only the grit that they've shown, but the stories individually, like Shochi and Manui showing up in a pivotal game with all this money on the line, but all the pride on the line of not going 0-4. And the Fear Bros are back and in full force here.
Yeah, they certainly are looking really good so far in the back half here, especially in this last game. Now CCG, it's going to be an easy soul point for them. There's really no contest to be had. Blue Water's only choice is to focus their efforts on this top side. Just clear out some vision, use the scrying flume just to make sure they can make that side of the map dark. Hopefully waste CCG's time trying to clear it out. Maybe that'll give them an opportunity for a play elsewhere.
Blue Otter realized that it's been Crimson doing the dragon the whole time. He will secure that one, even though Quacker moved in. Now the engage there onto Trevor, but Mega Inferno Bomb hits the back line. Moonlight Vigil only hits on a Rovex. Music got saved. Samikin gonna go golden during the cease and desist. Music back in. Now the lightning crashes. They got a lot of damage. They got Quacker on the back, but look at his health bar. It's not going to stay that long. Manui still alive with a shield bow pop, and Levitate is about to get popped of his own. Crimson wants to step forward. Shochi, he's that protagonist this time around, and he goes on a killing spree. CCG, they're knocking on the door of their first series win this split, and they're going to go back to the Baron.
Is this going to be their second Baron buff? They have enough damage. Health bars are kind of low, but this could be all they need to close it out. They just keep winning fight after fight, Lennon. And one more with this Baron buff in their back pocket will be enough to get them that first win.
This team has remained positive, even with the heartbreaking losses to Supernova, to Dragonsteel, to TLC. If you see a theme in that, those are some of our best teams in the league. And it has been so close in so many moments. The fact that they are able to take this heart-wrenching series away from Blue Otter in this fashion with an 8,000 gold lead here. You just got to close it out, cross those T's, dot those I's, but that has been the question the whole time, hasn't it, Pete?
It has been, and now, too, we're getting to a point where CCG are going to be really hard to deal with. Shochi, he's at 4 items. Insane wave clear, insane damage. Manui's hit his 3rd item breakpoint, but the big thing for me, now he has QSS, and he's building towards that Mercurial Scimitar, so it's going to be a little harder for Blue Otter to lock him down. The only real hard CC is that Curse of the Sad Mummy and Samikin's Seismic Shove. So now he has a chance that if he plays it right, he can dodge that and still put out a lot of damage.
Observers shouting out the side lane as they're...
Oh god, now it's Quacker's turn.
It's Quack. Did they go back and watch the tape? Did they know that this is how they win? Oh my god. He's pulling a Trevor.
I don't know what he's looking for. Like, he does not win the 1v1. Like, not close.
Dude, it worked for Trevor. Just do it.
Okay, here we go.
He's looking for the deep flank. Manui is walking down here, but Shochi...
No flash on Shochi.
Dude, what is up with these flanks, man? He's completely set out, but the rest of the team getting engaged on. Rovex going to devour out Music. Moonlight Vigil onto the back line rings true. Now Blue Otter trying to fight away, splitting CCG to some extent, but Quacker and Samikin, they've got to fight for their life on the hands, and those lives are going to give as CCG put them in the dirt.
Oh, they don't do it gently, Lennon. Blue Honor, they lose 3 members. The spawn timers, they are a little long. CCG, one more good push, and they could end the series right here and now. They are so strong. I think they have it in them.
It's the Super Money Sunday, and it stays delivering. Only our first series of the day, and we're getting a banger to kick us off. CCG taking down these inhibs in mid and bot. See if they can make these last touches here as the blue members will be respawning. CCG will back away.
Wow, I'm kind of surprised. I guess they did earn a lot of gold in those last couple of plays, so they probably want to spend that, make full use of it, and just make one more push towards the end. I have a feeling the last fight we see will be around this dragon that's spawning in a minute 30.
And take a look back at that Quacker engage flank on a Shochi. It's really good call from CCG on the other side, though, to immediately collapse.
Yeah, it feels really bad, to be honest, because if that bandage toss lands, then Rovex won't have to use the Devour on Music. He can save it for Levitate. This whole game, these fights haven't been working out in a way that you can get the full value of the Tahm Kench, because the way I was picturing it was that you're protecting Levitate, allowing him to do the most damage possible, maybe absorbing the ult combo from Chad and Trevor, but we just haven't seen that.
And honestly, I'll give a lot of props to CCG. Conversation of closing out games has always been rampant for them, though, but we've seen them take a lot of reservation here. Manui not taking that aggressive back that we've seen him take time and time again, not getting caught, then backing off, realizing they can buy a lot of items there. Trevor's just going to give himself to the cause here. Lightning Crash from Levitate. They have the AoE. This is the moment for Music and Blue Otter. They're trying to get the combos. That AoE, is it enough? No! Cease and desist in! And that might just be the breaking of the back of Blue Otter as CCG move through. Crimson, he's trying to find that nailing touch here. They go through. That saving can lock down. And that's CCG triumphantly moving towards the nexus of Blue Otter.
And that is it. CCG get their first win of the split in what was a very tense and tough series.
What a way to do it. They'll put that 1,200 right in the bank as our first money match concludes. It is CCG that not only take their first series win of the split, the $1,250 for the organization. And that's incredible stuff, and keeping our standings tight here, Beatdown.
That's right, because now they have forced Blue Otter into a tie. Both of these teams are 1-3. They have been able to move away from AoE at the bottom of the standings. And now there is going to be a little bit of question marks about who's going to avoid the bottom 2.
We're going to take a look back at that nailing touch, the final fight there. And honestly, Blue Otter, they got the combo started, but just too far behind. At this point, they're like 12,000 down.
Something insane like that. And I will say, I'll give props to Chad. I did like the way he was playing out this fight. Particularly, I liked how long he held his ultimate for. It was a good start for Blue Otter, but the fact that he waited till the last moment, till the perfect opportunity to take down Levitate when there is no more Tahm Kench ult to worry about, and that's what sealed it. Levitate could have had an angle to help win this fight.
I will say, I gave a lot of props to Shochi and Manui. I think Trevor also had an incredible series. I gotta give massive love to Chad, who had some rough times in this one, but in this game, it was literally which jungle can get that engage off better. It was very different because Chad had that very singular focused engage. He really needed to choose the right targets, where Music has more of that AoE spacing. And time and time again, when it was clutch, when it mattered the most, he was able to find the lockdown. I think Chad deserves a ton of praise for that one.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, look at these damage charts. Shochi gets some praise too, I think. This Ziggs game was super clutch from him. He's able to have such a big impact pretty much across the board. And yeah, big contributor to CCG's first win. We wanted a little more consistency, Lennon. We wanted a close, and they finally gave it to us.
I don't know if we got the consistency, but we got a banger and a close, as for sure. Coffee's for closers, apparently, and CCG is closing all day. That was a heck of a series. Yeah. Heck of a series to kick us off here, though. That was our first money match down the drain. Now, we will have a short little break while we get ready for our interview. We'll be talking to Shochi on the other side of this, so don't you miss it.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Rally Cry post-game interview. I'm here with Shochi, winning mid laner of CCG's match today against Blue Otter. Shochi, I want to say congratulations on your first win, and we talked about it before going live. It's time we address the elephant in the room. You guys, 0-3, it's looking rough, it's looking doomed. What's been happening?
I mean, there's been a lot happening, to be honest. I feel like on a lot of my previous teams, I didn't really have to bear much of the shot calling role or like be kind of more on the veteran side. But with this group, I feel like I have to step up, and it's good for me. Like I can tell I'm getting better at it, but it takes some time. So that's probably part of why we're 0-3. I mean, some of the games were close, but we definitely looked pretty bad. And like even in today's series, I got solo bullied by Samikin in that game 1.
Stop.
And like I tried to tower dive in level 3 game 2, and it didn't work out. But
Yeah.
it's always good to push your limits, but I might have to rein it back in a little going forward. We need to win some games.
Yeah, you guys don't want to go back to the promotion tournament. So you think this is helping make you more of a complete player? Try this kind of experience here on this team?
Yeah. My previous team, Supernova from last split,
Right.
I had some really good like LCS veteran talent, jungle support, and they're kind of like telling me what to do all the time. So I was kind of being a bit of a sheep and just following their orders. So it's been interesting, like having to make my own commands and kind of lead people around the map, especially when I'm strong. So yeah, I'm becoming more well-rounded for sure.
Do you think playing on that, because you didn't have that in Fear last year, do you think it kind of like had you take a step back because you became a sheep, or what was the experience like?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a running joke in my friend group that I was a sheep on Supernova and they made me beta. So after that split, I said I'll never be beta again, and it's been a learning process. Like I'm growing still, but I'm becoming more and more Alpha Sigma, Chad jungle, Chad mid lane.
Of course.
Beat,
Cool. Mazel is very insistently asking me about a specific moment in game 1. So before I get to it, game 1, you guys were getting slapped around a little bit. It was pretty tough. You want to talk to me about the mid to late game, and especially what it felt like when you guys started getting those picks that won you the game?
Yeah, I mean, Manui was on something that game. I don't know, like no allegations, but he was hitting arrows like with aimbot. Might need to have Vanguard and like make sure his Vanguard's
double installed or something.
Yeah, who does?
Yeah.
But the game was looking pretty rough, like you were saying, but we found some really nice picks, and there was a little sneaky cow in the top lane alcove at one point.
Yeah.
And we were all planning on that, and yeah. It was nice to like crawl back into the game like that, yeah.
That's good. And I'm glad you bring that up, because we do got to ask about what comms were like at that moment. Whose idea was the flank? Was there a moment, because it was literally like 3 minutes. Was there a moment where you're thinking, hey, bro, like, come on, it's over. We're losing our base.
Okay, so it started off with like Trevor and me. I was saying like, oh, I might TP top, and Trevor was in that bush. Like we were trying to trap Samikin, and then he had his team near him for a bit. And then like fast forward a minute or so, and I think Music was like going to check the top bushes, and Trevor like narrowly
he walked around
the fog of war. Yeah, Trevor juked him somehow, and we were just talking about how we have this amazing flank. And then I think the 4v4 top went well, and I was like 1v1ing Darius like kind of below there. But yeah, we got a really good fight because of Trevor's creativity there.
Nice. All right. Well, we love creativity, especially snatching you some sneaky wins like that. So before I end the interview, I want to ask you quickly, Shochi, you got any shout-outs? Anything you want to say before we close it out?
Yeah, for sure. First and foremost, gotta shout out my girlfriend, always supporting me through thick and thin. Shout out Vigar V2. He was DMing me in the middle of game 1. I think it was right after I got solo killed. Had to reverse sweep. No, just had to 2-1 them. Get the gentleman sweep. Shout out all my teammates. Shout out everyone who supports me. Shout out the enemies. They're better than I thought. Samikin especially was playing really well. And yeah, everyone look forward to some more CCG victories in the coming future.
Yeah, well, there you have it, folks. Shochi is proclaiming that this will not be CCG's first win, and that's going to be it for this Rally Cry post-game interview. Thank you again, Shochi, and congrats. We're going to throw it to a short break. When we come back, we're going to have the rest of our money matches for the day.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer 2024, and welcome back to Super Money Sunday. As I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Beatdown Boulevard. We'll be getting into our second series of the day, and another $1,250 on the line. This time around, it's going to be Dragonsteel versus Winthrop, the collegiate showdown with all the money involved and a little bit of pride on the line here.
100%, and a bit of revenge, Zell, because of course the majority of Winthrop is St. Louis University, who defeated Maryville, this very Maryville roster that is now Dragonsteel, at CLOL 2024. So that grudge match is definitely alive and well here. This is another opportunity for Winthrop University to try and claw their way up a little higher in the standings.
And Winthrop obviously coming into the league in this offseason. This is the only time we'll get this collegiate showdown until playoffs if they come around to it. It's very exciting. As we take a look at the standings here, though, I see obviously some very top names at the top. But Winthrop, they're sitting at 4th versus the first place Dragonsteel.
Yeah, they are. And I mean, Dragonsteel, a big win yesterday against Supernova, and just continuously cementing themselves as the best performing team in the league at the moment. They beat FlyQuest on top of it as well. They haven't had the easiest of matches when we look at everything. They did play CCG, so, you know, that's fine. But still, I think it's fair to say Dragonsteel are performing very well at the moment here. And now, off that momentum, they can ride that to a potential win against Winthrop and a little extra money in the back pocket.
Love to see that. Shout out to our production team for the little money symbols there. But we
Big
are
fan.
into the thick of things here on our schedule. As we are cresting into Dragonsteel versus Winthrop, we still have Fear X Starforge versus Supernova, which will be another banger. But let's go ahead and take a look at this would-be top-of-the-table team. Dragonsteel, formerly known as Maryville University, kept a ton of the pieces. But Zamudo has been a wonderful addition to this roster, taking the shoes of Niles and honestly running away with them.
And it's just been great to see Zamudo, because I questioned whether or not he would be able to fill those shoes, especially given the struggles he had the last couple of splits. But I am so happily proven wrong, because Zamudo has been on fire ever since summer splits started. And of course, the rest of Dragonsteel, not only do they have great synergy in poses, they are playing so well together on the Rift. Everybody on this team is firing on all cylinders.
Particularly the bot lane, Scary Jerry Zyko, have had a hell of a weekend already, coming in clutch 2 games in a row last time around. Now, on the other side, though, another team who was able to do business this weekend, Winthrop taking down AoE, but the Slew roster supplemented by Denethor.
Yeah, this is another opportunity here for Winthrop. For me, I see this as a bit of a barometer. We saw them get owned by FlyQuest, and we've seen them do their fair share of owning in their couple of matches after that. Well, now, this is kind of that opportunity for Winthrop to show us, can they actually hang on the top side of our standings? And I think Dragonsteel, there's no better team left in the league for them to face to prove that. It's a tough match, though.
I may be from Texas, but I'm always down for a gunslinging matchup, and I think Aaron definitely deserves the step-up conversation here, because this man has been on fire, not alone in his come-up over these last 6 months or so, but also this weekend alone as well. So him and Scary Jerry, those are the 2 gunslingers I'm watching in this matchup tonight, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun to watch how SkyTech and Zyko kind of affect that here. But we're getting into game 1 of this collegiate showdown for all the smackaroos. As Dragonsteel start off on the blue side, Winthrop on the red side. We get that Leona ban first and foremost.
I don't often see that one taken away early, but I think its power has been proven these last couple of match days, especially if Zyra is a champion you are prioritizing. Leo's been an answer that teams like a lot. But also something I want to talk about that I'm interested to see in this matchup is how this draft will shape up, particularly because Winthrop, well, we've seen a lot of them. I think they're the team that plays the hardest for the lane phase, just to try and get whatever advantage they can for Witty in this farming jungle meta. And I'm curious, how Darklings in particular, because I think he's been a key proponent of this, is how's he going to play into Spyrax, who has been, top 2 mid in Challengers League this split, Mazel. So he needs a good matchup, and he needs to keep stepping it up if Winthrop want to play the way they've been playing.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is when Spyrax gets priority mids, like, it is a different game all of a sudden, it feels like. Now, finishing up these bans, We did get the Lucian Ashe banned by Dragonsteel, the Zyra Rumble joining the Tristana there by Winthrop. First pick of the Ezreal, so definitely looking at a safe bot lane, give Zyko some mobility on the map.
It might even be Ezreal mid, to be honest, because Spyrax has definitely played it. The Lucian is out of the way, the Tristana is out of the way, so this is honestly a pretty solid game for it. Even if Winthrop go for something like the Corki. Dark Wings, he's definitely not afraid to pull out the mages and move away from the AD mids when it's necessary. He had a Syndra game the other day, which I thought was very good. So, you know, we'll see.
I want to see his Swain come back eventually. One day.
One day.
Not
today,
soon.
but one day. Yeah, not anytime soon, but not today.
Winnie
yeah.
gonna go with the Karth this year. Has been a tried and true for him so far this split, and given him a lot of resources to be a carry as time goes on in the game. But this is an aggressive answer from Yuji. One that I expect to be up in the face of Winnie as often as possible, and something that Yuji has also hovered towards a lot this split.
Yeah, 100%. It's definitely a favorite of his so far in summer, and the fact that the Corki was up and not taken by Winthrop just makes that an easy 2-3 for Dragonsteel. You have a mid that likely will be able to get that push depending on what Darkwings is cooking up, and that's going to be that opportunity for him to move with Winnie, to have Zyko move, or whether with Yuji, and to have Zyko move with Yuji and fight these early levels like Nidalee loves to do.
And that's why I really liked the Ezreal first pick there for Dragonsteel, because you're kind of leaning towards that. Yes, there's that like flexibility possible,
Could be
but
mid,
you're really trying to get Zyko out of that lane. So if you're giving safety to Scary Jerry, that's super important. The Nautilus, though, is a very powerful pick. Seen it time and time again. It's going to give a ton of lockdown to Winthrop, but also the synergy between Kai'Sa as well with the Plasma stack.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's a fair shout, too, because the Nautilus is just super strong, and it's the thing that champs like Nidalee and Ezreal don't really like, just being hard locked down. They want to be slippery. They want to, bob and weave, throw shots, and then leave, essentially. So now that's going to be a little harder for Dragonsteel. I also like the TF ban coming through. I think Zamudo's been tearing it up on the champion. Just deny that from him overall. And if your guys are wondering, you're a little newer to Challengers League, you don't watch every match, you're like, Beatdown, please enlighten me on the Zed ban. Who plays Zed? Dark Wings plays Zed. He played it the other day. It was pretty good.
He talks about it all the time as well before when he was in Challengers League. And I think it's shown that, if you pull it out the right moment, it can be very difficult to deal with. The Jace going to join that ban table, though, as well, and the Jax as well on the side of Winthrop. We'll see what the counter pick is actually going to be for Winthrop this time around for Denethor.
Yeah, and I like the three bans that we're seeing towards mid lane there from Dragonsteel. I know Lucian could also go bot, but I think generally a lot of people are throwing it in that mid lane and just ensuring that Spyrax is going to have a pretty good time in this matchup here. You're just kind of removing these picks that Dark Wings could go for the lane dominance, and it makes me wonder what that R5 is going to be. They're waiting until the very end, but I'm not sure.
And they went with the Blind Renekton, which I've actually been a fan of. People might not be fans, but I'm a fan of Blind Renekton because it's just ridiculously strong now.
Pretty good.
We'll see what the counter pick is actually going to end up being here for this mid lane matchup into the Corki setup. Right now, they got the Poppy over on the side of Dragonsteel, though. I really like that pick. Going to take a little bit of presence away from Winthrop.
It's nice, too, because you can play really well into the Nautilus. You play really well into the Kai'Sa, too. So I think overall Zamudo's going to get a lot of value out of a favorite of his like the Poppy. And Zyko, after teasing us a little bit, he is going to lock the rel. There is that chance for a lot of CC combos and a lot of great team fighting power with that Magnet Storm.
You don't follow Zyko on Twitter, please go do it, and then go watch the clips that he posted recently, because in their last series, he had one of the nastiest rel engages, and a couple of them, actually, that I've seen in a while. So I want to see that again here today for Dragonsteel and for Zyko, but on the other side, it was the Zeri lock-in to try to answer into the Corki.
Yeah, and I guess we're just waiting to see if it's... They're not moving it. It could be Zeri mid.
Zeri top.
I really hope not. Bot. That sounds terrible. But
we've seen it. Zeus played
top. Oh, that's Zeus. Zeus can do whatever he wants, man. I'm sorry. That's like saying Keria played Kalista support. True. I should play Kalista support. That's crazy.
You should.
I don't think I should. I think my AD carry would hate me.
But I do want to talk a little bit about the entrances for both teams. I think the onus is on Dragonsteel to be very active with Yuji. You can kind of play safe if you find the avenues to do so for Winthrop here.
Yeah, you absolutely can. You definitely have a lot of range too. On the side of Dragonsteel, you have Ezreal poke, you have the Corki poke, and you still have the all-in potential, which is really nice. So I think Dragonsteel, they have a couple of ways they want to play this out, which they really like. And it's Winthrop who have to be a little more careful with how they navigate in these later team fights.
Well, we're getting into our second best of 3 of the day here on Super Money Sunday. The best of 3 determines if you walk away with $1,250, and of course, get this very hotly anticipated collegiate showdown for it.
It's so hotly anticipated, Dragonsteel, they're moving as a unit, trying to see who they can catch out. Aaron, of course, he's not going to fall for it. And they're just going to get a nice early ward down. Dark Skytech.
Not going to be able to get out of that one. First blood goes to none other than the Mongolian monster, Yuji.
I mean, if you're playing Nidalee, nothing feels better than picking up first blood, Lennon. Your early levels are already pretty good. This is just going to make it that much better. He's coming back with the Dark Seal. Yeah, this is a great start for Dragonsteel.
Obviously, Yuji, finally, after so long, earning his most valuable prospect last split. He's been in the conversation every split that we've had that conversation. And the man deserves it after hitting Challenger and every Tier 1 region across the world and making his name known here. One of the only players from Mongolia.
Yeah, that's right. And he was Challenger. He hit Challenger on insanely high ping, did he not?
Yep.
I know it's the thing you love to talk about last year, for good reason. That's a very talented player. Very skilled player.
What Zero Nidalee helps you be even more talented, I guess.
Isn't
we'll
that
actually
crazy?
see, though, if he's able to transition this into an advantage. Because, again, you have to remember, Winnie is going to be perfectly fine playing safe, farming up as much as possible on this Karthus to get to those Requiems. So, really, the eye was on Dragonsteel, and now they've gotten that started, at least.
Yeah, and the thing, too, that I like is that if you look on the minimap, there are actually a good amount of early wards placed down. 3 separate places, just to get an idea.
Zyko's
dead. Oh,
Zyko
no.
trying to save Scary Jerry there, misses all the combos, and just goes down.
Yeah, the turret was the phantom third man for that play, but Aaron very happy to pick up a kill on that Kaisa. But the thing that is still really nice for Winnie in this early game is that you have a good idea of where Yuji's going to be. All that early vision helps you track him, so it means that the invading, which Nidalee will like to do when she gets the chances, is going to be a little harder. Champs like Karthus, their first and second clears are the most important. After that, it is a little easier for them to skirmish, to fight. So as long as those clears can go off without a hitch, they're usually feeling pretty good about themselves.
Now that we're getting the culmination of Yuji's clear, I was wondering if we were going to see any movement into the enemy side of the map here, or maybe go for a proactive gank in some regard. Looks like they're going to use the priority in bottom lane. Contest over vision and give Yuji priority on this Scuttle Crab on bottom side, but you do also have Winnie redeploying towards bot side.
Yeah, it's an interesting call from Winnie. He doesn't stay on the map. He does his full clear, instantly respawns. So it is nice because you do manage to match that extra bit of power that Yuji got from first blood.
We are tussling today. Skytech getting low. He's going to burn that flash. He might just go down. Mystic shot from Scary Jerry there. That's big. Now Yuji has found Winnie. Going to dodge out of the Skittles, jeez. That is the spear going a little bit wide, though, from Yuji. Not able to really find the follow-up, but Zyko, yeah. I don't think you can stay that long there, Winnie.
Hello?
As those Cougar Claws sink deep, Winnie is gone. Zyko going to fall to Aaron, and it is a monster game early, as it's 3-2 and trades a spear. Is it going to hit? Flash out from Aaron to get to safety. Good reaction speed.
Yeah, and even though Winthrop is doing a little bit of answering back, Dragonsteel are the ones who come out on top. You get Summoner spells out of Winnie, Aaron, and Skytech, something you can capitalize on in these next couple of minutes. And Yuji gets another kill on the Nidalee. Already an aggressive start here from our first place team in Dragonsteel.
And I got to take stock of where this gold lies. You have a huge start from Yuji with the Faded Ashes now as well, but the Hearthbound Axe there for Aaron after he picked up those 2 kills. Now Zyko can keep the momentum going. And this is exactly what I said from draft that Maryville were looking to do with it. Zyko getting out of lane with the safety the bot lane provided.
Right, on top of that, syncing up with Yuji. It's going to be a really nice way for them to be able to make plays, kind of like what we're seeing right now. Yuji getting that Raptors respawn. Feels really good on top of the double crab going on.
Oh, Dark Wings. He's going to speed his way over the wall, though. Gets to safety. Luckily, able to get away with a sliver of health left, but Yuji was hunting.
Yeah, and I gotta imagine, Yuji's doing a good bit of ganking. He is ahead because he's stealing camps from Winnie, but he still has his own camps that he definitely needs to start cycling pretty soon. So I don't really see that bot gank angle. So yeah, I just like him going back to farming his camps. Just continue stacking gold because he's already got a lead, and just being able to continue snowballing that is so good for Dragonsteel.
About 1,000 gold lead hovering around for Dragonsteel so far. That's what they need in this setup, because Winthrop, if they were ahead, it'd be a bad time for Dragonsteel. They will be scaling pretty heavily. Not to say the Dragonsteel don't have their own, but I want to take now a look as redeploys come out for both junglers towards these objectives, because we have both spawning on either side of the map, but it looks like Yuji is going to path his way towards top to contest these grubby tubbies.
And I like the call. I mean, Zamudo has had this constant pressure topside, and I don't see why Winnie's going to be able to actually have a say on whether or not these grubs go down. In fact, Winnie is splashless, so this is a little dangerous.
They do have movement from mid. Both are going to be able to match in some regard. Darkwings can go over the wall, though, so that's the big difference maker. You can kind of reposition into movement for Winthrop. Not going to contest it anymore. All right, just going to take the one. And that next grub fight will be incredibly important.
Yeah. There's still the chance there for either one of these teams to get enough grubs to spawn the Void Mites. And
smooth criminal, scary Jerry down there.
Yeah, now Winnie invading after that play. We actually have Yuji trading sides of the map. So Yuji's going to basically go net even in this, but because he knows that Winnie's on that top side, probably taking his camps, this is actually really tough for Aaron, who has to respect it, especially once Winnie shows here, and Aaron just has to drop those waves on the bottom side. It's kind of brutal. You can already see the CS lead starting to build. Oh, yeah.
All right, we got a couple things going on right now, but in bot side, Skytech goes down to Yuji on a killing spree. Oh! We're going to need a replay of that one. I thought Zamudo was dead to rights, but he gets the outplay on a Winnie.
Sure does, and sorry, Denethor, there really isn't anything for you to do there. So Dragonsteel win big time on either side of the map, on both sides of the map, Vizelle, I should say. Oh, hold on a second.
I think Zamudo might win this. He's against the wall. Denethor, no! Zamudo cleans house, and it's 6-2 Dragonsteel.
And we're going to see a replay of what took place here. Denethor already popping the Dominus to stack the Fury. And Zamudo, he didn't even land the Keeper's Verdict, so...
That's what I thought. I thought he was dead to rights because of that.
I'm wondering, too? He just gets the flash?
No way!
Oh, really nicely done. Because you saw Denethor leave tower aggro, the Defile from the Karthus was enough to get Winnie taking the turn shots. This is nicely done from Zamudo.
Zamudo was on Twitter yesterday saying, oh, I don't feel like I had a good performance. Well, you're making up for it already, and we're only in game number 1 here. And now Aaron, aggressed on by Dragonsteel. Skytech going to try to be the martyr here, maybe get himself out of there. But no, the lockdown for the Shattering Strikes is there, and Scary Jerry will get another one.
Ooh, Dragonsteel are off to the races this game, Vizelle. Already 2,500 up in terms of gold. They're going to get the first strike of the game. And this Nidalee that Yuji is piloting is just getting stronger and stronger and stronger. So the only real option is maybe this topside play. Zamudo got the better of them once. Can he do it again?
Gonna get hit by the wall of pain there to slow him down. He's looking for an exit strategy. Doesn't have the Keeper's Verdict, but can just walk out here. Winnie not able to get too much damage down. Finally, Zamudo will fall. It is 400 gold to Denethor, the trade on the other side of the map.
Yeah, finally that top lane play does work, but it's not really closing the gap in gold that much. The plates, though, definitely feel really good there for Denethor. And Winnie's going to be able to steal camps. The problem is, Winnie's low mana, guys.
Winnie didn't know. Winnie doesn't know. Winnie doesn't know. Oh, no. He's going to get eviscerated now. He's trying to run his way out, but those Skittles do not do enough, and Yuji will get a 4th kill and go on a rampage.
And he's stacking that Darksteel, by the way, Lennon. I think that's why he's not going for some of the crazy angles for kills. that maybe he could, just trying to preserve those stacks. And that's just going to help them snowball that early lead. They got even further. Remember, it all started with that first blood that SkyTech unfortunately gave over in minute 1. And Dragonsteel, they've been running away with that ever since.
Does it feel personal to you in here, or is it just me? I don't know.
Is it what, sorry?
I said, is it feeling personal to you, or is it just me?
I think it's just you. I'm not blaming. I like SkyTech.
No. I'm saying Dragonsteel's advantage over Winthrop because, my God,
right.
they came in this
feeling
one.
Personal? You're right.
When you talk to these players coming to this one, there is a little bit of heat behind it. Not only are Winthrop kind of adding to the name of Collegiate and Dragonsteel, but they just took down Maryville, at least the SLU members did, in CLOL this year. So wanting to make their mark for Dragonsteel, and they definitely have so far.
They definitely have, Lennon. I mean, so far, the game's not over yet, but they've gotten a sizable lead. Yuji's able to hit the next spawn of Grubs, which I think minimal contest, because Dark Wings, he's probably not going to leave his lane anymore. So Dragonsteel, that's more resources that they are going to get to play with here. And now that they've hit that 4 Grub mark, and topside, despite the golden plates that Denethor has been able to get, Zamudo is still having a great time in that 1v1.
Yuji will ensure that they get the mites spawning. 4 plates end up falling to Scary Jerry on bot side, who also has like a 30 CS lead over Aaron down there. Big thing about Aaron, though, and he's been very vocal about it, he will come online in team fights. That's where he says his team can rely on him. He's going to have to do so this time around as Winnie visits on top side. Scary Jerry taking the engage there with the Killer Instinct. Aaron might be able to pick up a kill here as well. The Void stacks the Plasma. The barrier is not enough. And he's going to go down. Requiem going to be used across the table now. Zyko and Yuji pouncing on bot side. Zamudo taking a 1v2 in top side as well. Now SkyTech locked down. And that's going to be another kill hand delivered right to Yuji.
And this is just a tough spot that Winthrop are in. Bot lane aren't really a lane that Winnie can do a whole lot of playing for. He's been splitting top this entire time. And while him helping Denethor try to get kills, try to get gold is a good thing, you just look at the other side of the board here where Yuji's picking up kills, Scary Jerry is picking up kills, and they're the big damage dealers for their respective team. So people like Dark Wings and Aaron, who are falling behind in some ways, just aren't going to be able to keep up.
Being massive CS differentials between Spyrax and Scary Jerry and the opposition. I also saw Spyrax use a tempo TP play down bot side to try to take first turret. He did end up securing that one. Control Raj, gonna go across.
Got him.
Decent amount of Winnie. We actually see, now that Dragonsteel have gone back, bot, we have item completions, Trinity Forces for Spyrax and Scary Jerry, but more importantly, Yuji with that Leandries and 10 stacks on his Darksteel, looking to be aggressive now.
He's got an Amptome on top of it too. Yuji's already sitting on a lot of ability power right now. So much so that, again, he's just continuously confident about his ability to invade and continue taking resources away from Winnie. And Dragonsteel, with this control they have over bottom side, it's going to be easy for them to continue stacking Drakes as this gold lead grows.
We've always known Dragonsteel be strong when they have a lead, especially when they have control over the map. There is still the saving grace of those late game fights that Winthrop is hoping to get towards. That avenue is getting dark and scary. Dragonsteel going to use some of that dark and scariness over this top side of the map with no vision from Winthrop to steal away some more camps.
Oh my, and I love this. Oh, hold on. Yuji might be in trouble.
He's got a lot of bodies here to support him, and so do Winthrop. Zyko there, gonna get engaged on. A lot of damage from that spear from Yuji. They engage. Zyko wants it here. Denethor going across. True Shot Barrage across as well.
Wow.
Killer Instinct from Aaron gets used to try to follow up on the Zyko, but they can't get him. Yuji has gone godlike. And now they're gonna go for Dark Wings here. He's gotta try to clear the wave. He is gonna be able to. You Dragonsteel still go for it. He's like, oh god, how many of them are there? Gonna try to dodge this one out. Lightning crashes. Can he get the outplay? Dark Wings. He will fall. And Yuji has gone legendary.
And it's just a massacre on Summoner's Rift. Lennon. Well, that looked funny. Dragonsteel are just demolishing Winthrop at every stage of this game. You can see the bounties, particularly there on Yuji, but also on Spyrax, who's really getting up there in terms of damage and scaling. So Winthrop, the only thing they really have is the choice to take what is not being taken by Dragonsteel. The problem is, I don't think they have that choice either. The rest of the team are here to say something about it.
Scary Jerry's packing such a punch now. Oh,
Oh,
Skytech.
wow.
Oh no, Skytech, you wanted to go, bro. You needed to take the invite, as now it actually is Winnie that will deny the dragon, giving his life for it. That keeper's verdict, able to separate them, and Dragonsteel just taking advantage of the map state.
And they sure are. Small, ever so small win. Is that Winthrop did get that Drake, so they halt the dragon stacking. Problem is, Dragon Soul, probably not a factor anymore. 6,500 gold. That is a big, big gold lead. The Dragon
At
Steel are
15 and a
working
half
with here.
minutes,
At
it
50,
definitely is.
yeah, you know, when you see gold, when you're looking at game stats and you see 6K gold diff at 15, you know something went horribly wrong or horribly right, depending on who you're a fan of.
And in this case, you got to give a shout to two major carries for Dragonsteel. Yuji, who has had a hell of a split so far, and Scary Jerry, who's right there with him. I mean, the man literally hard carried game 3 of their last series as well. And I feel like this team has leapt from strength to strength. They are not here to finish second place this split. They want to capitalize on the growth over this year.
Yeah, and so far, they're taking the run that FlyQuest took for a majority of our spring regular split. Just being undefeated, dropping a game here or there, but coming out on top in the end regardless. And so far, it's just been pretty clean and consistent as our word of the day from Dragonsteel overall. As they just continue to take more off the map.
Dude, Psycho's Rel is just untouchable. He can just go in because he knows his team will follow him immediately. Killer Instinct from Aaron will get him back, but is it enough? Requiem comes back out. Aaron gets the kill back, but it's only that. Going back over, Zamudo has fallen as well. Spyrax laughing on Darkwings up here with a Rift Herald usage from Yuji. Meanwhile, Scary Jerry taking a tier 2 in mid lane. Be another turret going down. Denethor getting pity prizes in the bot lane as an outer tower falls against Dragonsteel.
And even with that outer tower, Lennon, this gold lead is insane. Just Dragonsteel playing this game out really, really well, pretty much from start
That's
to
your
where
tank,
we are
by the
now.
way. You're in Cougar country now.
To be fair, Skytech's 09, so he's not really a tank right now. He also has Blood Song, as opposed to Celestial Opposition, so you know. Not as tanky as maybe the average Nautilus has been. I think Dragonsteel, Lennon, personally, they heard there was money on the line, and they're like, we're not wasting any time.
They also heard it was Winthrop. They like, oh, whoa, let's go.
That's right. The money is actually just the bonus. It's about sending a message.
Now, we will see Winthrop try to be proactive on the map. They're not ones to just kind of sit down. Winnie, Denthor, and Aaron roaming around up here with trying to take this outer tower for Darkwings. They're going to get collapsed on. Dragonsteel not going to move forward. And since we have a little bit of time, I want to take us to a little bit of an education seminar here. I used to be an educator in the zoo, and I think it's time to talk about cougars. Because I think we've got signs being put up all over the place. I'm sure they're in effort to be careful. Never back away from a cougar. Always face the cougar. And back away slowly. Make yourself big. Make yourself tall. And they'll try to they'll maybe run away. This time, I don't know, though. Yuji's looking a little bloodthirsty.
I was going to say, I think, I don't know if you could look any bigger than Yuji this game. 9-0-5. Looking at his second item there with the Lich Bane, Yuji hurts people, man. And he's also 2 levels up on Winnie. And look at how far onto Winthrop's side of the map they are. The fact that they spotted out Skytech and Winnie just gives that perfect angle for this turret to go down. Aaron and Denethor, they just have to watch front row seats as their base starts to fall apart.
And when we got to talk to Scary Jerry in the interview the other day in their last series, it was a statement from him to say, you know, we want to go undefeated. We expect to go undefeated. We feel that strength from us and, you know, kind of growing on a very tight finish to last season. I wonder if this back is actually okay. Sorry,
Yeah,
I was getting baited a little bit.
It happens. It's got to keep the tension up. Even have us guessing.
I was hoping maybe a little rocket jump or rocket barrage would go through, but not going to do it. Now,
okay.
though, Scary Jerry, 2.5 items, almost 3, as we go out and get ready for this dragon fight.
And it's not going to be Dragonsteel's sole point by any means, but Dragonsteel are just in such a powerful position, so much so that they felt confident enough to take that middle inhibitor. I think that's the thing I want to pull focus to. Usually, you know, it's not ideal to break an inhibitor unless you think you will end the game in that time, just because you don't want to have a lane where you can't necessarily or easily farm anymore. You're giving extra gold and experience with the super waves that will be coming through. So them doing this means they pretty clearly think that, yeah, we're going to end the game in a couple minutes. This is almost done. We're about to wrap it up.
You just need time, and time is their friend here, it feels like. Even though that's kind of what we set up for Winthrop. Like, we want things to go easy. We want to get to later game. Venn diagrams, all the circles. It's looking like a little bit of summer school right now for Winthrop. Now they're actually half of Aaron's health with just the True Shot Barrage. TP's coming in, and they're going to try to give it one fell swoop in mid lane. Aaron going to have to flash away from his counterpart in Scary Jerry, and he's had his number as the #1 gunslinger for Dragonsteel.
Yeah, flash and barrier, by the way. Now it's going to be that perfect opportunity to go ahead and take the Baron. This is what really matters here, not that Dragon Soul. And Winnie, maybe he could try and go for a steal.
Winnie, run! No! The ghost is gone. Dragonsteel secure the rally cry. Baron buff in the end. They'll move away, though, because Winthrop actually have a fight to give here. Oh, Darkwings, you're all by yourself. Magnetstorm goes over there. Skytech gets a nice little engage, though, over onto Spirex. He's going to flash away. Darkwings is dead. Yuji goes legendary. Engage from Denethor, but he's all by himself. Everyone's running away. Skytech tries to go for it, but he gives his life as well. And Dragonsteel, they make it known that this is their map.
And, oh my god, that Requiem, more than anything else, just shows you how strong Dragonsteel are. 21 minutes in the game, and it just tickles them. Oh, they want more.
Well, it was the collegiate showdown for a reason. It's a money match for a lifetime, and it's Dragonsteel putting down Winthrop in game #1. Revenge is a dish best served cold, and Dragonsteel want that revenge for C-Lol. As they'll cake a couple more, Yuji will continue padding his stats, going 12-0-6, and the Mongolian monster truly is just that.
Lennon, you talk about revenge being a dish best served cold. I don't think I've seen a game colder than the one I just witnessed. That has got to be our fastest game of the split, and it was just pure and utter domination. I feel like we don't even have to stall, talk about, or discuss the fact that our player of the game is obviously Yuji. This guy took that first blood that they got onto Skytech, and dude just stomped his foot on the gas until the end of the game.
And it was known that he was going to go for that, right? You get the Karthus pick, you take that Nidalee because you know you want to get up in the face of the enemy jungle. And it officially was our fastest game of the split so far. And incredible stuff from being able to pilot those early advantages into making it a win. And I think that was the biggest conversation because we've seen Nidalees get ahead time and time again, but Yuji's just built different.
I mean, he is. Again, he was our MVP last split. And he's definitely one of the best junglers we've had in the league in the past year or so, at least. And it just shows in a lot of the games that Dragonsteel have been playing. And the fact that they beat Winthrop so soundly and so quickly, I think tells us like all we need to, in that they want us to have an early day. They said, guys, don't worry about it. We're going to own these guys. We're going to collect our checks, and everyone can go home.
The Collegiate Showdown has delivered already, at least one-sidedly so, for Dragonsteel. That is all she wrote for game #1. We'll see if Winthrop can recoup and regroup for game #2 with $1,250 on the line. We'll see you there.
This summer, NACL is back and we brought more. More Fearless.
It would be DSG locking in the Varus because they can't take the Orianna either way, but it's Aatrox banned instead.
More Creators.
Wait, I didn't change the competitive.
More Best of Fives. More money.
During the NACL Super Weeks on weeks 4 and 5, we'll give each NACL team 2 money matches.
More Surdy.
Send me up onto this stage again is my chance to prove that I'm the person who should have been promoted to the LCS over Fake.
More stories. More partners. More prospects. More futures. More colleges. More SmackDown. More Cowboys. More NACL this summer. More. The future of the LCS starts right after the LCS. More.
It gets me every single time. Welcome back to the NACL Summer 2024. We are here for more, and we're here for more money matches. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Beatdown Boulevard. We're in the last day of our first Super Week here in the summer split in week number 4. And what a way to get there. We had 3 games in the first one. This one looking a little bit one-sided. Dragonsteel took that CLOL loss personally, and they are looking to be the pride of collegiate here in NACL.
Yeah, there's a lot to say about that first game, but also not too much to say. Dragonsteel, they cooked Winthrop. So it's back to the drawing board. I'm getting flashbacks to the first FlyQuest series, Winthrop's first series so far this split, and it's gonna be hard to come back from that one mentally. But Winthrop, maybe they'll do it.
I think the biggest question I have to ask here, yes, we could talk about draft, like what Fearless has to offer, but I have to take a little bit of an introspective look into Winthrop's draft in this one because they didn't use counter pick. They also they used the Karthus, which then got the Nidalee picked into it. You had the Ezreal, which was very flexible. Zyko getting his very classic, rel at this point that he's had multiple just game-breaking engages on. And I think it just was a bit of a rough draft to execute for Winthrop.
It was, and I think that's part of why I actually want to give props to Dragonsteel for how they drafted. Again, I talked about it during the moment, but there were a lot of mid-bans sent towards Darkwing, so he was in a position where, he was able to play the Marksman in Zeri, but it's not really a matchup where you're able to get a lot of push into the Corki. So Spyrax was so easily able to get an advantage, make space for Yuji to get really aggressive and just keep snowballing and picking up kill after kill after kill. Also, real quick, I think we got to give a little pat on the back to Zamudo, because he played that whole game 1v2 and he held it down.
And again, it just is so cool to me that we used to call Niles Captain America, obviously in the top side. Now he's the coach for Dragonsteel, but in the story of Captain America, he eventually hands down his shield, and Zamudo has picked up that shield and ran with it.
Yeah.
And I think it has been truly incredible to watch how he fits into the team. When you hear him talk about it, he's really happy to work with Niles because he's able to show him a different perspective that he wasn't thinking about before. And this guy has had a consistent improvement mindset, right? Like, I literally just thought he was tweeting just the other day in the loss that it was like, we won, or in the win rather, that I feel like I was having some troubles. I want to try to clean that up. And then he comes out and has a performance like that where he's literally taking all of the pressure that Winthrop were trying to deal in the early game.
Yeah, that's right. And he was really embodying Captain America, just saying like, hey man, I could do this all day. Keep diving, keep trying.
Thank you for buying it. I appreciate you.
Yeah, no, I got you, man. And it's a perfect fit. And yeah, it is nice that he has such a growth mindset. Again, we were saying earlier, I had questions. A lot of people did, whether he could fill the shoes of Niles. And he's done that and then some, because he has been looking so good. And this is actually the Zamudo that I was really excited to see back when he was on third party a few years back when, he was just a potential tier 2 promotion that we as viewers were really excited to see move up. And now he's a little late. He's living up to that hype though. And that's a great thing to see.
Yeah. I do also want to talk a little bit about the maybe elephant in the room in Winthrop having a bit of a rough game number 1 for sure. I definitely think this team is still one that has a good mentality around approaching games, and they have a lot of veterancy between them. And I think a bounce back is definitely in the cards here for them.
Maybe. For sure. And the draft is going to be most interesting. I'm actually going to look. I know Winthrop are going to be on the blue side. So I think that's
big.
I'm imagining they're going to try and focus really hard on getting a good mid pick there for Dark Wings. We can actually take a look now before we get into the draft at the band champions. Just remember that Corky's not available. Ezreal, if you wanted to play that mid, also isn't available. And as long as Winthrop keep getting those mid picks for Dark Wings banned away, Dark Wings, he's going to have to pull something a little cheeky to be able to try and get that early advantage.
Now just whittle down the ADC pools even more. Take them in mid early so you know the next game is a little bit easier to manage. But all those champions not going to be available to either team for this second game in our Super Omega Fearless Overdrive. And it also gives us a little bit more perspective on what we can expect in this game number 2, because I'll be outright, bro. Like, Yuji, he's having a heck of a split, and I don't know what the qualifications are for a second most valuable prospect run, but the man is putting on a clinic there with that game number 1 in Italy, and want to see what he can do here in game number 2, especially with Winnie on the other side, finding answers his own right. Winthrop will be on that blue side, like you mentioned, ban away that Zyra. The answer is the Tristana.
Yeah, I think the Zyra ban is just they're not willing to play it. They don't want to leave it to chance on whether or not Dragonsteel will get rid of it. But yeah, again, you're just seeing Triss, Lucian. They're just removing all the good answers there for Darkwings. And I like that Dragonsteel has the right read on how important Darkwings being able to play out the early game is for Winthrop and how they've gotten some success here.
I expect to see some of these kind of picks that are slipping through, especially in the jungle priority, the AP junglers, to be a little bit more of the path this time around, because we do still have a lot of them on the table. Yes, Karthus and Italy are gone. You still have the likes of the Lilias, the Brands, things like that. The Ziggs is that final focus for Winthrop in the first phase.
Yeah, and I'm wondering now what the final ban is going to be. Again, a lot of the big 80 mids, whether through Fearless bans or through Dragonsteel bans, are out of the picture now, so they could throw something towards maybe Brand, maybe the Rumble that gets banned so often on blue side. We don't see a lot of Rumble games from Denethor, but surely he's capable.
The Ashe is the one I was kind of keeping an eye on here, just to see if it was going to make it through, because if it did, it's immediate first pick, it feels like, for Winthrop. They won't be able to get that hands on that one. All 3 ADC bans yet again, and Dragonsteel going to be looking to see what they want to utilize in this first phase to set up for their counter pick on red side.
Yeah, this one is interesting. Leona is up now. He's banned out before, but the Rumble up being up is enough for them. Yeah, they're going to lock that one in. It is a flex. We know it can be played in the jungle, and it's pretty good there. But I think Leona, considering especially what's left, is too good. It's an easy pickup there for Dragonsteel.
They could get the Wombo combo going if they want to, really.
Good.
I've seen the MF rise in a little bit of priority here, but I also do want to talk about the Rumble a little bit more as well, because it's not only a powerful pick right now, flexible, but it's also a pull away from Zamudo, and Zamudo can cook people on his Rumble.
Yeah.
See what the answer into that is going to be, if they think it is going to go in top side. This has been a pretty strong answer, but it's actually going to be right back to the MF.
Yes, you know, they tease us a little bit back and forth. They're probably discussing, and they end up walking.
I think
in
it's a
with
good
the
pick.
Misfortune. I think so too. You have Wombo combo, as you said, and Leona's really good at making space, especially if you do go later on into the draft into something like an Udyr. I think Scary Deer is going to have a pretty good time.
I'd love to know exactly what that mindset is for Winthrop after that first game, especially. Well, the mindset is to try to win this 2v2 down there in bot lane.
Wow.
And it will be the double lock-in for Aaron and Skytech in the Kalista and the Renata.
Yeah, so I think this is an interesting answer. I mean, Kanata.
I like that.
I'm calling it that from now on. I didn't mean to, but I like it. But I wanted to specify Kalista.
Yeah.
She's received some nerfs here and there. Not as strong as she has been in the past, but still very lane dominant, very potent combination. So there is that potential to really hard win bot lane. And I think Renata in general, into the Leona, into this Udyr who's trying to run into your backline, I think is very good, because one, you have the handshake, but the hostile takeover is actually a great way to deal with that MF ult from long range.
Yeah. I do end up really liking the Udyr for Dragonsteel. It's been a pretty big answer into the Rumble and topside matchup 1v1s. But maybe a little worried that this is going to be a Rumble jungle. they're going to go ahead and continue banning some of those top lane matchups to make it more likely that they'll get the 1v1 they want. It is the Gnar ban.
Yeah, 100%. It's either that or they're just not convinced that this is Rumble top lane. They want to remove some good team fighting options. I think right now they are lacking on CC, frontline, engage, and things like that. So considering what lanes they have to pick for left, I like that one. I also like the Misfortune, or not the Misfortune, the Camille takeaway would have really taken away Misfortune's value this game.
It really would have.
Yeah.
I love the combination there as well. But yeah, very convinced that this jungle matchup might be a little bit more interesting. I do like the brand focus. I think that if it makes it through, it's a little ridiculous. I think Lilia still is the other big one still on the table. Wonder what this R5 is going to look like for Dragonsteel, because it could tee up to be a jungle R5, but the Yone final ban here by Winthrop.
I'm kind of thinking that they just leave. Yeah, I think mid lane would be the R5 here, because you have plenty of good options left for jungle. It could be Lee Sin. I think Xin is up and available. That's a pretty good one, but they're going to end up going with Lee Sin on this one, and they just want to make sure, again, you give Spyrax the best matchup possible in that mid lane, so he gets that prio. It's a little harder for Winnie to play the game.
Yeah, and we saw what that led out to last game, too. Makes it a little bit easier to play the game, especially when you're ahead. I think that combination is going to be huge. Spyrax has also been a big factor in kind of helping Yuji get off the ground in games that he doesn't just find his own leads outright. It's going to be another classic, though, for Winnie, and it will be the Sejuani.
And that's the hard engage that you were missing here on the side of Winthrop University. And now you have that follow-up with the Renata as well. So it's a pretty good way for you to be able to get some of these fights started, target people like the Misfortune, and things like that.
See what the lock-in is going to end up being for Winthrop. It will be the poke follow-up there with the Jace.
Yeah, also, so it was banned away from Darklings in that first game, so you do have that kind of lane dominant pick going through here, but probably anticipated as we wait to see. I think Ori would actually be pretty good, but I'm a big fan of both of those champions. So, yeah.
I think the Hui gives you a lot of flexibility and versatility, but I really want to see the engage follow-up there as well for Spyrax, because I think that's been when he's been most potent, especially on the likes of the Yone, things like that can follow up that initial engage, or even maybe set up the initial engage sometimes. So this is going to be an interesting one. I think the gunslingers in bot lane are going to be a heavy focus for me again, because Aaron wants to make good on that last game for sure.
Yeah, 100%. It is going to be a lot of bot lane focus because of that strong 2v2 that Winthrop University have gone for. And Dragonsteel, they're off the back of the fastest game we have in the split. And remember, our longest game was 43 minutes. On Friday, Lennon. We were there. So there's a world where if Dragonsteel do this again, their series could be shorter than one game that we had in week 4. Just something to think about.
It is something to think about, but I'm thinking about the bounce back for Winthrop. They have all the synergy. They are 4 parts of Slew and Denethor added on there, but they have talked so much about what friendship, what those bonds bring to best ofs and to this team. They're going to have to rely on those now as the collegiate money match showdown continues. $1,250 on the line here. Dragonsteel one step away from claiming that cash prize. Make sure you spam who you got in this one. WU for Winthrop and DSTL for Dragonsteel.
And Dragonsteel also one game away from completing the revenge arc over the majority of the team who beat them at CLOL 2024. So definitely a lot of motivation here for the Dragonsteel roster. And a lot of motivation for Winthrop to try and tie the series back up.
Taking a look down memory lane from this series so far. Maybe Winthrop, prepare yourself. It was early domination from Yuji. He took complete control of the jungle and then was able to filter that out with a ton of help from the lanes and the priority they were gaining through bot side to springboard that lead into a massive gold advantage at 15 minutes. I think this game can go a little bit more synergistically in terms of how these junglers can be impactful early.
Yes, and something I want to point out now is that Winthrop, if things don't go well for them in these first 15-20 minutes, I think they're going to run into a problem. I'm looking at Aaron, particularly on the Callista. Again, very lane dominant pick. You're going to be able to have a lot of pressure. You're going to be able to fight in the 2v2 very well. But when we get to the later parts of the game, you're pretty short-ranged as far as marksmen go. Look at the rest of the map. You have Udyr running at you, Lee Sin running at you, Azir. This whole squad can get on top of you and make it really hard for you to kite out and do DPS. So Aaron, although he's had a lot of improvements since we saw him last year, this is a situation that even the best AD carriers in our league, I think, would struggle with. So he's got to make this work in the early game.
I have really liked Skytech's Renata as well in the past, so I really want to see him have a lot of influence here, because I think the last game we saw as well, them getting on the map was super important, but you're very much more lane focused this time around. And another little thing I want to put out is maybe a little funny. I'm imagining Scary Jerry is putting on his best Hungry Hippo costume in this game, because he's just going to be hand-delivered all these setups for the bullet time. It's going to be really interesting to watch. Now, Winnie, getting a little bit of revenge from that last game onto Yuji, is going to try to push him out of his jungle early. Let's take this fire of this blue. Oh! He does end up getting it away. Now Yuji is going to be in some trouble. Does have to burn the flash out.
I mean, it ends up being worth in the end. Skytech not having flash doesn't mean that it's something you can capitalize on later on. He's a lot squishier than the champs we've seen him on in previous games and previous series. So it's only going to result in one camp being taken away by Winnie, and it's not going to really amount to too much other than messing with Yuji's first clear.
Trying to get up there. I actually believe that Yuji was able to smite that one out. They actually want to move forward. Yeah, the Scuttle Crab had already been started up here. Now Zyko finds the engage with Scary Jerry over top. They don't really have the follow-up. The handshake cleansed out of immediately. Not going to be able to find the damage, though, but Yuji is here. Yuji will get first blood. Where have we seen this one before? Aaron will desperately try to get Zyko and does do so. Going to try to hop skip his way over the wall here. Oh, can't do it. Guy has a Sonic Wave on him. Oh, no. Can't do it. You don't have enough jumps.
You also can't go over that wall,
Yeah, exactly. You don't have enough jumps.
Yeah, that's it. And that's a tough one. I mean, Aaron flashes forward for the kill. Any extra gold you can give Kalista early is very nice, but Yuji getting 2 kills early game, especially on this Lee Sin, where you're impactful early, similar to the Nidalee, and does bode a little poorly for Winthrop. If they aren't careful, Yuji's going to be able to have a lot of impact now. You can already see his first back was so nice. He's got so much AD to work with.
It's a heck of a back for Lee Sin early on as well. Off for the races here. I'm sure he'll stay being proactive as well. We're going to be getting level 6s from these mid laners, more importantly from Spyrax, since his Emperor's Divide is going to be available to get those setups here. I want to see them be a little bit more active with that. Now, Dragon is spawning up on the map here. Spyrax actually going to bait out Darkwing staying in lane here. He's going to try to punish him for that one, but expected thoughts on priority on Dragon early?
It should be. You have Kalista Renata, so my money is usually on that bot lane to get a lot of Dragon prio. You couple that with the fact that Darkwings, he's been doing pretty good in this mid matchup so far. He's got a little lead, he's got push, and he's got Spyrax under his turret. I think the saving grace may be that Spyrax delayed his back a wave, delayed Darkwing's back, more specifically. But when he's not even anywhere towards that Drake, so they might not even be thinking about it right now.
They'll take the calm and easy approach to this early part of the game so far.
They shouldn't.
You will be. I love it. He is going to be pathing down towards the spot side, and they'll regain a lot of that push for Aaron and Skytech as time goes on. But Zyko and Scary Jerry going to try to bounce that one right back, and it looks like we could get a little bit of fighting down here in the 3v3. Movement first from Spyrax in mid lane if they want to move now, but Yuji has come down here. Zyko gets the engage. Winthrop were maybe trying to set up for priority, but maybe they just set themselves up to die. Skytech going to bail himself out, but the bailout is not enough to save him, and that is Scary Jerry getting a kill.
Winnie hoping to respawn in the mid lane, but I mean, Winnie's not level 6. I don't really see a kill here. So instead, the hope is that a bush play maybe works out, but instead of Drake, they want to kill.
No, Aaron. He wanted to make good on that last game, but now Scary Jerry, the gunslinger of Dragon Steel, comes up fiery.
Uh-oh. We have a problem.
Let's see Zyko's best bodyguarding impression here. Scary Jerry's like, Zyko, just go on without me. Oh, no, Zyko's the focus here as they can come clean up Scary Jerry. In the end, Skytech going to come over here and try to get the kill credit. It does end up going down in the end to SkyTech. He'll get 400 gold.
So at least it's something. The execution doesn't go. The execution doesn't really come through for Scary Jerry. But overall, I think as Dragonsteel, it's not such a big deal. The wave is stacking and coming into Scary Jerry's direction. And he's also playing Misfortune. So he's going to be able to collect most of that. The real big prize here for Winthrop is that first Drake. But even that is being traded for Grubs on the other side of the map, as you can see there in the bottom of your screen.
Still really like the Udyr pick to push into Denethorus. Are going to end up finding Psycho as he tries to get back to lane, and that's going to be another kill going over to Winthrop as Darkwings is going to be the one who claims a big bullet time on the hem, though. Scary Jerry trying to fight his life here. 4v1. Is he going to get one? He gets one back at least. It is going to be the dive from Winthrop.
I mean, not bad. 4 people dive you, and you get a kill and trade. That's pretty awesome. You will lose that wave on the bot side, but Spyrax is crashing a big wave mid. Yuji is invading for camps, and plates are going down. I mean, I would say that's still a net even, which is really good for Dragonsteel, who, again, mid to late game, I favored them in terms of scaling. So status quo is a good thing for them. Winthrop are the ones who need change.
Need the change you want to see in the world.
And they're going to have to be.
Obviously, a new change into NACL, Winthrop joining the collegiate roster of our league. Really excited for this collegiate showdown. Now, the first time we're getting this, and also the only time we're getting this in regular season. Of course, it's a money match on top of it all, but it really has been a story of watching this SLU core grow a lot together and find ways to contest a very established organization like Maryville/Dragonsteel.
Yeah, and Lennon, can I tell you a secret?
What's up?
This is the first Dragonsteel game I get to cast this split.
Let's go. I think I've cast all of them.
You have. We were talking about this last night. And I'm very jealous of you because Brandon Sanderson is literally my favorite author of all time. I've been just waiting for this opportunity. Can you please? I would love to talk to you about them. They're great. Everyone in Twitch chat, go read those books. They're good stuff. It's good stuff.
Love to hear that. Also love to hear that first item is going to be coming up because that means we get more spice. As Zamudo, speaking of spice, putting some chili pepper in Denethor's food. As we did end up getting the Eclipse completed by Yuji. Almost get a handshake on bot side by SkyTech. When he's looking mid.
Now
the
he's
Hammer Slam. Now, there you go. And he's going to follow it up beautifully onto Spyrax. He's going to burn the flash and does get out alive for it, but burns those summoner spells.
Oh,
Udyr things. You got Phoenix form, but that Flame Spitter hits hard. Denethor with the harpoon. Is he ready to go? No, bullet time over top. Hostile takeover stops it. That's exactly what you said. Nice face call, but Aaron, his health bar is not going to hang on to bailouts just enough to get him kicking. Is it going to be enough to keep him going, though? He's down and calls Scary Jerry the Energizer Bunny here. He's 4-2, and he keeps on rolling.
Oh, Yuji is looking for a little bit more, but SkyTech's going to walk away with his life. Guys, before that fight started, I want everyone to know that Udyr was at like a sliver of HP. Now look at Zamudo's health, by the way. He hasn't left lane. It is a really cool and normal champion, by the way, guys. I'm sorry, I just needed to get that out. Dragonsteel, though. Big fight on the bottom side. You called Scary Jerry the Energizer Bunny, and I really like that one because he's got energy this game.
Definitely does. Zyko, speaking a little bit energetic, will finally get out on the map and pressure Darkwings out of the lane. Winnie, though, again, back at the base, is looking for another engage on top side. Denethor's tanking, though, and they'll get the trade back and forth. Winnie picks that one up.
You do get something, which feels really good. But yeah, Udyr, it's tough having a champion like that.
This game is a boxing match. My goodness.
Yeah, we're just swinging. Oh, no.
Oh, speaking of swinging, he's swinging that hammer to get Yuji away from him. Darkwings is going to make it out alive.
So Dragonsteel, even though Zamudo went down, he is about to come back. So he will be able to show up in time for this next grub spawn. Dragonsteel are basically one spawn away from getting the Grubageddon. That is something that they'll be able to make some pretty good use of. They'll be hitting a lot of turrets this game, I foresee. That's why you're seeing Winnie move up, trying to contest. The rest of his team is showing up too. Because SkyTech has shown up, I think there is that bit of an advantage there. Oh, wait, he's running back.
Psycho found Aaron. Oh, Scary Jerry is running. Look how fast he struts his stuff as now Aaron trying to kite his way out of that one. You're getting a fight on top side as well. Flash is going to be coming out of the Dragonsteel members, but they already got Scary Jerry a killing spree. Now Yuji going to use the Raptors to get out of harm's way. Zamudo circling around for a flank. Yuji's going to heal a ton here. I don't even know if Winthrop can do these grubs, but they're going to try.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jungle Privilege is alive and well. Winnie is still...
stopped his back.
Yeah,
Oh my god, Psycho is going Psycho!
They got him. Yeah, I mean, one grub is going to go down. Oh, they want more, yeah.
They literally can't do it. Oh my goodness, Psycho with back-to-back plays. They will push Dragonsteel off with the equalizer. Winthrop not ones to back down from this fight. You realize they want revenge just as much. Aaron does have the Fate's Call coming up now. He's going to pop it. They're going to go on to Zyko and Spyrax. Spyrax dodging his way out. Zyko still pretty tanky. Pain check comes back. Look at Zamudo, though. Yuji trying to follow it up. Bullet time over top of them all. And Aaron's going to not get bailed out this time around. Zamudo is going to be in a lot of trouble. But Yuji, he's looking to follow up. Zamudo's just running at people right now. And that's all Dragonsteel have done all series long is run Winthrop into the dirt.
And while Winthrop are just falling to pieces again here in this game too, Mazel, there's just no angle. Dragonsteel, they just win every skirmish. They win every fight, and every time Winthrop throw a punch, Dragonsteel swing twice back.
And now, the fact of the matter is, you have a 3,000 gold differential for Dragonsteel in an advantageous position. A dragon is up on the table to try to even those up. You're going to have second items getting close to completed there for Dragonsteel as well on multiple members. Now, you did get the Umos completed for Darkwing, so a little bit of strength there. And that's where I want to talk about the ways that Winthrop can find a little bit of carving back in this one. It leads off of Winnie finding picks, Glacial Prison. Starting off on Zamudo here. He's in the bush. Does get spotted out, though. Zamudo was trying to finish his back there at the end, but Skytech got a handshake him back over the blast code, and there you go. Winnie gets the kill.
Cost Winnie his ult, but he was able to secure something. That's got to feel good. Problem is, again, there's always something being gained elsewhere when Winthrop takes something. It's true, picks are how Winthrop are going to potentially come back into this game, but it's so hard, Mazel, because Aaron, against the rest of Dragonsteel, he is so vulnerable to the slows, to the fact that he doesn't outrange them by enough to effectively do damage. And also by the fact that Dragonsteel, I think they just have better side laners right now. You can see the damage Spyrax has been able to do at the side, in the side lane right now. Zamudo, unless you send 3 people to him, you can't actually run him out of the lane. It just takes too many resources for Winthrop this game to accomplish anything. And Dragonsteel are always ready to trade.
We'll be sacking a trade here at least while Winthrop does secure the Rift Herald there. Pretty big stuff, actually, in terms of trying to get some of the standing gold. Speaking of big stuff, Darkwings, he's just scooped into infinity, and now he has to run away from Yuji and Spyrax. He does get the flash play out, but I think they're going to be able to chase that one down. One more? Oh, and there it is, Sonic. Wave will get Yuji a rampage. Now Zyko is actually looking topside. The equalizer going to be popped in. Thor just trying to make it his home base. Winnie's just running away from it, trying to catch Scary Jerry in the transition. Now he's by himself, though, in a 1v3. Make it now a little bit more of an even fight, 4v3. But Zyko says, let's not make it an even fight. Try to go in. The Fate's Call used. A lot of ultimates going to be used. Nobody else goes down, though.
I think that's fine. I like that Dragonsteel, they're just completely happy to keep fishing. They know they have an angle. They want to keep pressing on it. And now they've gotten this huge gold advantage because of it. We can even just take a look at gold right now. Look at where the spread is. It's on the damage dealers of Dragonsteel. So when they have a lead like this, a team like this is ready to just continue on the pressure.
You cannot stop them once they're on a roll. That gunslinger in bot lane for Dragonsteel has got some nice shiny Bolt 45s, it looks like. Bullet time going over top, speaking of. He's going to use those double guns to go blazing straight on to Winthrop University. And Aaron's going to give him the thumbs up as a maybe consolation, but he's going to be run down as Spyrax predicts him over the wall and kills him outright.
Oh my god. Dragonsteel have double Winthrop's kills at this moment. And double their towers taken. Yeah, it's 2-1, but the synergy still, it appeals to me. And I think winning appeals to DragonSteel because this is a team that started off the split hot with that rematch of the finals from spring. They beat FlyQuest challengers, and they just keep winning over and over again. Another close series they had was yesterday against Supernova, but they still managed to take them down at the end in a huge Game 3 finish. Now, they just want to keep holding on to that first place lead, and like Jerry told you, they want to go without losing.
And so far, so good on that home front.
Yeah.
Honestly, getting revenge, even in an ACL against Winthrop or /Splu for those CLOL finals is going to mean a lot for them. Maintain that collegiate pride here. Now Zamudo and DragonSteel going to lose their top laner as he's looking for the thumbs up, and Denethor gets the solo. Bolo.
Oh, nobody fist bumped him. Come on, Twitch chat, let's see some U's for Denethor. That's just cruel, man.
Some U's in the chat.
Yeah, some U's in the chat.
Hey, Aaron gave him the thumbs up, I guess, at least. But
is that
nice
for
little
him,
side
or is that
pick.
for us, or what's going on?
I think it's for everybody. Zyko's going in for everybody here. Get the Solar Flare combo. Winnie, though, will fight that one out. Nice combo with the bullet time. Raining hell, though. Nice little hostile takeover. Gets Aaron a kill in the end. Skytech going to get downed again by UG, or actually Scary Jerry, while he goes legendary, by the way. This is about a 6,000 gold lead. The DragonSteel are whipping around over Winthrop.
Oh, and Scary Jerry, unfortunately for you, misfortunes, W move speed got buffed. He's very fast. I don't think you're going to outrun him.
He does have Dark Wings coming behind him. Yeah, I mean, Spyrex is also very strong, so throw out the little melee. Oh, Shock Blast from Dark Wings almost takes Spyrex out, but here comes Zamudo. Dark Wings feeling very confident, but he didn't realize how fed Scary Jerry was. Now he checks it, and he's just going down to him. Spyrex is the one that gets him on a rampage. Now Skytech going forward with the base call. Zamudo getting low, might get his life rended out of him, but no bailout comes through for Winthrop, and there ain't no saving them. That's DragonSteel. They've made their mark. They're 7,000 gold up. Now they're going to take more turrets and do more lasting damage to Winthrop.
And they're just taking turrets all across the map. We're 19 minutes, and we're about to hit that 9,000 gold lead. They look like they want to set another record after giving us the fastest game of the split so far in Game 1.
Gonna need to up the tempo if they want to do that a little bit, but it's close.
Yeah,
I mean, they have gotten a giant lead here, and this time around it was a holistic effort. I think last time around you could say at the end of the game it definitely was, but UG leading the poll of that one. I think this time around we've seen really good roam from Zyko. Again, yet another series where he's having a big difference made. But Scary Jerry, like, the guy already got most improved player last split. How does he top that? He's just dominating every game it feels like he touches, and there's a few that you lapse, but it's not usually the 2v2.
Right now, DragonSteel almost at that 10k mark, past the 20-minute point. Zell, Baron is up. Their second dragon is up, but none of those matter because they want to kill.
As soon as he did the side step to the left, I think that was all she wrote. Maybe take a ride at Albuquerque next time. As, Aaron will unfortunately bite the dust. Now DragonSteel will go right to the Baron.
And it's going to be an easy one. You have Scary Jerry, you have Spyrax. They do so much DPS. And this is kind of the last desperate play that Winthrop have available to them. If this goes down, there's no hope.
There's the bullet time on top of the CC chain. The equalizer is going to come back, though, from Denethor, who's just getting his life taken from him. Zyko burned down there. Nice little shove from Spyrax, delivering Dark Wings straight to death. Rally Cry Baron buff goes across DragonSteel's members. They'll continue pushing.
And Baron buff has gotten them over that 10k lead. Now they have this for the next couple of minutes. And Lennon,
it feels bad. So I'll just say, like, on paper, this is looking really rough for Winthrop. But I feel like there's a lot going for DragonSteel in terms of what they were preparing for in this series and how much this kind of meant to them. Not only is it a money match for both teams, $1,250 on the line, but DragonSteel want to make good on that CLOL loss. They want to make good to prove that they are the premier collegiate squad here in NACL. And feels like to this point they've done just that. Handshake goes wide from Skytech. They're going to try to get out of this one. Spyrex able to dash over the wall.
Oh my god.
And they're just out of there. Now Zamudo is going to run at people now. Gets about half his health taken away from him, but they have this Sun Disc to play against, so Dragonsteel can continue sieging with the Baron buff they have.
Yeah, teleports in. They've spent a lot of their gold. Once Spirax ult comes back up, I bet he's going to be fishing for something.
They will not look for the end just at this point. And before I want to return to the conversation of all the things that we're going for Dragonsteel going into this one, I think Winthrop have shown a lot of grit in this season so far. And I think the core of Sloot with Denethor, they've needed to find a little bit of cohesion in these kind of later games. But this one, it's just been about early game dominance from Dragonsteel, and they're going to continue as they get the bullet time stopped there. Actually, Winthrop might have a fight. Okay, well, the shutdown goes over, but the bodies are starting to stack up. Zamudo getting low. Big engage from Dark Wings. Is it going to be enough? No. Dragonsteel shut them down with another triple kill for Scary Jerry. A Quadra. Give him the Penta, please. And Scary Jerry has made his mark on this split.
Oh, what a good sport.
Is he going to deliver it? No, he's not. And Scary Jerry just sees the end in his eyes. The gunslinger blowing out the smoke on his double pistols as he brings to town an undefeated continuation of Dragonsteel's reign. And let them reign over NACL as they will make it hurt that much more. And the revenge, it's been served.
And it's been served cold, Mazel, as Dragonsteel move up to 5-0, still remain undefeated. And Winthrop, they're going to have to send it back to the drawing board. Things have looked up for them since the FlyQuest Challenger Series, but Dragonsteel are a different beast entirely, it seems.
They truly are, and honestly, it was seemingly from minute one that they were trying to keep dominance of the game as a whole, and you look at that post-game breakdown, and it was holistically red and holistically Dragonsteel.
Yeah, it sure was, and the damage numbers, I mean, despite some respectable attempts there from Denethor on the Rumble, I tell you a lot of the story that even though Yuji was the one who got some of that early gold going, it was Scary Jerry and Spirax who he helped elevate this game to just do absurd amounts of damage, and it was just well drafted, well executed from Dragonsteel, start to finish today.
Shout outs to Dragonsteel for begging for the Penta for Scary Jerry at the end of the game, by the way.
That.
Oh, incredible stuff. Winnie not wanting to give it over there. But again, this was our collegiate showdown. This is the only time we'll get this matchup since it's only single round robin, and it was for $1,250. So not only do Dragonsteel get the pride, they also get the money in the bank. Now that is it for our second series of the day. That's also it for my casting, but we're going to have Yuji on an interview right after this, so don't go away.
needed that, bro. That's actually going to cover.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Rally Cry post-game interview. We have none other than the Mongolian monster, Yuji from Dragonsteel, and what a day it is. Not only do you win the money match with $1,250 in it, but you also make a statement against Winthrop/Slew, and it started off with an incredible game from you in game number 1. Your Nidalee absolutely ruthless. Did you have any thoughts going into that game, picking that one? Did you know what you had in store for yourself?
Yeah, I mean, for the game, we were thinking that like if they go Karthus, we would go Nidalee and try to counter it. And I think they just ran it down in their own game, so game was like pretty easy.
Now you're coming off your most valuable prospect split after finally earning it, but it feels like the entire team of Dragonsteel has leveled up this split. I know talking to Scary Jerry, he was already talking about going undefeated. What has this split in development looked for you, and has there been any big changes for you personally?
I guess after Nox is gone, I'm trying to, shot call the team in the mid game and trying to make the right calls to actually win the game. I guess, yeah, I think that's what changed the split.
Cool. I like to hear that because it's pretty evident, especially when you have a bit of an advantage. And I think the growth between you guys and the program as a whole has been represented. Do you feel good about this? I know it's not CLOL, but do you have any thoughts on kind of taking down Slew, who took you down in CLOL this year?
To be honest, it really doesn't feel like the team we played in CLOL. I think they were just... I guess game 2 just running it down. I kind of felt like they were just trying to like get out fast, so they were just like dying on repeat, but it didn't feel like the same team.
Okay. Now, speaking a little bit more about your team as a whole, we've seen a ton of resources go your way, go Scary Jerry's way. Has there been any difference in kind of the flexibility of playstyle you guys are willing to have? I know you've carried a lot this game, but in terms of kind of the drafting style you guys have brought, is there anything unique you're looking to bring to the table?
I guess one thing would be, more like AP junglers. I think AP junglers are meta right now, so I can play AP junglers and Spires can play AD mid, so I guess, yeah, that would be it.
Okay. And I have one question about Maryville/Dragonsteel as a whole for you. Since coming over, I know you talked about kind of being with the team and growing a lot with them, but has there been any new favorite memories or anything with the team itself that you've had this split? Y'all done anything outside of game?
Okay, not much to be honest. I guess just like, working out with Zamudo, seeing him cook and stuff was pretty fun.
I like it. See the workouts work it out. I like it. I do want to give you a chance to give some shout outs here though, Yuji, before I let you go.
Shout out to all the people who are watching, and I guess to the coaching staff and the management team.
Heck yeah. Thank you so much, Yuji. I'm sure we'll get to talk to you again soon. Congratulations on winning the money match. Now, that is going to be it for our second series, but we're not done just yet. I'm going to be bidding you adieu, but Deathrex will be filling in, and we'll have Supernova versus FXS. Don't miss it.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL. It's not Mazel anymore. It is Desiruk, so I'm taking over for our final game of the day. How much fun you been having? Beat down so many money matches back to back to back. We got a third one coming up.
It's been great, and I'm so happy to be here. You might even say you're standing Desirux. Because it kind of sounds like standing desk.
I like you, beat down. I like starting off.
I'm glad you
right
enjoyed that. You know, yeah, like you're here. I gotta get the energy going. I gotta make awful puns. I can make worse ones too.
You brought the standing thing, which means I got to do the segue. So let's pull up the standings. Now we're going from standing desk to the standings. We just keep winning, baby.
Hire you.
Talk to me about it, beatdown.
I think the most interesting thing to me, because we have our last match of the day, our final money match of week 4. It's FearX Starforge versus Supernova. FearX Starforge, second place. That's about where we expect them to be. They've had a great split so far. Supernova at 7th place. That's the interesting one. Now, I said this earlier while Mazel was here, and I'm still confidently going to say this is not our 7th best team in the league. They just had some very difficult matches to start things off. And they were close ones, Eric. It's not like they were getting stomped. They almost beat Dragonsteel last night. Just to give you one example, it was close.
Let's pull up the schedule one last time so we can start setting up this match that Beatdown is alluding to. And that is going to be FearX Starforge versus Supernova. I want to jump off of that point you were just making, Beatdown, because for Supernova, yeah, it was a tough schedule. They went against Team Liquid Challengers, Dragonsteel. Every game they've had has gone to a series. So you do see the potential that this team really does have, that they shouldn't be that far in the standings. But man, Beatdown, you got to earn it.
Hey, you really do. You still got to get the wins at the end of the day. And to be fair, Supernova, they haven't played as many matches of some of our other teams, you know, our AoEs, our CCGs of the world. So plenty of opportunity for them to climb their way back to the top of the or climb their way to the top of the standings.
All right. I already had the giggle because I saw what's coming up next.
I love these, man. They're great.
Here's Starforge. So far, a pretty tremendous team on the season thus far. They're currently trying to compete for that first place spot because they are undefeated in series. Same losses as Dragonsteel, but Dragonsteel has played much more games, so it does put them on a higher pedestal right there. FearX Starforge, though, still a good team. Second place, nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, the mid-jungle of this team are why we're so excited about them. The bot lane, which we'll probably talk about more later on, has also been an exciting one. Instinct, who we said before, didn't really get a fair shake when he was on FlyFam last year, grinded his way up to Tier 3, and now he's here.
And their opponents on the Rift will be Supernova. And Supernova, for them, as you said, this has been very, very shaky, but the teams they've been going against, they've been able to put up some good performances here or there. Sometimes playing through the mid lane, Toasty, his Tristana, had a pretty good game. Other times it's Diamond who was doing these great engages on Leona, so you can see where Supernova is.
100%. You look at lane by lane, these are very good players and definitely a team that should be on the top half of the standings here in NACL. You called out Toasty. I think Lens is a very good AD carry. And just players across the board who are definitely better than the standings are showing them. So we'll see if they're going to be able to make that step forward, Eric, because this is going to be that first step. They have to fight. They have to face FearX Starforge.
So as we start to go into the draft right here, there's already one of the bands that we're seeing come through. It's that Ivern. It's something that we've seen in the past really utilize over on the Supernova side to try and, really get Toasty to get out of lane, find some success there. So strong pick to take away. It shows that Supernova are doing their homework and taking away some of those standard bans on top of it.
And I mean, so far, there really isn't anything too crazy, even including the Ivern in these first rotation bans. It's usually a lot of the same stuff. So my question is always, what's Fear going to prioritize? What's their first pick? What's going to be available? I mean, we've seen Corki is still up. Even though Trist is getting permabanned, I think Corki, we've seen in a lot of games, is still in a very strong position. Maybe we see a jungle pick come through. There's still a lot of options.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to go for. Corkis, the Ezreals, the TFs. Even the Hueys are out there still, so
Huey's
that's
a good
the thing. This thing about the first phase, the first game of Fearless. Still got champions, still got stuff we can play with. Final ban comes out. It's going to be towards Instinct as they take away the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, a good shout there. Instinct is pretty good and at the Kai'Sa, and Kai'Sa's just honestly really popped up a lot, is strong at the moment here. So, and again, so many options here for Fear to go for in game one. Zyra, being up and available is just an insta takeaway for them, and the response that we've seen more and more lately should just be the Leona for Diamond.
Yeah. It's something that's, first of all, it's long range engage, which is always great. You're always going to love it. Diamond's great on it. He knows how to time some of these engages, but also it takes it away from Fear Starforge, where that combo of Zyra and Leona absolutely devastate. And now for Fear Starforge, next champions are going to go for quick lock-ins as they grab both the Nautilus and Lucian.
Yeah, I mean, it's likely Lucian mid too, so you have a great combination going on there. And it's the response with the Karthus. We're just flying through the pick and ban this time around.
They're ready, man.
Yeah, they are. And it's we got a lot of really strong power picks here in this game one. Usually, you pepper a couple in here and there, and you save the really good ones, or some really good ones for later on. But we're just hitting all like the S tier picks in this first rotation.
So out of the S tier picks, which one is more S tier? Who got the better?
I mean,
who opened the better booster pack?
As far as AP jungglers go, I think Zyra is the best of them, so that's something you're really happy to get. Leona being the answer for good reason is really like the only concern. Just natural skirmishing and fighting and things like that, Zyra is going to be able to outrange, poke the Karthus and everything like that. So our Fear going to be able to get other space creation tools alongside that Nautilus to be able to just allow XU to have a good game.
So as the band coming out next, we'll be focusing once again onto Instinct. And it's such a marksman-heavy pull, such a marksman-heavy meta that we've been seeing as of lately. As you can just see, the raw amount from Supernova alone, they've banned away 4. Ziggs kind of counts, so 4.5.
Yeah, I can accept 4.5. I'm wondering, we may see another top ban towards Faisal. The TF's already gone. Maybe another dive buddy is going to be taken out of the picture there. I'm curious. I mean, Senna is still up and available. It's something we could end up seeing. The Senna Ornn we know is a really strong combo. So there's still a lot of options for Fear to ban.
So one more ban to come out of Fear Starforge. They're going to go after the Olaf, which I think is somewhat of a smart ban. Faisal, especially when he just came into the scene, was really good at putting high pressure onto his lane opponents. Would get a lot of solo kills, so not going to allow for that window of opportunity. Misfortune locked in for Supernova.
Yeah, that one makes sense too. And honestly, it's just another way to play for range. This bot duo is nice too because you can set up that bullet time really well. Wintom's going to have to do a lot of work to get on top of the Misfortune. It's not the same as a Leona on your team or something like the Renata that we saw in the last series. So pretty good wombo so far, and you give that opportunity for Faisal to get that last pick to see what he's going to be playing into that Cassante.
There are some good ways to stop the bullet time, mostly depth charge. It's actually the best one that you got here.
Yeah,
it's way too dangerous for Zyra to get up. Otherwise, you're just waiting for Q3s to come out of Philip. And to be fair, Philip has been really good on his team play so far, does have the highest kill participation in the league. So if you want to count on him for that, that's one way to go, as Jinx is locked in for Fear Starforge.
Right, and that gives you that extra bit of range to play with, the scaling aspect as well, so you're going to be able to do a lot of damage later on into the game. So Fear, it's just this very nice and simple front-to-back composition here. You have your backline with the Lucian, Zyra, and the Jinx, and you have the Nautilus Cassante trying to make as much space as possible. But Faisal answering with the Camille is a really nice way for Supernova to round out their composition. It's good into the Cassante because you do so much true damage, and you're going to be able to lock down and isolate the carries with that Hextech ultimatum. So it's just the perfect way to get some damage down and have Kenby finish it off with the ult.
But more importantly, I think this focuses on a weak point of Fear. You haven't seen the best laning out of Philip in the early game, and that is something I think that is exploitable. Faisal's really good at challenging a lot of people in the lane, and if he's able to get the better of Philip, the side lanes are done right there for Fear, and that gives Faisal a huge lead.
100%. If that does happen, I mean, Faisal is going to take over this game 100%. There's still a lot of other damage tools as well. The Hextech ultimatum. Guess what, Eric? If you can't go anywhere, that bullet time, it's going to hurt that much more because you're probably just going to eat all of it to your face.
Locked in the Thunderdome, man.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that gets very challenging to have to try and maneuver around. You always have to pay respects to Faisal, and more importantly, just Camille as a champion. She is volatile, but if that volatility is tamed, Faisal will dominate the Rift. Let us know who you got this one in chat. Will it be Fear X Starforge or Supernova? And now, I was just getting warmed up. Let me money matches. $1,250 on the line. Fear Starforge Supernova starts now.
And more than that, extra bit of cash money is on the line for both of these teams. Fear trying to stay on the top end of these standings and stay undefeated. Supernova trying to claw their way up to where a lot of us, and I'm sure they also believe that they belong.
Taking a little quick tour of some of the animals that we saw there. I'm not Mazel, but I'll pretend I know fun facts about them. Let's take a look at the rune pages so I don't have to embarrass myself, Bito.
I mean, we could always ask Emily to give us facts like she did about the Cougars. That was really helpful.
Give us frog facts, Emily. We'll serve them as the broadcast continues.
Yeah, that's what the people really want to see.
Now, what do you want to see from this early game, Bito? Not just the frogs. Okay, yeah. I still want to see the frogs too, but not just the frogs. That's...
I'm trying to think of how... I think you kind of highlighted it in draft, Faisal, is an interesting point of pressure for Supernova this game. If you're Fear, you do not want this Camille getting ahead in any capacity.
Oh, no.
With Fear's comps, it is all going to be about that 5v5, that front to back, like I mentioned earlier. You want to make space. There's going to be that pressure for Philip and Winsome to be able to actually make it so that Instinct and a Blaze Olive can do as much DPS as possible. And Supernova, their whole goal is to try and skip the front line, go over terrain in Camille's case, and make sure that doesn't happen.
And what's wild about that is one of the smallest is the Cuban tree toad, which grows to about half an inch long. Now here comes the little bit of aggression coming through. Our producer actually sent us some facts, so I had to throw it out. Aggression very early on, that level 2 advantage being capitalized by both Winsome and Instinct to shove in this wave, get priority.
Yeah, we're going to pepper those frog facts in throughout the rest of the game. But yeah, for the moment, that advantage bot lane will work really nicely. We've been talking about this, and I've been talking about this all weekend. Since we got into this AP farming jungle meta, just that prio is the name of the game here. Blaze Olive, you can see the pressure he's got mid lane, and how quickly or how easily it's going to allow XU to fight for these Scuttle Crabs, to go for these aggressive plays. Oh, wow.
Yeah, not a good time for Toasty, getting roasted over there in the mid lane all the meanwhile. At the same time, you're seeing Faisal kind of come out of lane. The wave is hard shoved. Faisal looking for different angles, maybe potentially trying to scout out an invade that can come out from XU. Already that quadrant has been cleared out, so he'll return to lane.
And something I really like that we're seeing from some of the top laners in this league, Jenkins does this also. You get a big wave stacked in, and you use that priority to do something. You move across the map, you get information, sometimes you can help set up a play. And it doesn't always land, but the fact that you look for value, and it's going to pay off at some point.
Now Winsome and XU roaming together where Toasty has been peppered over and over by Blaze Olive. 3 members looking for a dive in the mid lane. And there is Winsome. Toasty goes behind the tower. He tries to find a fancy escape. Ooh, first blood comes out. It goes to support though. Shame right there, but still a good play for Fear.
At the end of the day, Toasty dies. He loses out on some minions, and he has to flash. So it's still a win in my books for Fear X Starforge, and it's something that the best part, it works so nice, you could do it twice, especially when that flash is down in these next couple of minutes. So I'm looking for Fear to do that.
Toasty really tried to find the quick escape right there.
Yeah.
It always hurts in moments like that because now, as you said, flash is down. Very repeatable angle that you can take over there into the mid lane.
Yeah.
Now, I am still watching how this top lane is going to play out. If Faisal does get a lead and whatnot, Philip, for me, has been one of the better at absorbing pressure. Maybe not the best laning stats, but he does have the lowest stats in the league so far when it comes to top laners. So it's up to Faisal to have to break through that. Now in the mid lane, ABO, in a bad way, has to flash out from Toasty and Diamond.
Yeah, I mean, that's Diamond just reading that there's another opportunity here for a play onto Flashless Toasty. That's usually what we praise a lot for Diamond as a player. Like, really knowledgeable, good leader on a lot of the teams he's been on, and usually at the top end of NACL supports. And
oh yeah,
he's hanging around. He wants a little bit more.
The Dragonsteel game really pops out to me for how good he is at some of these flank engages, and he'll find it on ABO. Diamond sets up Supernova.
And just real quick too, I wonder if Lens is already blown flash. I think they tried to make a play on him off screen, and now he's in trouble because XU is also in the area.
Uh-oh, Diamond. I mean, you're going to have to take the long way around, yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. It does leave Lens by himself, which is a lot of zoning on this spot.
Look at the wave.
He's hungry, not allowed to eat.
Yeah, there's so much just being taken away. They have to respect that can be just path through mid. It's very clear. so they have to wait until he gets closer before they actually approach this. And in that time, Instinct collected 2 plates worth of gold. Wow. That is a brutal start for Supernova's bot lane.
Especially considering this is a Jinx. Scales really well, gets excited, very hard to actually pin down. It'll be harder for Faisal to chase down that Jinx if the excitement's there before the ultimatum actually hits. Now Fear Starforge, with all that priority they've built up in the bottom lane, going to transfer that over to the Dragon. All the meanwhile, Philip duking it out. He's going to go all out on Faisal. He wants to get the solo bolo, but Faisal hookshots out.
And Camille, very safe in top lane for that exact reason. So narrowly avoids his death, while XU just goes ahead and farms that first Drake of the game. And it's interesting too, because Kenvi tried to move back to the bottom side of the map to respond to what Supernova were doing. He has a late start to these grubs. Now you have that vision on the top river. You know he's there. Lens doesn't have flash. And I'm sorry, guys. Lens is out. He's done. He's cooked.
Our Turkish prince, they're looking to commit regicide on the poor man. Winsome will lead the charge, start up the tower aggro. Diamond is there, but what is he going to do about it? The crown has fallen and Instinct grabs the kill.
A trade back feels nice for Supernova, but at the end of the day, look what is being lost here. Another wave is going to get shoved under this turret, and XU is going to be able to steal away some jungle camps as a response. It will be traded on the opposite side, of course, but still a win for Fear.
See the calling coming out. ABO is not even able to get that much of it. Toasty Valkyrie'd forward and dodged it was like the first third of it. And interesting, because now it's Toasty who's getting the better of these exchanges.
And you can tell the steel caps that he purchased to deal with this mid lane matchup, they're doing a lot of work. And he's just been able to have a pretty easy time of it, kind of turning around that early pressure of Blaze all of us had. And it might make it easier for Kenvi to continue stealing away camps like we're seeing here.
Yeah, deep in the enemy jungle. Easy to just take it away, gonna roam around. Just like frogs have roamed the earth for more than 200 million years. At least as long as the dinosaurs, of course.
Yeah, which I mean, that makes frogs basically dinosaurs, right? They've existed that long.
We dinosaurs? Can we be dinosaurs?
I mean, we didn't exist then.
Does evolution
so no.
count?
I would say no. Wait, but then I guess if it doesn't count, maybe current day frogs also don't count. Much to think about.
If I count Supernova counts, because that org is beyond in the tier 3 space forever now, man.
I mean, you know, that's not where I thought you were going, but you're right. You're right. And I mean, this is esports, so anything older than a couple of years is apparently ancient.
Ooh, B, I want you to do it this time. You got the state
Okay,
update.
all right, guys. Hold on, rub my hands together. All right, guys, you want to keep up with everything that is going on in the NACL. Stay updated by following us on YouTube at NACL or on X, aka Twitter, at WatchNACL, and of course here on Twitch, where some of you are probably watching at NACL. So you don't miss a single bit of North American Tier 2 action.
9.5 was pretty good.
Wow,
Just
really?
needed a little bit more energy.
Okay, fair enough. 9.5. Wow. You're too
Color
kind.
casters, I have low expectations on the energy skill. So.
Yeah, get owned, Cubby and Josh.
All right, now Fear Starforge. They're starting to set up around this bot side quadrant, getting control of both the river. It's been a reoccurring play for them, which has been to just put a stranglehold onto Lens in this bottom lane. You can see it a little bit in the CS, as well as the kill that Instinct was able to pick up earlier. But here comes XU, here comes Winston.
And that's what I like seeing teams do against that misfortune. You aren't very mobile, especially when your flash is down. At the very least, Lens has gotten his back, but because Instinct and Winsome, with the lead they have, are able to keep this pressure bot, it's just this constant split map that's been favoring Fear X Starforge so far in the early game. The bright side, Supernova, Faisal is getting that lead we talked about on the top side. He will be a problem later on, and that's kind of what Supernova are looking to capitalize on.
Now Kenvi's even arriving over here. I believe he might have been spotted in the Fogmore, might actually just be on the edge of it, but look at that recall nonetheless. Yeah, it's a good win condition. As long as Faisal is doing well and is still having that lead, it still puts so much pressure onto those side lanes. And keep in mind, Supernova did grab the first spawn for Grub. Second spawn is coming rather soon. Imagine Faisal with the lead and with 6 Grubs.
Oh, he is going to be a split push monster. So Grub again? Yeah, if I'm Fear, I'm not allowing that to happen under any circumstances here. And considering how soon they come up, a solo kill would be nice from Philip if he's able to actually make that happen.
Earn it, man. There is the call right now coming out from Fear Starforge. I think they recognize the situation going on. They're having their bot lane now come up over here. Getting some pressure onto this top quadrant at the same time that the Void Grubs will be coming up.
And you got that lane swap coming through here. Instinct and Winsome, of course, will get there first. Giving XU that first touch on the Grubs. The goal is to rush. I'm going to get all 3 if possible so that Supernova don't have access to those Void Mites. But Supernova, they have something to say about that.
Watch out for Diamond. His engages are spicy, but Winsome is there.
Oh, yeah, they got him.
Out. Envy's able to grab one, and XU just has to bail. This is going to be 5 Grubs going over to Supernova. Can they make it the full 6, or will it be a fight from Fear Starforge? Still posturing up Winsome.
Faisal.
The close eye. It's Winsome and Diamond, both supports, just eyeballing each other. Faisal's on the deep flank, but eventually Fear Starforge choose to bail out, and that's 6 Grubs going over to Supernova.
I mean, it's a good move. I like it from Supernova for 2 reasons. One, Kenby rushed the Malignant, so he had that available. He was on 1 item before anyone else in the game, so the power was there for Supernova, but to top it all off, they had all 5 members. Faisal showing up, moving topside, just to make sure that there is no fight for those Grubs is also what's going to allow Faisal specifically to be that split push monster we were alluding to, because now he's going to be able to take turrets like nobody's business, and in side lane, he's going to be very difficult to match without 2, maybe 3 people.
That was a tough little gambit for Fear to have to try and answer. I do think they took the right answer to not choose to pursue that fight, because you want to live longer, just like frogs in captivity, who have been known to live more than 20 years. So
that is insane. I did not know that. That's another fascinating fun fact, courtesy of our producer, Emery. I gotta be the one. I gotta start peppering some of these in there too. I can't let you do all the work, Eric. But it's gotta be natural.
I think we got like 3 more, man. Come on.
I know. Okay, I gotta lock in. All right, just talk about something else. I'll think about how to do it.
All right, Philip. He took a ward. Now he's sweeping another ward. He took that ward too. All right.
He took many wards. Like, there are many species of frogs. There are actually 6,000 of them worldwide, and scientists continue to search for new ones. Because honestly, that's priorities right there. I like that.
No, gonna lie, that was not forced at all.
Gonna lie, huh? Okay. well played, Eric. Well played.
All right,
I didn't say it would be smooth.
Forcing over towards his bottom side in the meanwhile. Always got to find your clever segue. Red buff now being pulled by Kenby and Diamond. XU looking for the reply. Here might look for a pinch right here. Hook comes out. It's going to find a mark onto Diamond. Super Mega Death Rocket lands on Diamond. Toasty looking to play interference onto ABO. Diamond flashes over the wall. He will escape, and so will the rest of Supernova.
That's a Fear. Happy to walk away with their second Drake of the game, halfway to his soul. Which will be really nice for them to work with. It'll be interesting too, because if Fear can get in a position where Supernova have to walk into Fog into them, it will be a little harder for them to play out some of these team fights, especially if they have good vision, because Faisal in the 5v5s, he wants flank angles. He wants to jump over terrain to get on top of people like Instinct, who, by the way, probably done. Oh, unless...
Yeah, he's by himself, but a teleport's now coming out. Instinct's able to flash out of the bullet. Time to focus is onto Diamond, and the dive goes awry. You're going to lose your princess. Well, it's a double kill for Instinct.
It looked like Supernova were kind of just jumping back and forth, unsure if they want to continue to dive. I think you just have to hard commit or leave when you see the teleport come through. And unfortunately, I mean, Jinx got a double kill when Instinct already had a kill to work with here. That's just not good.
And what this also does, it's a bad state of the map for Supernova, so it allows Fear to get on the map and go after that Rift Herald. If you stop Supernova from getting the Rift Herald, you're going to deny them a lot of resources with this 6 Grubageddon that they're going to bring when they do these charges. So getting control of that top side is definitely going to be nice.
Yeah, now you have Faisal and Toasty swapping side lanes. Now you're just going to have Philip again just in isolation on that matchup. He does have a small experience lead, which is kind of nice, but Faisal is still a problem in the 1v1. Especially once you see that Hydra come through the 2 items, I think that's when he's going to become really dangerous. But on this top side, Fear feeling really good about themselves. This time it's Supernova who walk away.
Or do they?
Hey.
They're peeking through the window right now. Is anyone home? They already got the hammer ready. They're going to break the glass and start the fight. It's ABO. Brings out the calling and now turning on to Winsome. Rift Herald's going to be secured over to Fear. Teleport does get canceled out, so it's hard to continue this fight. And just like that, able to get what you want and get out.
It just doesn't get better than that. You're really happy with that exchange of Sphere X Starforge? Now they have a Herald to play with, and it's perfect too. A minute till the next Drake. All they have to do is drop that mid, get the fast track to the Drake, and they should have a pretty easy time securing it. Again, Instinct, not quite at 2 items, but still very far ahead right now.
Again, it was a very nice pickup to stop some of the gold that Supernova do have on the map that they can take very quickly with this Grubbageddon. You've already seen some of that already be actuated just through Faisal alone. He was able to grab that first brick from the top side. And now with another back, he's got the Tiamat, he's got the Triforce, he'll be purchasing more.
And now you can already see Winsome doing his due diligence, setting up some nice deep vision into Supernova's bot side jungle, just to ensure that, one, nobody gets the drop on Instinct who wants to keep farming these mid waves, but also, once XU and the rest of Fear start to walk towards this dragon, they're going to have all the information they need.
That dragon spawning in the next 10 seconds. Fear X Starforge have been doing a lot of dragon stacking, and right now they're in an opportunity where they can keep playing for that as long as they get control of the mid wave, but it's Supernova who are going to cut off that track, go straight for the Scuttle Crab. And they kind of have to, because the longer XU is there, the more plants are going to go down, so it's up to Supernova to get that first foot in. And they're pulling the dragon already over on the sidelines. Wait for Diamond, he's going for an engage, finds another Winsome. Blaze Olive looking to jump in as well, but Winsome's already going to go down. Dragon 5k health remains. Counter engage for Fear Starforge. Comes up empty. Here comes the Herald. We're engaging on the Rift Herald, baby. Requiem comes through. Already charging into the wall, but there's the bullet time. Instinct takes a lot of punishment for it. Diamond jumps in. Dragon goes the way of Fear. Here comes Toasty. Wants to grab one. Wants to grab two. He'll grab the double. Give his life for it. ABO still takes another. But Faisal over the wall with the hook shot. Needs to fight down ABO. Needs to fight down Philip. He gets one. This is the Thunderdome, baby. And my name is Faisal. But me, Philip, stand stronger. Philip comes out ahead.
And wow, it is a 4 for 4. But Fear come on top because they're the ones who end up picking up the Dragon Soul points. So now they have a big buff to play for in the next 5 minutes, Eric. And it just kind of gives you an idea on how Supernova don't really want to be taking these fights, because Faisal was basically playing this one front to back. That's not what he actually wants to be doing. He needs those angles where he is threatening Instinct, a Blaze Olive from the jump with that ultimate. They have to attack from multiple angles where they're not actually going to be able to get on top of the carries of Fear.
Did you watch WrestleMania 40?
I don't think I've ever watched WrestleMania, I'm not going to lie.
Dude, this felt like WrestleMania 40 for a second, because every time it was a new hero coming in. I don't know if you ever watched that. They just kept bringing in these old wrestlers. At first it was The Rock, then suddenly Undertaker is here, and like he's not even part of the story. That's what it felt like. You see Toasty Valkyrie in, be like, I'm gonna clean up, guys. He dies, ABO jumps in. No, I'm gonna clean up. Faisal comes in. That was a very chaotic fight.
Yeah. I think you summarized it very succinctly as someone who's never watched WrestleMania. And as far as I'm concerned, they're the same thing. Just like the names Toad and Frog, they actually refer to the same kind of animal. The word Toad is just used for frogs that have warty and dry skin, as well as shorter hind legs.
My boy.
Just saying, you know?
Yeah, didn't let us forget. We only got one more to go, too.
That's right, dude. We're locking in.
20 minutes into this game. Well, 20 seconds till 20 minutes. We got 3 dragons over to Fear Starforge. They have a slight gold lead. And now Faisal looking to bail away from Fear Starforge as they start getting control of this bottom quadrant of the map. The response for Supernova is going to be on that top side. Here comes Diamond. Goes for an engage. Looking to find it onto Faisal.
Wow.
Faisal takes a lot of punishment. It's actually ABO who's going to get shut down. And that gold going over to Toasty. Now here's the hook. Bound onto the Misfortune. XU. Wow. Bullet time means nothing.
Yeah, so it's going to be that 1-for-1, but the shutdown for Supernova definitely feels good. And I'm just going to say they probably come out on top overall, even with this turret going down, because look at the pip. Toasty is taking down the tier 2, so that is a lot more gold into his and Supernova's pockets. So at least Supernova, they're starting to answer back in this game. They are keeping things nice and even, and there are still plenty of turrets for them to take advantage of.
And with Toasty getting ahead on Corki, it does get a little bit frustrating from time to time, because that means, what? Rockets.
We
They
do love
eventually
rockets.
add up, and They can get miserable to have to deal with. It is some form of poke that Supernova do have on their side. But again, it does still feel like they're fighting this game on the back foot. Now here comes the teleport over to the top lane. Phillips all by his lonesome. He's going to have to make a deep escape. Might be able to do something with the all-out right now, but instead chooses to just accept his demise. Falls to Toasty.
Yeah, I don't know what the interaction is, but I have a feeling that you can't all out of the Hextech ultimatum. So I think Philip, yeah, he just accepted his fate. And that is a really nice pick off with the teleport there. Faisal, that extra bit of gold allows him to finish that second item. So now he's officially that monster in the side lane that we were alluding to earlier. And the only bright side for Fear, they're going to have an opportunity to set up a little deep vision and pressure around this Baron. But this is a Chemtech Rift, so deep vision, it doesn't really take you as far with the empowered scrying orbs.
No, it does not. Speaking of that, it is a minute before that Chemtech Dragon does spawn. That will be Dragon Soul. So,
that's true.
That's why at this moment you are getting the resets coming out from Fear Starforge. And then this is also the gambit that you can pose when you get towards the stage of the game and you have Dragon stacked. You can allow Supernova to set up in Dragon and just bluff over to Baron. A few teams have been going down that route. They do get these restacks.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely an angle there for Fear. It's tough too because Supernova, they have to respect the soul and that it could go down. So the first things first, they have to get some kind of vision foothold here. You're seeing the teleport come through. The whole squad is moving in. And I like on the minimap that Faisal is going down from the bot side river. So you see he's going for these deep flanks. He's going to try and see if he can get the angle onto the AD carry.
Your Starforge stepping up. Instead, they turn their attention towards the mid lane. And that's it right there. That's kind of the gambit. Supernova set up towards Dragon, so Fear pull off towards the Baron, where they have vision set up, where Supernova are playing into their trap.
Yeah, and you're forcing Supernova to use the blue trinkets that they have, and you're worried because Fear, they take this Baron very quickly. 2 marksmen, Zyra.
Okay, 10k health remains. Look how quick it's going down. Diamond's trying to get in, but the engage from Fear is definitive. Toasty walks up, bullet time's landing onto nothing. Requiem is sung. No one will fall just yet. Diamond's able to bail out, will be able to keep his life. Toasty jumps in, he sees low health bars. There's an opportunity for Supernova, but can they seize it? Philip looking for a way out, gets caught by Lens. ABO looks to turn it around, make it rain. Does not get the slow onto him. Instinct connects you over on the sidelines. A couple more shots found, and Faisal jumps in, grabs the first kill. So critically low is Fear Starforge, and Faisal likes those odds! Supernova take the team fight ace!
Yeah, and they might actually be in a position to start the Baron. Lens, he's at 2 items. He does a lot of damage, and the clutch from Supernova has put them in a significant lead this game.
That was a big pickup right there. I really did like the call from Fear to just pull off and take down Supernova, but the team fight did not go right.
Yeah, the pull-off was great. I agree. And the problem ended up being that the Stranglethorns kind of went awry. They missed basically everyone. So that's a big tool that wasn't available. And you lost so much health when Toasty jumped in, when Lens was doing damage, that you basically just had to run away and try to get as many kills as you can, because this ace was always going to happen.
A nice, valiant attempt from Winsome. Give up his life in the process, and Fear lose so much on the game. They did the Baron Gambit. They tried their best to work with it. And what happens? Supernova not only deny the Dragon Soul, they get the Baron for themselves.
And they do. And now Fear are in a moment where they kind of have this first touch on the Drake, but...
Okay, the first catch out's going to be Kenby. He will fall, but has the passive to continue bringing in that damage. And bringing that damage, he will. Kenby takes down Winsome. But here comes Philip, going to drag Faisal to his demise. A shutdown will be found for Instinct.
And that's the key difference. XU's ult gets so much more value there in this team fight. And they blow up the 2 most dangerous members there on the side of Supernova. Toasty, oh, they caught him.
Oh, Philip's by himself. 1-on-3. Bull time comes out. Will clean up Philip. See Diamond waiting there in the sidelines, trying to take up his health with that Warmogs. Zap coming through, 4k health remains. Supernova still going to look for the challenge right now. They don't have a smite! Diamond still got it. How? I do not know. Now Fear Starforge look to run forward. Onto Lens, onto Toasty. Lens will be the first one to fall, and Instinct gets a reset. Another shutdown. XU will fall as Toasty turns it, but it's a triple for Instinct.
Oh, and the Dragon stolen at 60k health. XU, whose praises we've been singing since he joined the league. He did a little bit of fumbling here. You're gonna see it. I think it was 60 health, and it ended up. Hold on.
Diamond, 60. Yep.
And it just ends up being a nice auto attack steal. Diamond's probably laughing about that one, but you triple kill for Jinx. That feels pretty good, but you really wanted that soul to partially offset this lead that Supernova have gotten for themselves. That buff, it would have been really nice.
Very nice indeed, but man, Supernova. And Diamond, of course, right there. I mean, it's a blundered smite. It does suck, but it happens from time to time. Those are very high-pressure situations.
Yeah.
But off of that pressure, this means that Supernova do get a 3k gold lead.
They do. And now they also are still in that position of power because Fear aren't really working with the Soul. Supernova weren't able to knock down many turrets with the Baron, but they still have a lot of power to work with. Toasty, oh, hold on.
And Toasty's here, wants to contest with Philip, but doesn't realize Fear Starforge are waiting in the wings. Now the Control Ward does reveal that. The Diamond just there to make his presence felt for Toasty.
Yeah, so the wave gets in, everybody backs off and goes home. So right now, I'm gonna give positives for both teams.
Gimme.
Fear x Starforge, their AD carries are at 3 items. That's fantastic. Especially this Jinx, IE, PD, Kraken. Oh my god, like this instinct is so powerful. On the other side, your marksmen also are at that 3 item mark. So this team fights, even though you see a big lead there for Supernova in terms of aggregate gold, they really come down to that knife's edge on how things are actually played out. Again, Faisal, he needs to be sitting in brushes, kind of like we're seeing here, looking for these alternate angles to take down Instinct or ABO, because they will do a lot of damage in these team fights. And you need to set up for these bullet times as well. Fear, you just want to play front to back.
ABO's by himself, and this is what Diamond has done time and time again. He's so good at setting up flanks in the side lanes and getting picks for this squad.
Yeah, again, it's just a great pick off there. Now, that is one lane that Fear aren't going to be able to... Oh, it's 2 lanes.
I'm sorry, Philip, you're not going to survive this one. Even a super mega death rocket. Hey, you got to appreciate it, you got to love it. Now teleport coming out from Faisal. We'll go just straight back to the base. He was happy with that dive. Got to cash in, 4-2-1. Good Camille game.
It sure is. And he is very strong right now at 4-2-1. And that's the thing, like I was saying, split push monster. He's at a point where he can 1v1 literally anybody on the Rift. So you got to be really careful when you're walking into him. XU? XU? Okay.
Yeah, be careful. Ultimatum's down, but Faisal will still die.
Like two Qs, I swear.
All right, depth charge goes out. It's only onto Diamond, though. They're trying to stop this tower from going down. They do get the wave cleared, so it does buy more time for Fear Starforge.
And time is certainly what they need, Eric. About 1:30's worth, to be specific, because that Dragon Soul that they very painfully lost a few minutes ago is something they'll have a chance to play for again and win some. I like that he's fishing for random hooks, but...
Oh, through the wall, out comes the bullet time. It does push Fear away from their tower. That's all you needed, though. You wanted to take the tower. You wanted to cash in. Now 1 minute until Dragon spawns.
Yeah, I'm wondering, too, if Fear are going to be able to cancel some of these backs, but they're being very careful. They're not pushing too far and disrespecting, so it's just going to be easy turret gold for Supernova. Perfectly on-time backs for them to spend that gold, and we're seeing some more item spikes come through. Faisal has that Sterix. He is a lot harder to kill now. He will last longer in these team fights. So he definitely has a lot of agency in how things are going to be playing out. For Supernova, I am keeping my eyes on the Camille.
Yeah, big time. Faisal is going to be a big impactor and a big decider in a lot of these fights. Get the back line or fall in the process. Here we go. Engage going to be found onto Winsome. Winsome falls to about half health. Nothing else going to be found off of that. You can see that the Baron is spawning soon. The Dragon is spawning soon. We got objectives on the map. Beat down.
And we're sure doing Fear. They're doing the same dance as before. They want to threaten the Baron and play for the turn, but it's got to go better for them this time. Otherwise, another Baron win for Supernova could spell the end of this first game.
They didn't have the steps right on the Baron dance. This time, willing to give it another effort. Now here comes the Requiem. It's going to be sung. How well can you dance, man? Requiem hits. Winsome's by himself, and he will be the first one to fall. You're down and engaged support in Supernova. Get control of the Baron.
And you have no trigger pull. Just like that, with the loss of Winsome, and you can see them being spaced off. This is brutal too for the side of Fear. It's really hard for them to walk up.
Wait, yeah, Kenby had to flash over the wall. This gives XU an opportunity to come into the flank. Will put out the Stranglethorns, finds the knockup only onto Diamond. The plant's wailing away, but Lens can clean those up, no issue. Fear is still empty-handed.
And you can just see the difference. No Nautilus, so Fear have to play so respectfully. In fact, you're just seeing them recalling all in this one bush. They need to get the hell out of dodge and hope that they can somehow sprint to this Drake and get the trade. But it doesn't look like there's going to be enough time because Supernova, they're playing for both.
They're still pinging for it. You see Instinct and Winsome are headed right into that direction. Might be a chance that Fear Starforge look to try and contest for this because I feel like their win conditions are going down. At this point, I think you need to fight for the Dragon Soul. You need to open up something on the map. Need to open up something on this game to give you another win condition.
It doesn't look like Fear really are going to have any. They got the soul, but they're losing their base in the process. And this gold lead has just gotten insane. Supernova, it feels like they had to do this because Supernova were always going to take these turrets, but still.
Engage Toasty. Still gets out. Valkyrie does keep the Corki rather safe. He has his flash too. In fact, no crucial flashes are down over on the side of Supernova. It's only really Kenby. Karthus doesn't care that much if he dies as long as he dies inside of the team fight. Or Supernova, 100%. They grab the inhibitor, they'll back out.
And this is what we were talking about. Supernova, 7th place in our standings. And of course, are a much better team than that would indicate.
Oh yeah.
Putting the screws to some of our top teams here in Challengers League and doing that exact thing here to FearX Starforge in the first game. They're up 7,500 gold almost. And even though Fear have the Dragon Soul, and Supernova are still more than powerful enough to win a lot of these team fights.
Pretty unfortunate Dragon Soul to have, especially when you're looking for a comeback game like this. Supernova, 7.5k in the lead. As they start to grab a few more resources set up, what might be a final push very soon. Faisal dunks onto ABO. The Requiem's not needed. He'll grab the kill nonetheless. Now Faisal will look for an escape. Got Instinct and Philip on his tail, but they're in his rearview mirror. Faisal will get out, and again, Supernova, they just own the Rift right now to the point where Lens can walk up on Philip.
Yeah, that's gotta be a good feeling. Use MF. Just be like, yeah, sorry, Kazante. This is a no-fly zone. You can't be here. Oh! XU?
What?
Oh, you know what? I think he was being chased by Kev. He was probably just done regardless.
Okay.
It just looked funny from our POV.
Yeah.
It's all right, guys. Everything's fine. Everything's fine unless you're FearX Starforge because they're about to be handed probably the largest loss we've seen today. You could call it the Goliath frog of West Africa of losses.
You grow up to 15 inches, weigh up to 7 pounds. Not as heavy
Eric,
as this
take us
beatdown
home.
that Supernova is putting on right now. Bullet time comes out, does get canceled out. Diamond looking to flash out of the situation, but Winsome cannot escape. Nexus Tower number 1 falls. Nexus Tower number 2 under attack. Philip goes forward, goes for the all out, but Faisal is ready to go all in on this engage, man. Philip gets to his respawn, and the Nexus falls. Supernova will take game 1 against Fear Starforge.
And a very convincing game 1 as well, Eric. That is what we wanted to see from them, and this is why we had those expectations as a team who could definitely compete in playoffs to be the top 2 we send to Sao Paulo later on in the fall.
That's got to feel very, very good for Supernova because we've seen time and time again, they take these games to a series. They know how to get dubs. They just need to close out more of them. And honestly, the strategy they had of setting up the side lane for Faisal really felt, really good. It gave them a lot of room to work into this game. And that's why Faisal is going to be our player of the game.
Yeah, I was going to say, if that's not clear enough, we can just go ahead and say it. He had a great game so far on the Camille. I think he really impacted side as we expected, and I think he team fought really nicely. The solo kills were a sight to behold, and he was just doing Camille things.
Just doing Camille things, which means massacring everyone that steps into your path, throwing them in the Thunderdome, and getting dubs. And Faisal, congratulations over to him for taking the player of the game, but it's not a big congratulations. What you want is the series. What you want is this series because it is a money match. $1,250 on the line. We're going to throw it over to short break. When we return, we'll get into game number 2, Fear Starforge versus Supernova. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Fear Starforge Supernova Money Match. Already, Supernova are able to take it and prove that they don't belong in that bottom end of the standings. They're trying to earn their way back up, Beatdown.
They sure are, and they did it with that first game win, which is a pretty convincing one at that. Fear X Starforge, not the usual dominance we've seen from them so far in the first almost half of Challengers League Summer, and we'll see if they're going to be able to take us to a Game 3.
Look at that post-game breakdown. Wow, that actually kind of caught me off guard. I didn't realize how much damage Toasty was doing. Almost 40k in this game.
And Corky's very chill, in case you weren't aware. Yeah, and overall, I think Alex, even though we did give that player of the game, rightfully so, to Faisal, I think Alex had a lot of impact in his own right. And now we're going to see what else he's going to be able to do. As a player we've been hyping up, joining the league this year, really nice to see him doing well.
Yeah, it's always great to see Toasty doing well, and it's always great to see Faisal doing well, who, I mean, as we said, he was our player of the game, but he was a big impactor in this game, playing through the side lanes, getting some bigger picks with the ultimate. I'm sure he had one blunder here and there, but his presence on the map is what really set up Supernova to gain more vision control, get more feisty with some of those objectives. Faisal, a big player for Supernova, and overall, you know, it's more play that we want to see. It was one thing that I did say in the draft beatdown, and that was I want to see Faisal on something potent that has great side laning. Camille's was one of those nods, and boy, does he look good when he plays it.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, the thing is, too, he can play those multiple styles, he can play those carry-style top laners, and he can play the tanks, like the Gragas, and things like that we actually saw hover during Game 1 Champ Select. Teased that a little bit. So speaking of, we can see what's banned, because of course this is super special awesome Mega 5000 Fearless. It means that any champion played, if you don't know by now, is no longer available for either team the rest of the series. And this is what's been lost. A lot of S-tier picks out of the way. No Lucian, no Zyra, no Karthus, or Corky. Those are the big standouts for me.
Leona is slightly a big standout, just because I think the recent performances we've seen from Diamond on that champion been absolutely fantastic. I think he was a big part of the Dragonsteel game, where he did get one of those game wins. Didn't take the series, though. But yeah, this does take a lot of big tools pretty much off the Rift, especially for those big engagers. You're going to be looking out for more engaged supports like the Rel when it comes to the next one. So we'll see what is able to get shaked up.
Yeah, maybe Alistar, things like that. So there'll be plenty of other options as we get into draft here, where we could be nearing the end of our last money match of week 4. Of course, we have more money matches next week, so don't worry, guys. Unless Fear have something to say about it here. A 2-0 from Supernova, it would be a statement, considering the early struggles they've been having.
Be the first game that they don't actually take to a series, and it feels better when it's a 2-0 instead of an 0-2, so... Supernova, you're still fighting on the back half of the season. We're getting closer and closer to that halfway point. Again, you're going to play 9 games on the regular season because there's 10 teams in the league.
Right.
So it's going to be their 4th series right now, just below that halfway point. It would be nice to at least even out your win rate.
Absolutely. And even though they still have plenty of matches remaining for the rest of the split, I mean, every win you can take, especially against teams on the top end of the standings, is a very much welcome win. I don't really have as much concern for them facing some of our teams on the lower ends of the standings. Yeah. But, you know, getting into playoffs, seeding is another thing that we got to start talking about as we get closer to the end of the split. Well, kind of what these teams are playing for.
So let's see what's getting banned out so far. Tristana and Rumble, again, very S-tier picks. I shouldn't expect to see them on the Rift too many times that they have squeezed by. Mid lane focus coming out onto Toasty, so they're taking away his way. It's Orianna. I do like it when Toasty's able to set up a good team fights for his squad, so I think taking away some of those mages is definitely a response out of Fear Starforge. Trying to see what that last ban is. Come on, throw it up.
Any second now.
Any second.
Actually, you know, it's been long enough that maybe it was just a missed ban. Might have been. So either way, LeBlanc is an interesting one. ABO and, you know, other mid laners have been playing it. I think it's a strong pick, so good shout, but because of that, the Ashe is up and available. That's been banned quite a lot today, and you just have another really powerful pick for either Instinct or Winsome.
And Ashe has been pretty much pairing so well with a lot of our big supports that like to take these engages and like to take these picks. And on top of that, right, it is technically a pick champion because you do get the Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Yeah.
Long range engage. You get the Hawk Shot, which means you get to scout out the enemy jungler much more often. Response for Supernova, however, is going to be the Ezreal, which has been seeing a lot more play as of recently. And hey, if it scales up, those Mystic shots start to add up.
They do, and it can go in either Lens or Toasty's hands. You do have that flexibility so far early on into the draft until Lens is just going to say, no, I'm playing Jhin. Don't worry, Beatdown. You don't have to talk about flex potential. And then thanks, I guess. It's way more fun this way.
Kind of interesting to see the Jhin. I wonder what the idea is behind it, because it's not going to be the best sustained damage, but you do get some pretty good uploaded damage with this Jhin. How are you feeling about it, Beat?
I mean, I don't often like seeing it early, even though I think it is generally a pretty good position. But the lane is usually going to be pretty good as long as you have a good support matchup. So that could be what Supernova are looking for. Just getting a safe bot matchup. The problem is, are you safe anywhere when Vitalia exists? I'm going to say probably not.
This was one of the duos in spring that was kind of terrorizing a lot of our drafts. Yeah. So Vitalia, it's the pick potential of a lifetime. I mean, all you got to do, point, see, oh, hey, Lens right here, R,
click.
Dead now.
Yeah. It's a really strong combo, and to make matters worse, you can pair these up in a lot of different ways. You could use the Ashe Arrow to set up the Seismic Shove. You could use the Ashe Arrow to set up the Vi ultimate. You can just mix and match these ultimates and these skills in very different ways for a lot of pick potential against what Supernova is working with. So having a Rel in the front line to tank up some of this is nice, and also to give you an engage option, but I think they're going to need a little more tankiness, or at least peel for these marksmen.
Yeah, maybe something to try and shut down XU very early. Trying to imagine what else could help out here, because we've had situations in the past where the Vi goes on a famine. It's just you go in, sure, you got him, but you're already dead.
Yep.
So maybe there's ways to counteract right there. So far, support ban coming in. Gonna be that Alistair, gonna take away some of that hard engage, as well as the Gragas ban towards Faisal. You mentioned Faisal's very good at it. Philip is another good Faisal Gragas player as well. Another support ban. So we're taking away the Freljord duo, which has been pretty devastating. That's so much crowd control you can get in the bottom lane.
Yeah, 100%. And it can kind of deal with that dive that they're trying to set up here on the side of Supernova, at the very least with the Rel. You got to imagine a dive buddy is going through here. That's why I really like that Gragas ban. And I'm wondering if we just see maybe another top ban. Kenvi hasn't picked yet. So, okay, it's just going to be, we're just removing the Olaf. And to be fair, you know, Fear don't have the most amount of damage, so that's a good shout.
In response, it's going to be the Renekton that's picked up here, so it will be going blind. This gives Philip a chance to try and get something that's going to be more comfortable into the Croc. So far, support pick will come first. They do have something right after that support. I think Nautilus would have been fine, but the problem is it's Fearless banned away, so see if they want to go for the hard engage, the Malphite. This is still a good form of hard engage that you can take here, so the support pick will be the Rakan.
Malphite would have been so fun, though. You know? That's okay. The Rakan is good. It fits what they're going for on Fear's side. All in. It's a good combo with the Ashe as well. Those slows make it so much easier to land that Grand Entrance. And now, what's the verdict going to be? What's Philip rocking in the top lane? Something damage-oriented would be nice. We've been... I was going to say we've been seeing a lot of Mundo hovers, but it's actually getting locked in. And you know what? This works for me too. Because as time goes on and you scale, you're going to be so tanky. Ezreal Jhin, not known for killing tanks. So this could be a very pesky late game for Supernova to be dealing with.
Yeah, and that's always one of my worries when you do see the Jhin early. I think that might be your worry as well. It's like, hey, we can just start building beef. What's Jhin going to do about it? And just say 4? So what? I got 10,000 more. And yeah, that's a big issue right there. It's going to be up to Faisal to really at least have a good early advantage over into this top side to try and take down this Moozle. But after that, your window closes rather fast.
Yeah, and I think overall, if we want to talk about raw damage and things like that into the later stages of the game, I still favor champs like Ezreal, like the Brand for the side of Supernova. Yeah, but the problem you're going to run into is that Fear have just such an insane front line with the Mundo alone. As we get to those later stages of the game, right? You have a lot of CC. You have so much wombo combo. I feel like it's going to be very difficult for Supernova to interact in the 5v5, especially late game. So I still get the impression that they're on the clock.
I feel the exact same way about it. I definitely want to see a lot of early aggression coming out of Supernova, especially when Kenvy's able to get his itemization going, like it's something like Leandri's. That is a good way to burn through some of this front line, that fear, but it does, again, require you to make those early plays, get that early lead before that scaling comes up. Now, let us know who has this dub. Is it going to be Fear Starforge? Is it going to be Supernova? FXS in the chat, Supernova in the chat. Remember, this is a money match. So $1,250 on the line, as well as us approaching the mid-season, which means games are going to be more impactful. Getting those wins is going to mean a lot more.
And they sure are. Even a team at the top of the standings currently like Fear X Starforge. A couple of bad games could have them drop many places. So a win here to catch them up and take us to a Game 3 would be so big. On top of course, the chance to win that sweet, sweet cash money. $1,250. Yes.
Here comes the money.
Here comes Faisal's death.
Here comes the gator. Gank, 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 gank. Run away. Okay, Faisal's fine. It's not dead. It's just sad.
Yep. And Faisal is back is also delayed. So we do have this lane swap coming through here. And it's tough too because Lens and Diamond, they're just going to stick around. And because Philip got that back off a little sooner, he isn't going to really lose as much here. And Faisal, he's looking like he's in a tough spot. He's not actually... Wow.
Flash burnt out of XU. He's not going to use it that early, but nice of Diamond to just be that much of an annoying pest and force this situation.
Yeah, 100%. So XU is definitely feeling that pressure there. And this is just kind of what happens in the current meta of lane swaps when we do see it. Top laners, they just become daisies. They just follow around, you know, their junglers, their bot laners, whoever needs them, basically, at this point.
How we escaped this beat, man? I haven't seen a lane swap in a while.
We mostly did. But I think I like the lane swap here just because you're neutralizing probably the best part of Supernova's early game by lane swapping, and that's Faisal's Renekton on the top side. So I think for Fear, who look really good in that mid to late game, especially if things go even or even in their favor, I think it's a smart call.
That's the check-in we're going to have to watch. How does Faisal kind of interact with what's going on the map right now?
With Tears.
He has to stick with his, you know, he's the second support for this bot lane, but it's still a plate that's going to be picked up now. Faisal will take the teleport over towards the top lane. Hey, I want to mill of my own, man. And fortunately for him, there's a full wave right there.
Definitely feels a lot better for him versus Philip, who hasn't really interacted with any experience so far. Yeah, he is. Okay, he's got level 2 now. There you go.
Okay. Catching up. Moving on up. One creep per minute at a time.
Hey, it ain't much, but it's honest work, Eric.
Oh, double. Okay, never mind. Okay, he's finally getting some farm.
Oh.
Congratulations, Philip. You get to eat now.
And now because that wave is, because that was a stacked wave, that Instinctive went to put topside, I think that wave isn't going to crash before Philip gets there. So he's actually going to be in a pretty good spot.
Right, here we go. Fight breaking out. As you can see what that brand damage really does mean. Here comes Toasty. Arcane shifts forward. Doesn't have much mana. I don't think he has another Mystic shot to throw. Nah, Minion Wave actually catches it. So even with that final shot, Toasty can't get the kill.
Yeah, so, oh yeah, looking topside, looks like Philip is going to be able to get a lot of that wave. So I mean, realistically, only downside for Fear is that Kenvy's in the area. Does mean a dive is on the cards.
A lot of that summer heat, too. As Philip looking to get out of this. Ruthless Predator, the stun does get blocked away. Passive goes off. Kenvy's still going to wait it out, though, as they reset the minion aggro. One more shot comes in. First blood picked up by Kenvy. Minions wail away. One more shot. He's okay.
Yeah, bright side, Philip walked to lane, so not much is going to be lost on that timer, but it's still a big deal for Kenvy to be able to get that first blood. And that gold is really nice for this team. Because Supernova need to get things going for them early, you know, that eases this thing a little bit.
Now 3 members of Fear Starforge posturing over here towards the bot lane. At the same time, Lens is arriving. Deadly Flourish doesn't find the snare. Members there, it is a little bit harder to actually dive this duo. Clear the wave and push another one for Fear.
I mean, Diamond is recalling, though. So with that information that they got from Hawkshot 2, Instinct kind of gave the information that maybe... Oh, wait, Kenby is actually super low. Okay. So XU's just going to take that opportunity and steal the respawn rolls cam. And honestly, XU, he does have that little bit of an advantage. As Vian's a brand, that's not something you usually see very often. It could set up for a chance to punish Kenby as he's going to farm his camps.
Take another look at this top lane. I do like some of Supernova's strategies coming into this game. They recognize Philip does not have the best laning. This is a place we can play through. Now in game 1, they did a bit of it on Philip, and now game 2, here are the dives onto Philip with the Brand and the Renekton. Yeah. So, I mean, Faisal is a big part of this squad when it comes to setting up some of the side laning and just getting pressure overall. So I like this for Supernova. Shows they have an active game plan that they're looking to enact.
For sure, but they need more. Because this matchup, it gets really hard for Renekton later on.
Oh, yeah.
So unless you put Philip in the dirt, and I'm talking with italicized
That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah. And to their credit, I like this attention, especially from Diamond on the top side as well, just continuing to push this Renekton's advantage, and you get grubs at the same time.
So deny the minion wave out from Philip. He's going to get close enough to get some EXP and finally start cashing in. But as you said, it's enough pressure on this quadrant of the map that it allows Supernova to just walk up towards the grubs, get the first spawn.
And the setup for the next set of grubs is going to be interesting to me. Will Fear actually try and contest that one? You don't want to give Brand and Renekton the 6 grubs, because even though Faisal's 1v1 matchup will get harder later on, 6 grubs is something he's still going to be able to take full advantage of for the first 20 to 25 minutes, right?
Yeah.
So there's a chance that Fear will want to try and contest that later on, and hopefully for them, Philip will be able to get enough stats to make it happen.
Wallbreaker looking to find it on Lens, doesn't actually score it. True Shot Barrage goes out, it finds the money. Now XU, 200 health remains, but Winsome plays interference. Here will get their jungler out of danger.
Yeah, I mean, it's just nice and easy. It costs XU his flash again, but he's still maintaining that experience and farm lead that he's gotten over Kenby. Vi out-farming Brand, by the way, is still something that is really funny to me.
To be fair, I mean, Kenby was there for the first Void Grubs and a dive.
Yes,
he is trying to actively spend his time. I know you care about him. Just
I do.
Make sure he's getting the right line, you know?
No, respect. Oh yeah, Philip, he's just going to pop the ult so that this dive is harder.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky one, but there's so much burn, man. It's another kill. Kenby gets it.
And this is great. That topside focus, again, what we wanted to see here. Supernova, early advantage is so important for them if they want that 2-0. They want to get their second win, even out that record, and move up in the standings. So props to Kenby. Props to Faisal, who's had a great game 1, and he's set up to have a great game 2.
You know, and this is what you want to see from Supernova. Even if Kenby's going down in farm, take a look at the gold, man. He is up there. That means those kills, they're working out. 2 kills back to back, all in top lane dives. So Kenby's cashing in.
He sure is. That's just going to make the next spawn of Void Grubs even that more crucial for Fear to try and contest. Now we have access to ultimates. Winsome's really the last one that they're waiting for. That's going to be where their best chance to actually fight comes on. We said it in draft. Fierce comp. A lot of lockdown, a lot of poke. You can shoot, just pick someone on the side of Supernova, and they just explode. Sure.
Just R-click, man. Just press it.
Yep.
Press it onto them. Fine.
Yep.
Just Lens, Kenby, either one. Still very big picks, still very big tools Fear can capitalize on. It's only a 1K lead. It's definitely not over just yet. Early game still going Supernova's way nonetheless, especially 9 minutes into this. First Scrubs went over to Supernova, 1.3K lead. If you want to stay updated with all things NACL, you know where to go. YouTube, NACL, Twitch, NACL, and X, which I'm going to call Twitter because Elon doesn't pay me. Watch NACL. That is where you got to go, man. That is where you support us. Chat Crystal Arrow looking to go into the mid lane. Lands it. Oh my God. This guy's an ace. Now Toasty dead to rights as the cease and desist follows through. Fear find 1 pick. That's what you were talking about, Beatdown. Look at this ability coming out from Fear Starforge. XU's running low though, and Kenvy's getting out with 1. A flash over the wall. Winsome will chase him down. And with another seismic shove, Fear Starforge, they turn online in this game.
They sure do a much-needed team fight to reduce the gold lead to absolutely nothing here. And it's just in time, too. There should be enough time for Fear to spend some of the gold they just earned I push out some of these waves and fight for the grubs because they don't want that Grubageddon to go over to Supernova. And that pick comp really coming through in that fight.
Toasty, it's got to feel so bad.
Yeah.
He put an apple on top of Toasty's head. An instinct, he missed, man. He hit him right in the chest. That's done.
I think the apple was on his chest.
Yeah, probably. I mean, you had the Vi on your chest immediately after that, hitting you with Sissa. You escape one crowd control, you're locked up by another. It was a very bad time for Toasty, but that shows you the peak potential that Fear have drafted.
Yeah, that's right. When those ults are down, that's usually when Fear don't want to do very much fighting. And when those ults are down and they don't get a kill, that's going to be Supernova's avenue to turn these skirmishes around. But interestingly enough, Fear, they're actually going to let the grubs go, using the knowledge that that is something Supernova really wants, and they're going to put all their attention on the bot side.
Very interesting. Grubageddon coming through. It's always a little bit of a tough situation because on one end, grubs don't mean much unless you're on a tower, right? So that's the kind of gambit that Fear are really playing for here. They're saying, not really going to get on our towers that often. I think we can just focus on this bot side, gather the dragons, and keep putting down lights.
That's right. They did get that early first Drake. The backs are coming out kind of late for the ideal contest. XU is going to be a little late to this next Drake, but if he has that item, I think it will be worth it. Oh, nope. He just back to buy a cloth armor. All right. Maybe Fear don't want this Drake.
Not. That would be very surprising to me. Fear have been, at least throughout the season so far, have been really focused on dragon stacking. Here comes Diamond looking for the angle. No! Oh, so close, but so far. This will allow Supernova to grab the Drake.
Yeah, I mean, right spot rather for Fear. We talked about favoring their scaling later on into the game, so you don't need Dragon Soul to win the game. Getting the first one to make sure Supernova don't get an early one must be good enough for them.
Not again. Okay, this one's just for the meme. It's for the Vine. That's pretty good. 100% win rate, man.
No, we're canceling backs. You're making it easier for Fear to invade this topside jungle and get vision down. So Faisal, he's going to run into some people. Kenvy's also here because, unfortunately for Fear, it's Hextech map.
No, I know last game you guys were talking a lot about Dragonsteel, Captain America, and all that.
Yeah.
I made Instinct, the blue arrow.
You know, if we're making DC references, I can accept that. Because my dog, even my dog is named after the green arrow.
Blue arrow. Enchanted crystal arrow.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just like, you know, the reference we're making, come on, man, keep up.
Okay, you know, we can get Ashe on a different skin. There is one where she wears a green hood.
Oh, yeah. Isn't it like a Robin Hood type looking skin? There you go.
Yeah. I think it was an old, like, recolor of her base skin that they just revamped. Woad Ashe, our producer in the chat, fortunately.
I'm very upset that we didn't know.
But here comes the situation over in the top lane. Phil trying to defend his tower. Faisal takes it without issue. But now issues are coming his way as Fear Starforge look for a fight. Faisal's able to take one down first. Kenby taking a lot of those hits from the queue of ABO. Philip jumps right on in with the flash. Will give his life for the trade. 2 for 2 thus far. What else do we got in this fight? Toasty's got a lot. Curtain call opens up. It's not needed. Toasty will take it by himself. Finds the shutdown.
And Supernova, they open up the gold lead yet again there, picking up that first brick in the process. And even though some members go down, they still come out ahead on this trade. They are increasing this gold lead yet again. You can see Instinct wins some, trying to take what gold they can back. They aren't going to be able to get access to that final plate, but that extra turret gold will be a little nice for them, but they don't want to overstay.
Okay, so sorry, we inted. It's not Woad Ashe. It's Sherwood Forest Ashe.
There you go.
Yeah, our bad. My bad. You know, I'll take the blame by myself, beatdown.
You know, I can live with that because, yeah, I'm cool blaming you. That's good. That's good. Let's do that.
But still, it does speak to Instinct that we're even having this conversation of how good he's been with these long-ranged arrows.
He has been.
Again, that does play to the pick I mentioned earlier. It's strong for Fear, and with this gold lead only being around a K for Supernova, definitely not out of the woods.
No, not at all. But this extra bit of gold they have, it is really nice. You do have Faisal, who's very accelerated at the moment, and is a lane that you can play for. Pretty much anything Supernova do to his side of the map, is going to be a winning play. So Fear, they're choosing to play opposite to him. They're going to go for this Herald. They have almost all their ult back up. He can't stop it.
You can't stop the teleport. You can't stop the teleport. It's just a Mundo. So here comes Faisal. He will get the Ruthless Predator, find the stun, and XU is done. There goes the Rift Herald. Belongs firmly over to Supernova as Fear just try and poke them on their way out. Ooh, here we go. Looking for an engage. You don't want to take that. Look at these bodyguards lining up for Supernova. They're ready to bring it to your face. ABO asks, what's your favorite type of music? Rock and roll. Throws it over to Faisal, and here comes Kenby over the wall. Brings the flames, brings the heat. Deadly Flourish will not find the snare. Supernova still going forward. Instinct looking for an angle. Now Lens is left by his lonesome. Philip gets the flank. Flash coming out of Lens. Gets him to safety. The rest of Supernova. Such a elongated fight coming out. Now Diamond is in a bad situation as 4 members of Fear Starforge crowd onto him. Winsome gonna survive the burn. The long chase out of Fear. And finally, Winsome does go down to the burn.
I fear we're able to get something out of that play, but Supernova still come up big time. They get more kills, they get the Herald, which means it's another opportunity for them to get themselves set up by knocking down more turrets, pick up more gold, and they can set themselves up nicely for some Drake stacking. It's a little later than you'd obviously hope for. But still, with this lead, you can continue stacking and maintain control enough to actually get the Dragon Soul.
I actually want to take a moment to take a look at the gold once again. It's ABO who's currently leading the charge, but where I want to look at is going to be our top laners. Philip's been put behind about 2K. And again, this is a big play point for Supernova to keep Faisal ahead so that Mundo doesn't do much.
Yeah, I think Philip really looking for that second, probably armor item at level 11 before he can actually be real in the side lane. At the rank 2 ultimate is definitely going to be a big deal for him as well. That extra bit of healing. But until then, Supernova, they have a pretty big advantage in that side lane. Now they're just going to insta drop the Herald and knock down the last outer tower that Fear are playing with.
Mid lane, more to grab. Philip coming on the flank. Realizes he's by himself, has to run away from Toasty and Diamond. Meanwhile, over in the mid lane, Engage found by Winsome. They get the lockdown, they get the crowd control. You don't get to play League of Legends. Your screen is frozen, your screen is gray. Now Blaze Olive jumps in, able to start throwing the Qs onto Diamond. Meanwhile, Lens caught out, fighting for his life. His life is forfeit. Diamond gets rocked by ABO. Will put up the shield, still falls nonetheless. Seismic Shove pushes Faisal away. Faisal with the slice and dice gets his way onto ABO and will take that kill. Toasty goes on a killing spree. Violent fights, 3 for 3.
Wow, this is just back and forth here between these teams. But still, Supernova end up maintaining that lead. But the nice thing for Fear, they are going to be able to go for this Drake because Kenby is just spawning now. XU might have enough time to do it, but oh, wait. I forgot about the Hex ports. This one is actually going to be really close.
3K lead once again. We have to look at flashes as well for Fear. Look at the main carries. None of them have their flashes available. As he starts to walk up with Diamond and Faisal getting control of this area, especially vision control to watch out for these flanks, will be crucial. It does seem like there's going to be no contest for this Dragon. Teleport used by ABO for the top side.
Yeah, you can't do it. The hope is that ABO can get that top tier 1 turret, get some gold back into Fear's pockets, but this is just going to be another Drake in Supernova's pocket. Great game, I gotta say, we've been seeing from Supernova so far. They needed to get an advantage for Faisal in the top side, and now Faisal is very strong at 2 items already, tied with ABO in that regard. And Supernova, they're Drake stacking. They're fulfilling a lot of their win conditions. So if they keep this up, they could actually give us that 2-0 that they look like they're building towards. Get their series score up to 2-2 and move up the standings.
And doing that against the second place team. That'd be a big statement for Supernova. To say what you were saying at the top of our start of the broadcast, which was they don't belong down there.
Yeah.
Prove it. This is step number 1, improving it. Take down one of the big dogs. Supernova so far on the map. Looking good. 3K lead. Heading towards that 20-minute mark. We still got a while before the next dragon spawns. Baron is going to be on the map over on this top side. Whereas Supernova, for the time, they're just looking for sieges.
They're definitely in the position to siege. That Grubageddon especially. It just makes it that much nicer when you're actually able to hit a turret. You can see on the bottom side too, Faisal, he just continuously pushing out whatever lane he's in, forcing Philip to back over and over again. Eric, this is annoying to deal with as Philip. He's still not quite at that 2-item mark where he wants to be. He's still not tanky enough to actually deal with this Renekton on side. He's just farming in hopes that he can get there before they lose.
And hey, you don't have your big armor item. Guess what? Faisal has a Black Cleaver. He's just going to be shredding through the little that you already have. So it is hard for Philip. It is difficult for Philip. Faisal has a pretty strong lead. As you do see Baron spawn just now. Does give the struggle of the side lanes for Fear Starforge. And a good window of opportunity for Supernova that they're looking to try and take advantage of. Right now, it's just about farming up whatever you can in the side lanes and setting up the map before we get towards the next play. There's a Baron available 3 minutes before we get another dragon.
The Baron take from Supernova, it's fine. It's something they could definitely threaten and then look for the turn with Faisal or Diamond, but it's not something they actually want or need to do just yet. They have big potential of their own. They get a catch out and a numbers advantage, and that's their ticket to the Baron.
Ooh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes out. It's able to land right onto the Brand. Ken V flashes back. He gets his ultimate off, though. A lot of damage onto Winsome. 1-for-1 trade thus far. XU hopping onto Toasty. Toasty able to get the Arcane Shift over the wall, but he jumps right into Philip. Meanwhile, the current call is opened. ABO will block all those shots all day. XU falls to about half health, but he defends Instinct.
Wow, so that is a fight. That's a nice fight from Fear. They actually get that 2-for-1, trading Winsome for Kenby and Diamond. And they didn't even have to use many ults to do it. It was just the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and the quickness. So really nicely done there from Instinct, maximizing his damage there and keeping his life in the process. And that's a one-way Fear can whittle down this gold lead Supernova have little by little.
Telling you, Instinct's our hero now. That's it. Part of the Avengers.
Yeah.
This is our green arrow.
It's our green arrow.
Green arrow
yeah,
in
no,
the Avengers?
No, that's DC.
No, that's Hawkeye.
The
Hawkeye.
Justice League. You're thinking of the Justice League.
Yeah, my bad. Part of the Justice League. No justice for Faisal, who's just getting poked out completely by ABO. Here's Starforge making the presence felt over towards his top side, fighting for position around this Baron area. See, there's a ward up over by the Tri. And it is shoving Supernova back into their own jungle, which allows Fear to take that mid lane tower.
Yeah, Fear really happy about this one, too. They get this tier 1 down. They want to set their sights onto Kenby's jungle. And the hope there is that on this next wave, maybe they can take down the top tier 1 as well. It's going to make it easier to push this top lane wave further out, which makes it easier for them to try and contest this next Drake. Because Supernova, again, they didn't get the first one, but they are well on their way to a Hextech Soul. They get this next one, that'll be Soul Play.
Still got to hold minion waves that Fear, Starforge are looking to set up. The ABO shoving in another wave. Toasty does have teleport, so it's not the biggest deal for him to be locked over there, but would like to get at least one more major reset before this dragon fight. He's still got 35 seconds. And you can see that some of the resets are giving some pretty big item breakpoints for Supernova. Lens just right now was able to get his Lord Doms. We'll see what Supernova can bring for this next drag.
Yeah, I'm curious. Philip, without TP, is shoving a wave onto that top side. Not sure if he's going to actually stay and try to hit the turret. No, it's looking like he's just going to walk away. So there's a chance Fear don't actually even want to try and contest this next Drake, and it's just going to be about maintaining control on this top side. Again, it's not Supernova Soul, so they might be okay with letting this one go.
Still got time. And with that time, I mean, last time we checked in on the gold lead, it was 3K. Supernova, they have been getting caught a few times, and it's a lot off of these Enchanted Crystal Arrows. Lens picked off the map. Supernova are down a man.
And there it is, Lens punished once again, not taking cleanse this game. Means that he is just the prime target for Instinct's Ash Arrows. And every time those lands, it's just an easy trip to the gray screen for the AD carry of a Supernova.
So brutal, but hey, that's how Instinct do right now. They have an absolute tremendous
it's just
game
business.
thus far, man. Landing these Enchanted Crystal Arrows exactly when he needs to. Even the lane-to-lane one that we saw, the first one that started off this trend of finding picks with ECA.
Yeah.
So far, Instinct, gotta love it.
100%. You see it now too. Members of Fear starting to reach those crucial power spikes. Philip finally hit that second item. It's not an armor item. He did go for the heart steal, but he works really nicely with Mundo because you're just going to keep stacking that HP and you're going to be a problem because that also gives you more AD.
Let's see where the setup is right now for Supernova. This current positioning, it does give them first footing around the Baron, so this is where Fear Starforge have to be careful where they reveal themselves. Again, you did say it's not the fastest Baron take, but it's still decent. I mean, when you have a brand, that's one of the big parts about it. It's the Jhin that kind of slows this down the most, though.
100%. Right now, Supernova, for that reason, can't really threaten the Baron right away. They need a pick. They need a numbers advantage, or they need to be ready to turn. Oh.
They've been going for a lot of these picks in the side lanes. They're going to look for one on ABO. Toasty jumps forward. There's no more seismic shoves. There's no more health bar. 2 teleports coming in. Philip, Faisal, both want to join the fight. Both want to join the fray. And realizing it's just a high five and goodbye. We don't want to fight anymore. XU does, though, as he goes after Kenby. Kenby caught out. Over the wall comes Philip going golden. It's going to be Kenby. He will fall. Faisal grabs the first kill. Now Instinct, Philip, Winsome. They all want to bail out because Supernova got the momentum onto their side. Here comes Faisal, slice and dice, looking for Instinct. The knockup going to be found by Winsome. Defends his marksman. And there are the slows. The Gator can't take much more. It's the power of the Ash. Really good at kiting. And Fear stop themselves from losing more, but they want to stop the Baron as well as they stay in the area.
And this is the angle that Supernova were looking for. They have numbers, and they have a pretty good Baron take. Now we're seeing a Diamond going for an interesting angle.
Oh, it's a long angle that Fear might be able to capitalize on. It took way too long for Diamond to get there. But now look at Instinct, he's low. Might be the long chase. Ooh, Mystic shot from Toasty. Burns his flash in the process. Now Teleport's coming out. It's going to be ABO joining the fight. Looking for the recalls. Kenby is too low. Look over in the top lane. Faisal's too low. This is Fear Starforge's fight as they pull him in with the seismic shove. They'll claim Diamond. ABO grabs the kill, and Fear on the long con, a very prolonged engage, will take the ultimate fight.
And they prevent the Baron from going down. That's the most important thing. They want to start the Baron now. Okay, Instinct is still here. That was my main concern. They definitely have enough damage to take this one down. And just like that, Fear are going to eradicate the gold lead that Supernova are working with. And they have so much standing gold that they'll be able to claim. So there's a big chance for Fear to completely turn this game around.
Supernova, they took the right steps in the early game, but when things started to go awry, that's where the win conditions start to fall over to the wayside, and Fear starts to come back where they have that scaling onto the side, where they have good 5v5 to really work with in these team fights. And in these prolonged engages, when you get multiple seismic shoves and multiple stuns, there's no escaping. Fear Starforge, they're looking fantastic. They'll claim the top lane tower and keep that gold coming in.
And they're going to look even better once they spend that gold, because now, minute 30 till the next Drake, they're probably, ideally for them, not going to overstay in this top lane again. And with that in mind, they're going to be in that perfect setup to go for this Drake. Oh, Philip.
All right, he's a big Mundo. How are we going to use this health bar, Philip? Let's see. He gets away from one of the stuns. As far away enough from Diamond. Oh, no. Not like this. Instinct. Okay. I thought Philip was going to turn for a second. Every time Instinct lands an arrow, I start to sweat for Supernova.
No, but think about it. He's just juking back and forth because he's wasting their time. And his teammates, look what they're setting up. They're going to take this tier 2 turret. The more time Diamond spends away from the rest of his team in the bot side, the less vision Supernova have around this Drake that they really want.
No stun, passive blocks it. Philip still takes a lot of damage, though. Now, he did fall behind early, so he's not the tankiest that he wants to be. ABO now coming in with Weaver's Wall. One pick found by Lens. Now this is Supernova's fight. Magnet Storm from Diamond pulls him right back in. Instinct the first one to fall. Ooh, final shot. Fourth not going to find Winsome as Faisal goes forward. Ooh, slice and dice right past the seismic shove to find ABO. Kenby nets the kill. And Fear Starforge, what was a comeback, has now been thwarted by Supernova.
And it's just a tug of war, but Supernova just yanked so hard, Eric, because this big team fight win means that, one, many Baron buffs are out of the picture, and Supernova are breaking into Fear's base. Yeah, they could look to push for the end. They don't have many ults to play with. They're strong.
They have Drumageddon, though, and here comes XU, cease and desist. He wants to save this fight. It's over, man. Supernova. Series after series. They haven't gotten the 2-0. They need to establish themselves back in the rankings. 7th place. It's not for us, man. Supernova 2-0 sweep against Fear Starforge.
And with that 2-0 over our second-seeded team, Eric, Supernova, they take the first step on that climb to the top of the standings. Really big statement victory for this roster.
Tell me again, Beatdown, do they belong in 7th? Do they?
I mean, I don't think they're in 7th anymore.
Let's pull up a replay of some of these final fights that unfolded, because, man, this was a tense match. Really felt like Fear were about to take it over, but Supernova, they have heavy hands.
Yeah, and I think, Philip, The pathing was definitely awkward here, really not respecting the fact that he no longer had access to his ultimate, so it was pretty easy to go ahead and walk him down with the Rylai's ticking away from Kenby. So as soon as he goes down, you can see that indecisiveness, which gave the perfect opportunity for Diamond. Yeah, a great flash engage coming through, and at this point, the rest is just history.
History indeed, and you know what that history reads? 2-0 Supernova. Not just that, it reads $1,250 Supernova, as they're going to be the winners of our money match throughout what was definitely a slugfest. Oh, that all the way through as we get to see the post game and just how back and forth this game was starting to become towards the tail end. Again, Supernova, they bounce back the right way and stop that comeback potential from Fear.
They sure do, and they hand FearX Starforge their first loss so far in NACL Summer, which is, I mean, it's got to be a good feeling as Supernova, them being able to prove that they are better than the standings are showing. And, you know, before we end the show tonight, we're going to take another look at how far they've earned themselves with that win.
And again, congratulations over to Supernova for taking that. We are going to take a moment, though, to throw it over to short break because I personally would like to hear from the team themselves. So we are figuring out who our interviewee is going to be. It's going to be Faisal on the other side. So we'll be right back. You'll catch me with Faisal. Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL. I am joined with Faisal from Supernova after a 2-0 victory. How you feeling, brother?
I feel pretty good. First time winning in a while. Not bad.
It's got to feel a little bit rough, man, and that's what I want to ask you more about. You're now getting your first 2-0 on the season. This puts you at 2-2 at series. How are you feeling about the season so far and looking forward as well?
I feel like our game score doesn't actually match how good we are as a team, or I mean, these teams are just not that good. I feel like we're just better than them, so it doesn't accurately measure us as a team. I mean, we have new players as well in mid and ADC, so we kind of have some hiccups in our comms. So sometimes the games get really hectic, but week by week we are fixing that, and we're gonna be ready by playoffs for sure.
Okay, Faisal, then if that doesn't represent where you are in the standings, where do you think you will place on the overall?
Playoffs or just regular season?
Regular season. We'll start with regular season.
Top 3 for sure, I think.
Top 3.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. I like to see the confidence, man. Let's get into the game a little bit. I want to talk a bit about how you guys played that out, because it felt like Supernova was mostly playing through you as you were just having a great time in the top lane. Was that the game plan for that series?
Not in particular. Game 1, I was just like happy scaling. That's kind of the matchup. And then game 2, they like did some weird things level 1, and Mundo got like extremely behind, so he was just free kills perma. So it wasn't like a set plan. We just like adapted during the game.
Yeah, that adaptation had you diving Philip a lot. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Poor guy didn't get to play the game. Now, with this roster, Supernova, I do want to know, how did everything come together? How did you find yourself on this roster from the offseason?
From spring and summer, or just summer?
Both, yeah.
Well, in spring, I wanted to play with Shochi, my old teammate, because he was pretty funny and like he's a good player. But also like, I wanted to play with like a veteran like Kenvi, because I respect Kenvi a lot as a jungler, because like he was in LCS, and I see him in solo queue, like even before I joined, he was like just 1v9ing. So that was a big reason too. And then Diamond from support, he's also like a Giga veteran, and I've always just respected him, like versing him in competitive when I was an amateur and stuff. So it kind of just all tied together in that way, and it was a good choice, I think.
Great to hear, man. Now, before we get to the shoutouts, I want to know, what are your goals, man? What are you working on when it comes to the Rift, and where do you want to get in your career?
Well, this split, I want to make it to Americas. Like, me and my team, we're like talking about that, like kind of every week. Like, we can't do this, or we're not going to make it to Americas, etc. So that's like the overall goal. But me as a player, like, I just want to win, like, the thing, like win NACL at least once, or like win something in my career once. Because even when I was on amateur, everyone said I'm a good player, blah blah blah, but I never actually got to win anything. So that kind of sucked for me. So that is my goal as a player, just to win once.
Well, I look forward to seeing it, man. I believe it's a goal you can follow through with, because I agree, you're a fantastic player. You got any shout-outs before we let you go, Faisal?
Yeah, just shout out my team, my mid laner, my jungler, I guess, and my coach. Like, just the team in general.
Shout out to the whole squad, Supernova. And shout out to you, Faisal. Thank you for joining us on this interview. And I want to wish you the best of luck on the regular season. Congratulations on the money match win.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to bring Beatdown back to the desk. And Beatdown, a pretty long day for you. How you feeling after all this?
I feel perfectly fine. I'm going to go run 6 miles after this. Expect the tweet.
Cubby?
Cubby wishes he could run like me, bro.
No, he did put a tweet up earlier that was
it was 4 miles.
about
I have to one up him.
Yeah.
I'm going to quote tweet it. I'm just saying.
Never seen Cubby that sweaty before.
Fair.
So that does bring you to the conclusion of our day, which has been fantastic, by the way. It's been great seeing these money matches come through. A lot of the teams are taking it pretty serious, especially on socials. I've seen Blue Otter, I've seen Fear Starforge getting a little banter going. It's a lot of fun. And guess what, Beatdown? Does it end this week?
No, it doesn't. We have more money matches next week. Every team in the league has 2 opportunities to win that extra $1,250. And yeah, I mean, we even heard from the Maryville boys earlier when the interview was going through with Yuji, how excited they were about that. So, you know, everyone's happy about it.
Oh, yes, and I'm definitely happy about it as well, because I want to see those money matches, baby. Well, off of that note, we're going to start to wrap it up right now. Shout out to everyone working behind the scenes. Of course, our production crew, Cynthia, Kai, Caddy, Emery, everyone at Load Screen that makes this possible and implements features oh so fast for us. Shout out to the audience as well for you guys tuning in. If you want to support a little bit more, you can subscribe to this Twitch channel. 50% of the proceeds do go directly to the players. You get some pretty dope emotes as well. So, hey, if you want to enjoy some of those, be sure to subscribe. But again, thank you for joining us for the broadcast desk. My name is Des Rooks. This has been Beatdown Boulevard, and we'll see you next week. It's going to start Friday. Don't miss it. We're going to have more money matches.
Same time.